on Friday, April 9, 2010, near Queen Street in New York City, USA. A black-haired, short-cropped Asian teenager around 17 or 18 was walking aimlessly down the street. It was afternoon, and the teenager was strolling along like any other young person digesting his meal. However, due to his rather outstanding appearance, many passing women cast flirtatious glances at him. Some office ladies who preferred younger men even approached to strike up conversations. But without exception, the teenager turned them all down. After declining several invitations for a drink from women with not low appearance scores, the teenager crumpled up the slips of paper with phone numbers they had pressed into his hand. He casually tossed it, and it flew into a street-side trash can. Then he walked to an outdoor cafe by the street and ordered a cappuccino. Before the coffee arrived, the teenager rested his head on his hands, face downward, hiding it from those around him. At this moment, his face bore an unmistakable expression of excitement. 3 years. Finally, the time has come. The teenager lowered his head a bit more, as if pretending to rest. System, bring up the second novice mission. Ding. Novice mission, Part 2. Please go to the battlefield on Queen Street to check in during the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination. Ding. According to system detection, the host is already at the check-in location. At the current moment, the Hulk and the Abomination are about to engage in battle. When the battle occurs, the system will automatically activate the mission for you. Battle countdown 17 minutes 17 seconds. Queen Street in Queens, New York can be said to be the most bustling place in the district. With tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people passing through every day, every shop here is booming with business. Just like the outdoor cafe where the teenager sat surrounded by customers with no empty seats. But no one would ever imagine that such a bustling neighborhood would soon become the battlefield of two monsters. After all, this is the Marvel world, and at this moment, it is the final stage of the Incredible Hulk storyline. Of course, even fewer would imagine that this place would be the beginning of the handsome Asian teenager's rise. 3 years ago, Lynch transmigrated into the Marvel world as the adopted son of a single woman named May Parker living in Queens, New York, also named Lynch. That's right, it's Spider-Man's Aunt May, the very May Parker. Therefore, Lynch is practically Peter Parker's cousin. Because of May's open-mindedness, Lynch retained his original name. Of course, Lynch also has a name on his driver's license, Lynn Parker. At first, when Lynch learned that he had transmigrated into the Marvel world, he was filled with excitement. After all, 3 years ago, the main storyline of the Marvel world had not yet begun. Tony Stark had not yet become Iron Man. The Hulk, well, he had already been born, but that's no big deal. Lynch had plenty of time to prepare and get involved. Having come to the Marvel world for the first time, of course, he wanted to witness the glory of superheroes and even become one himself to experience that high-level splendor. Moreover, even if not for that, one must think about the alien invasion of New York a few years later, and even further ahead, the snap of that purple-skinned titan. To protect himself and his only 2 remaining family members, Lynch had to become stronger. Lynch was very self-aware. The reason he had the desire to become stronger was that he had awakened a cheat called the strongest check-in system. As everyone knows, with a cheat, becoming stronger is only natural. So this was totally a protagonist start. Compared to these, becoming the respected older brother of the young Spider-Man didn't matter much to Lynch. But soon Lynch couldn't stay happy. Because for 3 consecutive years, there was only one novice check-in mission. That mission had appeared in the latter half of the previous year, and that year was when Iron Man was born. The content of the novice check-in mission was very simple: go to the birthplace of Iron Man and check in. If the check-in succeeded, he would receive a reward. But age restricted Lynch. He was 18 this year, but last year he was only 17, still a minor. There was no way his guardian May Parker would allow him to go to the war-torn Afghanistan. Without the guardian's permission, Lynch couldn't even get an exit permit. So he could only watch helplessly as the novice check-in mission expired. Then this year, the second novice check-in mission finally appeared. Although it was very dangerous, thinking of the family he needed to protect and his desire to become stronger and see the scenery from higher places, Lynch came to the check-in location today. Inside a house at the edge of Queen Street. This was Mr. Blue's laboratory. As a close friend of Dr. Bruce Banner, he was willing to give everything to help Dr. Banner eliminate his affliction. That is, to erase the Hulk. That's right. In Bruce Banner's eyes, the Hulk that appeared due to anger was a disease. A condition that had tormented him for 5 long years. In those 5 years, everything in his life had been destroyed by it. Now Mr. Blue said he had a way to eliminate the Hulk. After carefully examining the situation, Bruce Banner chose to believe him. At this moment, he was bound hand and foot, lying on the test bed. His girlfriend Betty watched him anxiously from the side. Dr. Banner just smiled at her and shook his head, signaling her not to worry, then told Mr. Blue to inject the inhibitor. ZZZ. The inhibitor entered his body, and Dr. Banner began to struggle violently. His entire body turned green, as if he would transform into the Hulk in the next second. But immediately the green color faded from his body, and he returned to his normal appearance. After the restraints were undone, Dr. Banner and Betty hugged each other emotionally. But at that moment a group of soldiers burst through the door. They arrested Dr. Banner and Betty and escorted them to the helicopter where General Ross was. The commanding officer Blonsky handled the aftermath. However, Blonsky did not obey General Ross' orders. He developed a desire for power, wanting to become stronger, as strong as the Hulk. Then he threatened Mr. Blue into injecting him with Dr. Banner's serum. Soon after, he transformed into the ugly Abomination, over 3 or 4 meters tall. After becoming the Abomination, Blonsky wanted to find the Hulk and fight him. He would defeat the Hulk. But at that moment Dr. Banner was already on the helicopter about to leave. Seeing this, Blonsky rampaged into Queen Street, causing widespread destruction, trying to lure the Hulk out. In the distance, Lynch finished his cappuccino in one gulp, threw down a few dollars to pay, and then stared blankly at the demon-like Abomination, his face filled with terror. His mature soul kept him from running away, but emotions like fear still inevitably arose. Battle countdown 1 minute and 25 seconds. The check-in mission was about to begin. This was the real reason Lynch refused to flee at this moment. If he ran now, wouldn't all the resolve he had built up be wasted? At this moment, Lynch was hiding in the alley beside the coffee shop, and the Abomination was rampaging just a few dozen meters to his right. It pounded the ground with both fists, flipping cars over one after another. Several police cars surrounded it, and officers jumped out to open fire on the Abomination, but to no avail. With only a few dozen seconds left on the countdown, Lynch couldn't help thinking about why Iron Man hadn't shown up during the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination. Because Iron Man wasn't home. According to news reports, he had gone to Europe a few days ago, presumably for some new business trip. Battle countdown 0 minutes and 10 seconds. Lynch stared at the countdown, watching it change from 10 to 1 and finally to 0. Ding. The host is within the designated check-in location at the specified time. A check-in officially begins. Check-in duration is 10 seconds. Exiting midway counts as failure. Hearing the system's voice, Lynch had no time to think. He saw that in front of the Abomination, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground before the monster. If nothing unexpected happened, that should be Bruce Banner. Hulk. With a loud roar, a giant fist burst out from the ground. Then the green giant leaped onto the surface, confronting the Abomination. The standoff lasted only a few seconds before the two behemoths, colossal in the eyes of ordinary people, collided and engaged in fierce combat. They fought with fists and feet, brawling like street thugs. However, the Abomination still held the advantage. It was a warrior, while Dr. Banner was merely a researcher. Thus Hulk gradually fell into a disadvantage. Lynch was enjoying the spectacle when suddenly a stone the size of a washbasin flew toward him. Whoa! Lynch quickly ran backward to dodge the stone. At that moment the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Evaluations grade. Task rewards: full body attribute enhancement 1 grade skill draw. System detected successful check-in. A system officially activated. Shock value system activated. Current shock value 0 points. Shock value. Lynch didn't pay much attention to it. Suppressing his anger from the near-death experience, he shifted focus to this grade skill draw. He had already felt the physical enhancement from the check-in reward. The sudden surge of warmth slightly strengthened his body and cleared his mind. You currently have 1 grade skill draw available. Use it. Use. Drawing in progress. Please wait. Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained this grade skill, Planetary Devastation. Skill description: create a black energy sphere with immense gravitational pull between the hands, then toss it into the air. It will attract surrounding objects, forming a gigantic, ultra-dense, floating sphere. The target will be sealed inside, completely immobilized. First use consumes no energy, subsequent uses consume stamina. Note: most abilities gained through the system consume stamina, a few consume mental energy. Grade skill, Planetary Devastation. This is the ultimate ability of the Rinnegan, wielded by the leader of the Akatsuki Pain from the world of Naruto. Lynch was ecstatic. The check-in reward had actually granted him such a powerful skill. Does that mean that in the future he could draw even stronger skills, perhaps even more powerful than this one, from check-in rewards? Moreover, the system allowed him to use the ability without chakra, which relieved Lynch. After all, chakra was something only people in the Naruto world possessed. How could a person from the Marvel world possibly have chakra? However, since there was a chance to use the skill once without consuming any stamina, Lynch decided not to let it go to waste. He turned his gaze toward the two green giants still locked in battle not far away. Lynch hadn't forgotten that the two monsters had sent a giant rock flying his way, nearly crushing him. Lynch the Vengeful. In the past, whenever Lynch was bullied, he would find a way to get back at them later. But now he could use this Planetary Devastation to repay those two for their kindness earlier. After thinking it over, Lynch decided to unleash the Planetary Devastation and then make a run for it. After all, the check-in was already complete, and staying here would be unsafe. So hiding in a corner where no surveillance cameras could see him, Lynch murmured, "I hope this isn't a nerfed version of the Planetary Devastation. Don't let me down." He raised his arm and a small black sphere rapidly formed in his palm, then shot fiercely toward the two green giants in the battlefield. At this moment the area had already been evacuated due to the destruction caused by the Hulk and the Abomination. Police had escorted their injured colleagues and innocent civilians away from the scene. Within a radius of several hundred meters, only the two battling giants, a few soldiers, and a helicopter remained. Seeing that his skill would not harm innocents, Lynch breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned around and ran without looking back, fleeing toward the Queens Boulevard exit. Thanks to the enhanced physique, Lynch ran incredibly fast, clearing Queens Boulevard in just over 10 seconds. Screech. Just then a pink Beetle car stopped right in front of Lynch, causing the expletive nearly bursting from his lips to die in his throat. Click. The car door opened, revealing that familiar and beautiful face. Aunt May. Lynch started to greet her, but was pulled into the car by the driver. May Parker appeared to be in her 30s. Despite her husband's untimely death, she had steadfastly raised Lynch and also looked after the teenage Peter Parker, a truly respectable mother. Good heavens, what is wrong with this world? As soon as Lynch got into the car, May Parker muttered while starting the engine and driving away from the chaos. After driving far enough, May finally stopped the car. She nervously grabbed hold of Lynch, checking him for injuries. Only after confirming he was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Come on, let's go home. Let the government and the superheroes handle these terrible things. She embraced Lynch in slight fear, kissed his forehead, and then drove toward their home. Lynch glanced back at the position of Queens Boulevard. A loud rumbling came from there, stirring his curiosity. What would happen when the planetary devastation from the Naruto world arrived in the Marvel world? As the era entered the 21st century, the birth of the internet changed everything. In this age of global information, any major event would spread rapidly across the world. The battle between the Abomination and the Hulk was captured on a mobile phone and live-streamed on YouTube. It must be said that no matter the danger, there are always those fearless enough to court death. This streamer risked his life to broadcast, seeking fame, fortune, and all that came with it. And he succeeded. Within just a few minutes, his live stream had reached an audience of 20 to 30,000 viewers, and the number was still climbing. After the Iron Man incident, the entire world had gained a clear understanding of the term superhero. Now, watching the two rampaging giants, the viewers in the live stream room were all hoping for a hero to appear and subdue these two monsters. Indeed, in their eyes, whether it was the hideous Abomination or the ferocious Hulk, both were villains. Only those as handsome and dashing as Iron Man could be true superheroes. Undoubtedly, this was also an era that valued appearances. Several black business cars stopped at a distance from the battlefield. From the lead vehicle stepped a bald black man in a black trench coat wearing a single eye patch. He was Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Standing beside him was a white man with a somewhat precarious hairline. He was Phil Coulson, Fury's most trusted assistant. Besides these two, there were a dozen or so men in black suits on the scene, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Watching the two green-skinned behemoths locked in fierce combat, Nick Fury asked Coulson beside him, "Coulson, have you found out what's going on?" "Sir, this is something the military stirred up. Both sides are their people," Coulson replied truthfully. "Motherf." Nick Fury cursed outright. The military creates a mess and can't handle it themselves, so they let them run loose and harm civilians. To this, Coulson merely smiled. He couldn't exactly join Fury in cursing the military, could he? After all, he was just a senior agent. "Sir, what should we do?" Nick Fury looked up at the helicopter in the sky and said coldly, "Evacuate the crowd as far away as possible. Who knows what else might happen?" "Yes, sir." As the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents carried out the order to disperse the people, General Ross leaned out of the helicopter to observe the two monstrous beasts battling below. He commanded, "Have the military surround the area. When their fight is over, capture them both." "Yes, sir." Armored vehicles rolled into the city and squads of soldiers jumped out, aiming their guns at the Hulk and the Abomination fighting on the road. Yet at that moment, no one noticed a tiny black sphere rapidly ascending into the sky. The sunlight was blinding and the sphere seemed insignificant. After Lynch departed, the small black sphere that had shot forth changed course, arcing over the heads of the Hulk and the Abomination, flying up into the sky above their battlefield. The planetary devastation technique, of course, had to be released in the air. As the two targets chosen during Lynch's release, the small black sphere would naturally hover in the sky above the Hulk and the Abomination. A series of cracking sounds suddenly erupted from the ground, so loud that they even drowned out the noise of the Hulk and the Abomination's battle. The sudden noise startled everyone focused on the battlefield. Nick Fury, who had been holding his breath watching the Hulk and the Abomination, was nearly shocked into losing his composure. "What's happening to the ground? Is there something underground?" Coulson beside him, however, spotted the key point. "Sir, it's not the ground. It's the sky." Hearing this, Nick Fury quickly looked up at the sky. Then he saw the surrounding skyscrapers crumbling and flying toward a tiny black dot in the air. The helicopter carrying General Ross also began to drift involuntarily toward that small black dot. What is this? General Ross showed a look of terror for the first time. The pilot did not answer. He focused entirely on piloting the helicopter, struggling with all his might to fly away. Finally, the helicopter escaped the gravitational pull of the black sphere and hovered in place, watching this awe-inspiring event unfold. With the tiny black dot at its center, an infinite gravitational force radiated outward, pulling everything around it inward. Nick Fury wasted no time and immediately ordered retreat. Get everyone out. The military too. But it was already too late. What happened next completely surpassed Nick Fury's imagination. The park's office buildings, roads, and residential structures of Queens Avenue, every place with earth and stone, began to crack rapidly. Fissures spread across the ground, dividing the once orderly world into a grid of fragmented sections. An earthquake without warning. But in truth, it wasn't an earthquake at all. Since when did earthquakes go in reverse? Nick Fury was grateful he had just ordered the evacuation. Not a single person stood on the shattered ground. Yet what happened next still made his jaw drop. In the YouTube livestream room, all the comments briefly vanished, as if the tens of thousands of viewers were too stunned even to type. The cracked and raised earth suddenly took flight. The first stone, the second, the 10th, the 100th. Countless rocks rushed toward the sky, as if drawn by a powerful magnetic force. Caught in the forefront, the Abomination and the Hulk, standing on a massive slab of rock, were carried upward with it toward the black dot by the gravitational force. The Hulk and the Abomination tried to escape the pull, leaping desperately between the stone slabs. But it was futile. Dodging one slab only brought more rocks. Rocks shot up like bullets from a machine gun, vying to smash into the sky. In an instant, the heavens became an inverted world of raining stone. Hulk, the green giant, roared, and the Abomination bellowed as well. But after a dozen seconds, even their roars were silenced, overwhelmed by the stones rising from the ground. The thick layer of stone had probably accumulated to a depth of over 10 meters, and this accumulation was increasing at a terrifying rate. The cost was that the excavated ground continuously sank and collapsed, a bizarre earthquake confined to Queens Avenue, wreaking apocalyptic destruction. The gathered stones in the sky rapidly compacted into a single spherical boulder. Under the bright sunlight, the final massive rock slammed into the gap. The stones sealed together. A meteor had formed. The ground fell silent. Dust drifted down from the sky and sunlight pierced through the haze in radiant shafts. The people on the ground, the soldiers S, H, I, E, L, D, and those watching the scene through the live stream. Countless eyes, tens of thousands of them, stared motionlessly at the sky. A colossal meteor hovered, defying gravity above New York's Queens. Its immense size blotted out the sun, casting vast shadows across the ground. What is this? Nick Fury murmured silently, and Phil Coulson was rendered speechless as well. General Ross was utterly dumbfounded. Countless people were struck dumb by this scene. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. News vans appeared one after another, with countless reporters and cameramen carrying equipment to the edge of the meteorite's perimeter. Their faces bore a mix of excitement at the big story along with shock and fear. The once bustling Queens Boulevard had now become a massive sunken crater. In its place hung the enormous anti-gravity meteorite in the sky. Gazing up at the meteorite in the sky, most people in Queens stood frozen, their limbs and facial expressions paralyzed with stupor. A small portion of people fainted outright from sheer terror as waves of immense fear surged forth, the suspended meteorite crushing their fragile nerves. The only sounds on the streets were the music playing from shops along the road. Everything else was silent. It was as if the distant moon had suddenly been pulled close to Earth, its vast surface looming overhead. Before this colossal object, humans and skyscrapers alike were merely ants of different structures. With just a gentle touch against the ground, countless lives would be lost in the kiss between Earth and meteorite. At home in Queens, Lynch casually dismissed Peter Parker, who clung to his leg and refused to let go, then turned to look at the TV. On the screen, no reporters spoke and no anchors provided commentary. All that filled the frame was the massive celestial body. Turning to the window and gazing at his masterpiece, Lynch found himself at a loss for words. Before this astonishing sight, all words seemed hollow. Barring any unexpected turns, the world would gradually learn of this terrifying scene unfolding in New York within a few hours. Moreover, this meteorite had been conjured by his own hands. Lynch felt a secret thrill at wielding such formidable power, but more than that, he was filled with dread. Could someone have discovered me? If anyone found out that he had summoned this meteorite? Although the planetary devastation was indeed an explosively powerful technique, this Earth was clearly not the one from his past life, a world of mere technology, without the supernatural. This world had powerful beings. For instance, the Ancient One, Sorcerer Supreme. If discovered by her, he could be eliminated outright. Moreover, according to the host's query, if the planetary devastation were to be released again, now the host condition would be as follows. An image appeared in Lynch's mind. In the image, he clasped his hands together to unleash the planetary devastation, but as the black sphere emerged, his body drastically shriveled, becoming gaunt and skeletal like a walking corpse. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be far off. The planetary devastation was in strength technique, and its corresponding cost was exorbitantly high. Although the system allowed him to cast it without chakra, the physical stamina required to execute, it would drain him to a husk. Seeing this terrifying vision, Lynch immediately resolved never to unleash the planetary devastation again until his physical condition met the requirements. But that left Lynch with little power of his own. It was like riding a bicycle while carrying a rocket launcher, firing a devastating shot but uncertain if there would be a second. However, with the check-in system, as long as he persisted in checking in, his physical attributes would eventually meet the demands of the planetary devastation. Just then a pair of gentle hands pulled Lynch back from the window. "Dear, could you go check on your brother? He seems terrified after seeing that meteorite." May Parker looked at Lynch with tender eyes, and even though he could detect a hint of fear in them, she was doing her best to conceal it. "Aunt May, about that." Lynch pointed at the celestial body in the sky. Seeing her state, he suddenly felt a desire to move the planetary devastation away from Queens. Aunt May smiled gently. "Don't worry, the government and superheroes will handle this." Lynch said no more and went to Peter's room. Only then did Aunt May lean by the window to take a look, her eyes clearly filled with fear. After calming Peter Parker down and letting him sleep while clinging to him, since young Peter was only 11, Lynch began to tally the gains from this planetary devastation. If memory served, upon successful check-in, the shock value system had activated. System, what is shock value? What's it for? Looking at the shock value bar showing shock value 150078, Lynch had a vague inkling. When any intelligent being is shocked by the host or something the host has done, shock value is obtained. Shock value can be used to enhance the host's physical attributes, mental strength, and to deduce the origin of skills. Current host attributes: strength 15, speed 15, stamina 15, mental strength 15. Note the average for an 18-year-old human male is 10. So one check-in had boosted all attributes by 5 points. No wonder Lynch felt his strength had increased significantly, though his physique hadn't changed much. Deduce the origin of skills. What's that? He asked again. Taking the host's current soul skill as an example, deducing the strength skill planetary devastation may yield a passive skill gravity, manipulation, and active skill Shinra Tensei, or even grant the host the Rinnegan. What? Lynch was so astonished that he nearly woke little Peter in his arms. He hadn't expected the shock value function to be so powerful. There was even a possibility of acquiring the Rinnegan. Considering the abilities of the Rinnegan, that was at least the level of a top-tier superhero. For instance, Thor wielding Stormbreaker or Iron Man in his Mark L armor. Those two were key fighters against Thanos. Instantly Lynch's mind soared with longing. Then he asked, "System, if I conceal my identity, can I still earn shock value?" Lynch had already planned to travel for shock value and check-in locations, but he didn't want to reveal his true identity. He had family, unlike Iron Man, who was almost alone and wielded such influence. Thus Lynch had to keep his identity hidden. But if hiding it meant no shock value, he would have to expose himself. Because he absolutely had to grow stronger. Yes, anything the host does, or the host's disguised appearance, as long as it shocks others, will yield shock value. The system's answer put Lynch at ease. This way, no matter what Lynch planned to do, he would be much safer. Taking a deep breath, watching the shock value counter still rising, Lynch said to the system in his mind, "System, add 10 points to stamina, and begin deducing the origin of the skill planetary devastation." Splash. Another wave of warmth surged through his body, and Lynch distinctly felt his physical attributes strengthening. Glancing at his shock value, he saw that 100,000 points had vanished. So one attribute point requires 10,000 shock value. Without dwelling on it, Lynch blinked and noticed his shock value had increased by several thousand points. His gaze, tinged with complexity, fell upon the colossal celestial body visible through the window. He knew this was a residual benefit of the earth-shattering star technique. How much longer could this celestial body persist? Shaking off these unhelpful thoughts, Lynch watched as a luminous screen materialized before him. On the screen, a progress bar appeared. After a moment's deliberation, he waited about 10 minutes until his shock value returned to 150,000, then funneled all of it into the bar. He watched as the progress bar inched forward by roughly 1%. So 150,000 shock value equals 1% progress. Reaching 100% would require at least 15 million shock value. Still, 15 million might not be an insurmountable number. Lynch observed his shock value climb from 0 to 10,000 in less than a minute. At this rate, even accounting for a gradual slowdown, he could amass tens of millions of shock value daily. Fully deducing and mastering the earth-shattering star might only take 2 days. However, soon Lynch noticed the shock value accumulation rate decelerating. Although uncertain of the cause, he remained unconcerned. He placed the sleeping little Peter back on the bed, left the room, and shared a somewhat uneasy dinner with Aunt May. Afterward, returning to his room, he saw his shock value had only increased by a few tens of thousands and paid it little mind. Waiting another hour until the total reached 150,000, he invested it into the progress bar. Watching it advance slightly, he finally felt content and went to bed. Though the instigator Lynch was asleep, others could not rest. After observing the massive meteor for tens of minutes, with no reaction, the government dispatched helicopters to inspect the celestial body. Compared to ordinary people on the ground, Nick Fury, seated in the airborne helicopter, felt a more visceral experience. The closer proximity bred a more tangible fear. Taking a deep breath, Nick Fury stared at the meteor before him at a loss for words. Such power had already transcended human limits. As the highest-ranking official present, Nick Fury was conscripted to oversee the incident. Sir, the meteor is a perfect sphere approximately 300 meters in diameter, weighing over 42,390,000 tons. Coulson's voice came through. Nick Fury frowned. If it falls, what would be the consequences? The meteor is about 200 meters from the ground. At this distance and weight. Coulson paused. According to physicists, more than half of New York would be obliterated. Even with prior expectations, Nick Fury couldn't help but feel a headache. Who in the world unleashed this? General Ross aboard the same helicopter had long lost his earlier expression of control. He realized this meteor was far more terrifying than the Abomination and the Hulk. Though it didn't rampage like the Hulk or Abomination, the presence of a being capable of summoning a meteor within New York's nearly 10 million population was like a hidden dagger, chillingly sinister. A strike to New York's vital core would surely collapse the entire United States. And with such gravitational force, even the Abomination and Hulk were powerless, imprisoned within it. Such ability was beyond ordinary people. Even Iron Man, the world's foremost superhero, or Captain Marvel, might not match it. When had New York harbored such a formidable figure? At that moment, a soldier reported to General Ross, "Sir, information suppression and blocking are complete, but it may not hold for long." Ross frowned. Damn internet. In the past, the government could conceal anything. Now, everyone could go online and learn about events anywhere in the world. Beep. Nick Fury's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he showed a resigned expression. Answering, he reported some details and listened as the other end hung up in anger. General Ross cast him a questioning look. Nick Fury explained that was the White House. The president wants to know the meteor's status and how to make it disappear. General Ross frowned. Maybe we could install rocket thrusters beneath the meteor and push it into space. Nick Fury's eyes lit up. If anyone could do it, it might be that person. He dialed a number. "Hey, Tony." After the call, under Ross' expectant gaze, Fury said, "Iron Man is returning immediately. He should be here by evening to assess the situation. But we must also consider a contingency plan in case this fails." "What should we do?" Ross asked. "Start evacuating civilians now. Move everyone from potentially affected areas." Fury glared at Ross as if reproaching him for his ineffectiveness. "If we can't move the meteor, we move the people." Ross, somewhat abashed, pondered. "The number of evacuees will be substantial. I can provide several military camps to temporarily house them." Seeing Ross finally contribute, Fury withdrew his gaze. "We don't know how long this meteor will hang there. Maybe minutes, hours, or months. But we cannot wait idly. The evacuation plan must commence immediately." With that, Fury issued orders through his earpiece. Thus, police, FBI agents, SHIELD, operatives, military personnel, and municipal workers all mobilized, urging residents to temporarily leave Queens and surrounding areas. General Ross also began calling to arrange military transport for the evacuees. After issuing commands, Nick Fury gazed at the meteor and murmured, "I only hope that the one who summoned this celestial body is human and bears us no ill will." In Kathmandu, Nepal, lies Kamar Taj, a mystical sanctuary concealed by sorcery. Here dwells the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, and Earth's most formidable guardian. Within her antiquated abode, the Ancient One sat in a chair, perusing ancient tomes and absorbing knowledge. Outside, several mages approached the door and knocked respectfully. Though the door stood ajar, they refrained from entering uninvited. Clearly, these mages held profound reverence for the Ancient One. Moreover, as night had fallen, it would be improper to intrude upon a latticed chambers. Even though this lady surpassed them all in power and age. Sorcerer Supreme, a colossal floating meteor has appeared over New York. The lead mage, a stout man, recounted the entire phenomenon of the planetary devastation as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Indeed he had. Kamar Taj maintains the New York Sanctum, a branch of the mages, and this stout mage was its guardian. Yet despite witnessing the event, he refrained from intervention, adhering to Kamar Taj's principle of non-interference in worldly affairs. The mages' claim as Earth's protectors was no falsehood. They fought in realms unseen by ordinary eyes, battling demons seeking to invade Earth. Of course, these battles were orchestrated by the Ancient One to hone the mages. Though invincible, she could not safeguard Earth forever. Thus, the mages had to grow strong enough to protect Earth. This was why the Ancient One was so delighted when Stephen Strange the Sorcerer appeared. For she was finally nearing liberation. The Hulk's battle with Abomination, though destructive, seemed trivial to the mages. Naturally, they saw no need to intervene. Yet when the immense anti-gravity meteor loomed over New York, the mages realized events had escalated beyond their capacity to ignore. But by then they were powerless to resolve it. Helpless, the mages of the New York Sanctum used the portal to return to Amaterasu, seeking the Sorcerer Supreme's aid. After the mages finished their account, the Ancient One spoke slowly. So you wish for me to move that meteor? Yes, Sorcerer Supreme, we beseech you. The mages bowed deeply. The citizens of New York are in great panic because of this colossal meteor. If this continues, the consequences will be severe. The Ancient One did not answer immediately. She lowered her head and stroked the eye of Agamotto hanging around her neck. This artifact, bearing the power of the Time Stone, emitted a soft green glow. Within that gentle radiance, the Ancient One's eyes, full of wisdom, gazed forward. Her vision pierced time, seeing both future and past. After a moment, the green light faded and she said, I have seen the past and future. This meteor is not from beyond Earth. Moreover, it will soon be moved by someone else, so intervention is unnecessary. You may leave. The Ancient One is Earth's guardian, not humanity's. Seeing that this was not the work of external forces and would resolve itself, she saw no need to act. Hearing her words, the mages exchanged glances and then withdrew. The Sorcerer Supreme had spoken, and they would obey. Thus their worries about the meteor dissipated. While Amaterasu discussed the meteor over New York, Tony Stark finally returned to the city. Immediately, he donned his Iron Man armor and flew toward the anti-gravity meteor. After circling the meteor, Tony Stark exclaimed in astonishment, My God, what could possibly keep such a massive rock floating in the sky? Though a superhero, Tony was first and foremost a scientist. Otherwise, he could never have created the Mark series of Iron Man suits. As a scientist, Iron Man naturally harbored an intense curiosity about the unknown. But Nick Fury, hearing Tony's words, said to him, Stark, save the research for later. First, see if you can move this meteor. For instance, relocate it to the ocean where you can study it to your heart's content. Oh, Tony exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you the director of that agency with the ridiculously long name? What? Do you have the authority to decide that? We are S.H.I.E.L.D. Please remember. Nick Fury emphasized before explaining, I have full authority over this incident. If you can move it, granting you permission to study it is something I can easily arrange. Very well. I've already devised a solution and will return to build the device. Tony said, they'll put in some extra effort and work through the night. At the latest, they'll be back by tomorrow morning to handle this. Much appreciated. Nick Fury praised Iron Man for the first time, which left Tony with a peculiar expression. Yet he didn't dwell on it, and simply turned around, flying back to his home. Watching Tony's receding figure, Nick Fury cast another glance at the colossal meteor looming in the sky. At that moment, his expression finally relaxed a little. There was hope for a resolution. What could bring him greater joy than that? However, the next morning, when the Redan Gold Iron Man flew to the base of the meteor and manually installed nearly 100 miniature particle thrusters, then activated them simultaneously to shift the meteor, everyone's faces changed. Nick Fury's aged countenance fell. What is this? Inside the Iron Man suit, Tony felt a pang of embarrassment. Last night, he had confidently declared he could solve the problem. But now, after activating the thrusters, the meteor remained utterly unmoved. Even when the particle thrusters were set to maximum power, their fiery exhaust extending several meters, the meteor stood as steady as a mountain, not budging an inch. This was quite awkward. Ahem, just a minor setback. They'll take it back and refine it. With that, Tony detached all the thrusters and flew home with them. But this time his retreat had an unmistakable air of slinking away in disgrace. Nick Fury let out a sigh. Begin the civilian evacuation officially. Yesterday, military transport vehicles had already parked outside New York City, but Tony had been en route back at the time. Nick Fury had thought that if Tony could resolve the meteor issue, there would be no need for the massive effort of relocating the populace. But unexpectedly, after a night, they had plummeted from the peak of hope into the abyss of despair. Since that was the case, it was time to start the evacuation. Thus, at the mayor's urging, residents of Queens and several surrounding districts began to mobilize. Those with friends or family in other cities drove off to join them. Those without such connections were provided temporary accommodations by the government and military. Their cooperation was largely driven by the colossal meteor hanging ominously overhead. Lynch and Little Peter sat in the back seat of a Beetle car with Aunt May in the driver's seat and 2 suitcases in the passenger seat. The trunk was also packed with luggage. Upon receiving the government's notice of temporary relocation, May Parker didn't hesitate for a moment. She packed up, took the 2 children, got in the car, and followed the military convoy. Work and property mattered far less than family. For the safety of her loved ones, May Parker chose to seek the military's protection. At this moment, Lynch, with his arm around Little Peter, gazed sideways at the meteor suspended over New York, his emotions a tangled mess. When he had woken up this morning, he saw an enormous number in the shock value column. Shock value 13015007 General Ross information lockdown hadn't lasted long. There were simply too many people in New York City capable of spreading the news. In a single night, the whole world could have learned of this event and been astounded. But in that case, Lynch would have gained at least several billion shock value points. That would have instantly filled the progress bar, granting Lynch powers like the Rinnegan and making him incredibly strong. However, as the news spread, the United Nations convened an emergency meeting. After the meeting, governments worldwide joined forces to suppress the information. Panic needed to be contained. If the world believed that someone could create a massive meteor at will, wouldn't chaos ensue globally? Thus, even though the news had spread, Lynch only gained 1.3 million shock value points overnight. If the Chibaku Tensei remained in place, the daily shock value would likely increase further. Still, Lynch hadn't considered that scenario. He only thought that when he could manipulate the meteor without harm, he would step in and move it away. He truly hadn't expected that the Chibaku Tensei was not only uncut, but also enhanced. Such a grand spectacle was something Lynch had never witnessed in either of his lifetimes. Letting out a breath, Lynch, seated in the back of the car, withdrew his gaze. By now, after a few hours, the shock value had risen to around 1.45 million. Without hesitation, Lynch invested 1.35 million shock value into the progress bar for the Chibaku Tensei's origin. Combined with the previous 1.5000, the total reached 1.5 million. Then the system's voice echoed in Lynch's mind. Ding. Skill Chibaku Tensei Origin Deduction Progress 10. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Drank Passive Skill Gravity Manipulation. Skill description derived from the Shrank skill Chibaku Tensei. It grants the host the ability to control gravity. However, due to its low level, the degree of control is limited, only enabling close-range flight up to 10 meters above the ground. Seeing that the new skill was only Drank, Lin Chi felt not discouraged, but rather somewhat delighted. His eyes lit up as he promptly asked, "System, with my current stamina, can I use this new skill without harming my body?" This was Lin Chi's primary concern. He was well aware of one truth: the body is the foundation of all endeavors. Short-range flight and object manipulation will not harm the host's body, but overuse may lead to fatigue. Lin Chi's heart surged with joy. Though this new ability was far less formidable than the Planetary Devastation, he could use it normally. Not to mention it was a passive skill, a superpower he could wield freely. In a world teeming with superheroes, who wouldn't yearn for such wondrous powers? Yet the rich rely on equipment while the poor depend on mutation. Lin Chi was a poor man, so superpowers were his optimal choice. Now he had superpowers. Though elated, he kept his head down, feigning sleep, and did not let Aunt May notice anything unusual. Acquiring superpowers was exhilarating, but the timing was not right. Lin Chi planned to find a secluded spot later to thoroughly test them out. After some thought, to be safe, he invested the remaining 100,000 shock points into stamina, increasing it by 10 points. To be honest, Lin Chi was somewhat intimidated by the cost the system had shown him for unleashing Planetary Devastation. Thus, when it came to physique, Lin Chi wanted as much as possible. Feeling a warm current flow through his body, he squinted in comfort. Then he fell asleep. When he awoke, the car had stopped in a military camp's training ground not far from the sea. The field was filled with many other vehicles, clearly belonging to families who had made the same choice as Aunt May. Turning to look at the driver's seat, Aunt May was gone. Lin Chi felt a slight panic, but when he saw the luggage was also missing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Aunt May was cautious and would never leave the luggage unattended, so it was likely she had taken it to find a place to stay. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Aunt May appeared outside the car window. "Hey darling, wake up your brother. We're going camping." Sweat beaded on Aunt May's forehead, her expression slightly relaxed. It was genuine, not feigned. Having escaped the range of that enormous, impending meteor, she finally let out a full sigh of relief. At least within the military encampment, they needn't worry about their lives, right? Following Aunt May, Lin Chi held little Peter's hand with one arm and carried 2 backpacks with the other. Weaving through the slightly crowded crowd, Lin Chi followed Aunt May to a clearing designated for tents. On the ground before him lay a military green tent. 2 soldiers were helping them set it up. Once the tent was erected, Aunt May thanked them, and they entered. Before stepping inside, Lin Chi saw the soldiers moving on to assist other families, and his impression of the American soldiers shifted slightly for the better. Inside the tent, the space was cramped. At 1.75 meters tall, Lin Chi's head nearly touched the ceiling. But for sleeping, it was more than enough for 3 people. Since they were taking shelter, one shouldn't ask for too much. After storing the luggage, Lin Chi asked, "Aunt May, I'd like to take a walk and look around." Faced with 18-year-old Lin Chi, Aunt May agreed after a brief thought. "Don't wander too far, remember to bring your phone and come back for breakfast." Agreeing, Lin Chi grabbed his phone and stepped out of the tent. Glancing around, he spotted the distant coastline and made up his mind. He strode between the tents, politely declining chat requests from several beautiful girls and older women, and exited the tent camp. Then, passing through a sparse forest, he reached the shore. Feeling the gentle sea breeze, his spirits soared. With a thought, he slowly floated upward. Whoosh. Experiencing the strange sensation of weightlessness and control, his heart raced with excitement. However, he didn't rise too high, only about a dozen centimeters. After all, it was too close to the military camp, making detection easy. Landing back on the ground, he reached out toward a crawling crab. Splash. The crab shot toward his hand like an arrow from a bow. Slap. Catching it firmly, the joy on Lin Chi's face deepened. After a moment's thought, he gently floated up about 10 centimeters and flew along the coastline toward another beach. There was still a risk of exposure here, so farther away was better. Just minutes after Lin Chi left, a few girls walking together emerged from the woods. Hey, didn't Ina say that handsome guy went to the beach? How come the footprints stop here? I have no idea. Maybe he went back. Damn it. We finally run into such a high-quality hottie. On the other side, Lin Chi found a more secluded and distant beach. He intended to try projecting attacks by manipulating objects from a distance. But at that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding. Host is at the sign-in location. Birthplace of Captain Marvel expired. Proceed with sign-in. Huh. Lin Chi was astonished. He temporarily set aside the idea of experimenting with gravity control and shifted his focus to the system. Can an expired sign-in location still be made up for? Expired sign-in locations can still be signed in, but the evaluation will be downgraded. Hearing this from the system, Lin Chi's face lit up with surprise. He pondered for a moment. It seemed that when Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel, gained her powers, she had crashed her plane on a certain beach. Turning to look around, the bay in his memory gradually overlapped with this place. Lin Chi couldn't help but exclaim, what a stroke of luck. He never expected that by casually searching for a testing ground, he would stumble upon the birthplace of Captain Marvel. Even more unexpected was the ability to make up for an expired sign-in location. Suddenly, two other expired sign-in locations he knew of came to mind. The birthplace of Iron Man and the birthplace of the Hulk. One was in a cave in Afghanistan, and the other was in a ruined, abandoned military research base within the United States. And as luck would have it, Lin Chi knew the general location of Iron Man's birthplace. Last year, he had seen on TV the spot where the military had picked up Tony Stark. Surely, that cave wasn't far from there. However, the birthplace of the Hulk was a different matter. Lin Chi was just an ordinary man. It seemed he would have to find a chance to go to Afghanistan and also figure out the location of the base where the Hulk had been experimented on. After all, for Lin Chi, these sign-in locations were shortcuts to power. By signing in, he could enhance his physique and acquire new skills. Without further hesitation, Lin Chi said to the system, begin sign-in. Ding. Host is at the sign-in location. Commencing sign-in. Sign-in duration 10 seconds. Exiting midway will be considered a failure. This sign-in proceeded without a hitch. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Rating Crade reward, all attributes enhanced, 1 Crade skill draw. Crade. Not bad. Lin Chi was quite satisfied. Due to his physical condition, skills of too high a level, like the Scrade Chibaku Tensei, would drain his life force upon use. So until his physique met the requirements, lower-level skills were more suitable. Draw skill. Drawing in progress, please wait. Draw successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Crade skill limited clone. Skill description creates a physical clone. The clone's appearance and attire can be customized. The host can bestow skills upon the clone. The clone inherits all of the host's physical attributes. Once a skill is bestowed, the host cannot use it temporarily. Note, the limited clone cannot act autonomously. The host must project consciousness into it to control it. The clone can be dismissed at will by the host's consciousness, and upon dismissal, everything returns to the host. Current maximum number of clones 1. First use consumes nothing, subsequent uses consume mental energy. Well. Lin Chi's expression turned peculiar. Having obtained his first skill that required mental energy was a cause for celebration. But wasn't this limited clone skill essentially an invitation to create an alternate identity? Lin Chi, a man of integrity, naturally preferred to show his true face. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided fine, I'll use an alternate identity. After all, who doesn't have multiple accounts in games? What harm was there in having a few alternate identities? Lin Chi had already envisioned his first persona. Without a doubt, it had to be Pain of the Six Paths. If he bestowed the Chibaku Tensei skill upon his Pain clone, even if someone discovered the technique, what could they do? It was Pain who unleashed Chibaku Tensei. What did that have to do with Lin Chi? From this perspective, wasn't it much safer? Enthused by this advantage, Lin Chi immediately took action. He first found a hidden gully in the surroundings. Then, visualizing the appearance of Pain in his mind, he activated the limited clone skill. Thus, before Lin Chi's eyes, the body of Pain, clad in a black robe with red clouds, slowly materialized from nothingness. He reached out and pinched it. It even had warmth, clearly alive. Lin Chi marveled at the wonder of this skill. Then he chose to bestow the skills Chibaku Tensei and gravity control upon the Pain clone, and finally projected his consciousness into the clone's body. Thud! Lin Chi's original body collapsed to the ground, while Pain's body slowly rose to its feet. Feeling the robust one. 8-meter-tall frame Lin Chi was overjoyed, yet he resolved to secure his original body properly before using this skill in the future. After experimenting briefly with Pain's body, Lin Chi dismissed the clone, allowing the skill and consciousness to return to his original body. Watching the clone gradually vanish, Lin Chi felt even more confident about using alternate identities. Even if the clone were captured in this manner of dissolution, what could they do? Subsequently, Lin Chi finally accomplished what he had left unfinished. That is experimenting with using gravity to control objects from a distance. So after a few attempts, the art of flying swords emerged. He manipulated a shuttle-shaped stone using gravity to make it collide with another boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered and the shuttle-shaped stone also broke apart. This power is considerable. Lin Chi compared it with telekinesis and found that gravity seemed quite similar. However, telekinesis could do more while gravity was more potent in strength. With a clear understanding of his current abilities, Lin Chi had achieved the purpose of his outing. Then after some thought, he invested all the accumulated shock points into the stamina attribute. Instantly, his stamina increased by 20 points. Now Lin Chi's physical attributes were as follows. Attributes: Strength 20, A Speed 20, A Stamina 50, Spirit 20. In earlier chapters, the data was slightly adjusted, refining the physique attribute into Strength, Speed, and Stamina. Having only a single physique attribute was too vague. Strength, Speed, and Spirit were twice that of an ordinary person, while Stamina was a staggering 5 times greater. Stamina represented endurance and similar traits. Strength was raw power. Speed encompassed reaction time and movement velocity. Spirit might be related to the soul, which Lin Chi still couldn't fully comprehend. But for now, he was certain of one thing: if he became a long-distance runner, he would surely be a world champion. With stamina 5 times that of an average person, failing to win the title would be utterly disgraceful. After emptying his shock points, Lin Chi returned along the same path, thoroughly satisfied. He politely declined several invitations from girls and went back to his family's tent. Brother! Little Peter rushed over enthusiastically. Lin Chi raised his hand to hold his head back, preventing him from getting too close. He casually pulled out a tissue and handed it to Peter, saying, "Wipe your mouth." After cleaning off the food crumbs, Lin Chi allowed Peter to get close. Having lived together for 3 years, he had already come to accept this younger brother. Then, after having breakfast with Aunt May and shaking off little Peter's pestering, Lin Chi went to chat with the soldiers. He now possessed a physique superior to ordinary people, but lacked corresponding combat skills. This was not good. So Lin Chi planned to use these few days to see if he could learn some military hand-to-hand combat techniques. He didn't need to be overly proficient, just enough to be useful. The soldiers he chose were Asian and African, specifically Chinese and black soldiers. Because Lin Chi was of Asian descent, he wasn't particularly welcomed by white people. Therefore, he could only approach soldiers of color. However, to his surprise, he had initially only intended to find an ordinary soldier to learn combat techniques from. But he ended up befriending a high-ranking officer. For ordinary people, a high-ranking officer, Air Force Colonel James Rhodes. That's right, the very Rhodes. Tony Stark's friend, the wielder of the war machine, armor, James Rhodes. Lin Chi's connection with him was quite serendipitous. At that time, he greeted a Chinese soldier, but the soldier didn't notice him. Just then, James Rhodes, who was visiting the base on business, happened to pass by. Then this kind-hearted Air Force colonel amiably greeted Lin Chi, a handsome young stranger. Through this interaction, they gradually became friends. Regarding his friend's request, Colonel Rhodes asked Lin Chi only one question. Why do you want to learn combat techniques? Lin Chi's answer satisfied the colonel. I want to protect myself and my family. One doesn't have to be a hero, but protecting is admirable. Thus, Colonel Rhodes, during his few days at the base, taught Lin Chi some military hand-to-hand combat techniques. Their time together was harmonious. Although Lin Chi appeared to be an 18-year-old youth, he possessed a mature soul inside, so he could easily converse with Rhodes. Moreover, after learning that Rhodes was the war machine, Lin Chi began to scheme. If Iron Man's birthplace could be checked in, could the birthplace of War Machine also be checked in? In any case, building a good relationship with Rhodes could do no harm. After all, he was undeniably a significant figure to ordinary people. 3 days later, when Rhodes departed, they exchanged phone numbers. And Lin Chi had roughly mastered the techniques of military hand-to-hand combat. Back in the tent, Aunt May was talking to little Peter. Peter, bear with it. Not showering for 3 days is nothing. Well, I haven't either. When we get home, we can shower freely. So when are we going home? It's Monday today, don't we have school? The 10-year-old little Peter said words that dimmed May Parker's gaze. Soon. Things will be resolved shortly. May Parker could only comfort him like this. Although staying in the military camp was safe, various inconveniences followed. Noticing Lin Chi, May Parker quickly called him in. And at that moment, Lin Chi thought to himself, it's time. I should also move the Planetary Devastation away. Over the course of 3 days, Lin Chi had amassed a considerable amount of shock value from the Earth-bursting star. Yet even now, 3 days later, his shock value amounted to merely tens of thousands. However, his physical strength had surpassed 100. Moreover, the origin progress bar of the Earth-bursting star had advanced to 40%. The reason he could conceive of this idea was that for every 10% advancement in the Earth-bursting star's origin progress bar, a reward was granted. At the 10% mark, the reward was the passive skill Gravity Controlled rank. At 20% it was the same skill, but enhanced to crank. At 30% it remained this skill, yet the enhancement still kept it at crank. Now at 40% progress, Lynch's Gravity Control had become a Brank passive skill. Compared to its Drank counterpart, the Brank Gravity Control was vastly superior. Brank Gravity Control skill description derived from the Shrank skill Earth-bursting star. It grants the host formidable mastery over gravitational forces, enabling high-speed flight over distances of up to a kilometer with reduced energy consumption. Lynch summarized its benefits: easier manipulation of gravity, greater gravitational power, and less stamina expenditure. Especially this morning when Lynch pushed the Earth-bursting star's origin progress bar to 40%, he could distinctly sense a profound connection with the Earth-bursting star hovering over New York. Unlike the initial state where once the Earth-bursting star was cast it seemed to have little to do with Lynch, he could now confirm that with his Brank Gravity Control, he could definitely relocate the Earth-bursting star from above New York. Thus Lynch and his family could return to their own home. Although New York was destined for many calamities, no matter how fine a place elsewhere might be, it could never compare to the comfort of one's own abode. Furthermore, Lynch was confident that he could ensure the safety of himself and his family. This confidence stemmed from the surge in his power. However, before relocating the Earth-bursting star, Lynch decided to make a trip to Afghanistan first to complete the overdue check-in task, the birthplace of Iron Man. Although completing an overdue check-in would result in a lower evaluation, low-rank skills were precisely what Lynch needed at the moment, except for passive skills, of course. Lynch had come to understand that the higher the rank of an active skill, the more energy it consumed, unless paired with a complementary passive skill to reduce the drain. Conversely, the higher the rank of a passive skill, the lower the energy consumption. Therefore, Lynch hoped that the reward for the Iron Man's birth check-in task would be either a low-rank active skill or a high-rank passive skill. Additionally, the check-in itself granted an all-attribute boost. Though it was only 5 points, every bit counted, and Lynch would not pass it up. By the way, one reason Lynch befriended Colonel Rhodes was to glean information about the Hulk's birthplace. However, due to their shallow acquaintance, he had refrained from asking. Now with a decision made, Lynch prepared to act. He first said to May Parker, "Aunt May, I'm a bit sleepy and want to take a nap. Call me for lunch." Aunt May agreed, and Lynch then brushed off little Peter with, "I'll play with you when I have time." Then he lay down and quickly drifted off to sleep. After Lynch's original body fell asleep, his limited avatar Pain of the Six Paths, which had been lying in the hollow where Captain Marvel was born, opened its eyes. This was a new function of Pain of the Six Paths that Lynch had discovered in recent days. As long as Lynch did not actively dismiss the limited avatar, it would not disappear. When his consciousness returned to his main body, the limited avatar would sleep like a real person. This limited avatar had been created by Lynch when he went out in the morning. After realizing he could relocate the Earth-bursting star, he had set it in motion. Now Pain, move out. Bang. Launching straight up, Pain soared to an altitude of 1,000 meters, then locked onto the direction of Afghanistan and sped off with incredible velocity. With physical strength exceeding 100, the negative effects of high-speed flight were perfectly negated. A cone of air formed around Pain of the Six Paths, indicating his speed had reached supersonic levels. This was something even the Pain of the Six Paths from the Naruto world could not achieve. Lynch speculated that the original Pain's mastery of gravity was likely not very advanced. The reason being that his gravitational abilities stemmed entirely from the Rinnegan, not from an inherent passive skill like Lynch's. Supersonic flight felt exhilarating. Yet trouble arose. On the ground, an Air Force Base radar detected a high-speed flying object, but could not identify what it was. Some suspected it might be Tony Stark, but that notion was dismissed. Everyone knew that for the past 3 days Tony Stark had been tirelessly researching and experimenting, attempting to move the meteorite over New York. Each attempt had failed, which only fueled Tony's competitive spirit. Therefore, until he solved this problem, he would absolutely not engage in anything else. Though the Air Force held no fondness for Iron Man, they would not casually slander him. After all, Tony was not just the superhero Iron Man. He was also a major tycoon, one of the wealthiest people in the world. And in the capitalist world, wealth represented justice. Especially when the Air Force Base contacted SHIELD, who were dealing with the massive anti-gravity meteorite in New York City, and confirmed that Tony Stark was adjusting equipment beneath the meteorite. The Air Force immediately made a decision: intercept the unidentified flying object immediately and identify its identity. If necessary, open fire. Once they confirmed it wasn't Iron Man, the Air Force no longer feared offending capital due to a misunderstanding. Thus, the Air Force Base dispatched 2 of its latest F-22 Raptor fighter jets, determined to intercept the unidentified flying object. As everyone knows, the hegemony of the United States runs deep. This is almost universally recognized across the globe. They would strike back directly against any enemy daring to provoke them. Regardless of the consequences, this approach was resolute and won the hearts of the American people. After all, they were the most powerful nation on Earth, with only Eastern China potentially catching up to or even surpassing them. Thus, in recent years, the U.S. had targeted China, fearing that China might overtake them and seize their title as the world's #1. Yet today, Lynch, as a Chinese-American, manifested his avatar, the pain of the 6 paths of pain, destined to teach the proud U.S. Air Force a lesson. He would show them that in this era where superheroes increasingly shone, ordinary people were powerless. Whoosh, whoosh. The F-22 Raptors flew at incredible speeds, also reaching supersonic levels. And because the Air Force Base lay along the pain of the 6 paths of pain's flight path, the 2 F-22s easily positioned themselves ahead of him. The 2 jets were in front, and the pain of the 6 paths of pain was behind. Then a voice came from the fighters: "We are the U.S. Air Force. State your identity." Repeat. But faced with this urgent and threatening command, the pain of the 6 paths of pain didn't even glance at them. He simply raised his hand and grasped. Creak. The speed of the 2 jets immediately decreased, and the pain of the 6 paths of pain overtook them. Considering that Rhodes was an Air Force Colonel, Lynch held back, merely slowing their speed. However, the Air Force headquarters had no intention of letting the matter rest. "Oh my God, that's a person." As the pain of the 6 paths of pain passed the jets, both pilots saw the true form of the unidentified flying object. A black robe with red clouds, an orange spiky hairstyle, and purple-gray Rinnegan eyes. The Air Force Base also witnessed this through the cameras in the fighter cockpits. "General, what should we do?" The Air Force general pondered for 2 seconds before saying, "Fire. Shoot down that alien." In his view, anyone capable of such flight was clearly no longer human. The others exchanged glances, but ultimately raised no objection to the order. They too somewhat agreed with the general's words. How could a human achieve this? Even the superhero Iron Man Tony Stark relied on his suit to outperform fighter jets. What gave this person the right to do so? Watching the unfolding scene, greed stirred in the Air Force general's heart. If I could capture this man, wouldn't I have the chance to master the secrets of human evolution? Yet what happened next shocked the general and the entire Air Force Base. The 2 F-22s each launched 2 missiles. The missiles moved at tremendous speed, instantly breaking the sound barrier and reaching the figure in the black robe with red clouds. But unexpectedly, as the missiles approached within about 10 meters of the figure, he raised his hand, and the missiles halted midair, then turned around and flew back toward the jets along their original path. The 2 pilots reacted swiftly. Facing the rapidly approaching missiles, they ejected from their jets without a second thought. Whoosh. The seats shot upward, distancing them from the fighters. The jets, worth billions of dollars, instantly transformed into massive fireworks. Boom. Watching the jets explode, the Air Force general's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. How dare he? Dispatch more. General, calm down. This time those around him could no longer stand idly by. They had initiated the attack, so they had no justification for being destroyed. Moreover, the figure seemed non-hostile, otherwise he wouldn't have allowed the pilots to parachute safely. Having witnessed Iron Man's power and realizing this person was equally formidable, no one wanted to make an enemy of him. Once he calmed down, the Air Force general shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat. If he provoked these powerful individual superheroes and they decided to assassinate him recklessly, what could he do? Taking a few deep breaths, the Air Force general finally made a wise choice. It seems that person wants to leave our country's airspace. Let him go. And as for the actions against Iron Man, keep them low-key. The Air Force general was now somewhat afraid. Securing greater power for the Air Force was not wrong, but risking his own life for it was something the general was unwilling to do. The U.S. Air Force might have been shaken, but in the eyes of the 6 paths of pain, everything that had just occurred was merely a minor episode. He paid it no heed and continued flying toward Afghanistan. However, because of the recent incident, Lynch adjusted his strategy slightly. Instead of flying so conspicuously over another nation's airspace, he traced along the border. Thus, the nearly hour-long high-speed flight that followed encountered no further trouble. Upon descending into the expanse of desert and rocky wasteland, Lynch, controlling the body of the 6 paths of pain, began the arduous task of searching for the cave he remembered. There was no helping it. His check-in system lacked intelligence and couldn't mark the check-in location. Traveling by flight, it took him only a single morning to scour the entire Gobi Desert. Then he found it. Landing at the camp scarred by explosions and scorch marks, Lynch saw the desolate scene through the eyes of the 6 paths of pain. Of course, unless they were capturing Tony Stark, even terrorists wouldn't set up camp in such a place. Now some small desert lizards inhabited the camp. The arrival of the 6 paths of pain sent these tenacious little creatures scattering in all directions. Ignoring the lizards, Lynch guided the 6 paths of pain into the cave. He searched every corner but couldn't find the cavern where Tony Stark had forged the first Iron Man suit. After a moment's thought, Lynch approached a collapsed tunnel, used gravitational force to move the stones aside, and stepped inside. There lay a stone bed, various welding tools, and a cave bearing the lingering traces of a lived-in existence. A system prompt directly confirmed he had found the target location. Without any hesitation, he initiated the check-in. The system announced the start of the 10-second countdown, warning that withdrawal would mean failure. Since no one was around, this check-in, like the one with Captain Marvel, was completed without any complications. When the countdown reached 0, the system's chime sounded in Lynch's mind. The system congratulated him on a successful check-in, rating it as Crate. The rewards included an all-attribute boost and a single Crate skill draw. Crate. Lynch sighed. He then glanced at his attributes. As he had guessed, every check-in granted a 5-point increase to each attribute. Though modest, free gains were always welcome. After reviewing the attribute panel, Lynch naturally decided to use the Crate skill draw he had just obtained. A Crate skill suited his current physical condition. But what skill would he draw this time? Honestly, he was somewhat eager to find out. The system began drawing. Moments later, it announced the successful acquisition of the Crate skill Flamejet feat. The skill description explained that powerful flames could be ejected from the soles of the feet, generating immense thrust and destructive power, usable both continuously and in bursts. The first use cost nothing, but subsequent uses would consume stamina. Lynch was baffled. What kind of skill is this? Could it be that because he had checked in at the birthplace of Iron Man, the skill had to mimic him? Flames shooting from his feet. What the hell? Lynch's face fell. But the skill had already been drawn, and there was nothing he could do. After leaving the abandoned camp, he decided to test it. Perhaps the skill would turn out to be cool enough. After all, strength could be enhanced by shock value, but style was a lifelong matter. A handsome man like him would surely disappoint many fans if his skills weren't stylish. He looked around, desolate and empty, a perfect testing ground. Taking off his shoes, the 6 paths of pain stepped barefoot onto the desert sand under the near-noon sun. It was a bold move for at this time, and season the sand was scorching hot at midday. One careless step could result in burns. However, Lynch's high constitution, inherited by the 6 paths of pain, meant there was no need to worry. Yet when his feet touched the sand, he felt something different. It wasn't hot at all. This wasn't merely due to a robust physique. It seemed his feet had become immune to high temperatures. I see. Since the feet shoot flames, they must naturally be immune to fire. That makes sense. Lynch nodded, feeling somewhat satisfied with the skill. If he could evolve it to allow his entire body to emit flames, wouldn't he become immune to fire altogether? So the skill was decent. Next, he activated the skill. Flames ignited beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he intensified the burst of fire. Instantly, he shot upward like a rocket, flames blazing from his soles, soaring into the sky with a whoosh. Whoosh! Lynch, controlling the heavenly Tao Pain, had flames erupting beneath his feet as he soared freely through the sky. This sensation of flight was entirely different from using gravitational forces. Flying with gravity was a feeling of total control devoid of any turbulence. But flying with flames jetting from beneath his feet was akin to a thrilling joyride. It was exhilarating, intoxicating. Lynch, after a long time, felt the youthful thrill of seeking excitement. In truth, if it were merely about looking cool, he wouldn't have been this excited. The key was that this skill was not only stylish, but also immensely powerful. Combined with his extraordinary physique, the attack's potency was astonishing. The heavenly Tao Pain launched forward with flames beneath his feet, using the immense kinetic energy to propel himself. During this process, his momentum was incredibly fierce. Then midair, he shifted his posture into a flying kick. His target was a massive boulder over 4 meters tall, more than 20 meters away. As he closed in on the boulder, the heavenly Tao Pain delivered a kick that struck its front squarely. Crack! At the point of contact between his foot and the stone, a deep footprint emerged. Not only did the boulder crack, but the heavenly Tao Pain's foot remained unscathed. But this wasn't the end. With a mere thought from Lynch, the flames beneath both feet erupted, blasting out instantaneously. The foot that struck the boulder channeled flames into the stone, while the other foot provided sufficient momentum. Thud! Smash! The boulder exploded violently, shattering into countless fragments of stone. This was the true way to wield this skill. Cool, stylish, and devastatingly powerful. With these attributes, this skill suited Lynch perfectly. Thus, he had already grown to love it. So he decided that once this current matter was settled, he would activate the origin progress bar for this skill. He wondered what benefits this skill might bring him. For now, though, Lynch glanced again at his shock value. Shock value 496084. In a single morning, Lynch had garnered nearly 500,000 in shock value. The dividends from the Chibaku Tensei made him reluctant to part with it. Over the previous 4 days, the average had been just over 1.6 million per day. At 1.6 million a day, the origin progress would advance by 10% daily. Now at 40% in just 6 more days, including today, the strength skill Chibaku Tensei's origin progress would reach 100%. According to the system's information, the reward for 100% progress was likely the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan. Yet recalling the person closest to him in this world, Aunt May, whose once beautiful face was now perpetually etched with worry and fear. Lin Chi's resolve hardened in his heart. He grew stronger to protect his family and to witness greater heights. Now that he had the power to ease his family's burdens, he had to act. There would be plenty of other opportunities to earn shock value later. He didn't need these few million. Fighting back the ache in his heart, Lin Chi began putting on his shoes. He didn't plan to invest these 500 into the Chibaku Tensei's origin progress. He knew that even if he did, it wouldn't reach 50%. And if it didn't reach 50%, there would be no reward. In that case, it was better to invest in his attributes or the origin progress of the new skill Flame Jet feat. But not now. For now, the most important thing was to move the Chibaku Tensei hovering over New York. At the same time, he would harvest a wave of shock value in the process. After quickly slipping on his shoes, the heavenly Dao Pain under Lin Chi's control took off from the ground. Then locking onto the direction, he flew back toward New York using the same flight method as before. New York Queens beneath the anti-gravity meteorite. After 3 days of preparation, Tony Stark was determined to redeem himself. He still remembered the microthrusters he had built after staying up all night 3 days ago. After installing them beneath the massive anti-gravity meteorite, he had planned to move it out of New York's sky under the astonished and admiring gazes of everyone. But to his surprise, the anti-gravity meteorite remained utterly unmoved. Instead, Tony Stark received looks of disbelief, and is that it? From the crowd. The latter in particular deeply wounded Tony Stark's somewhat fragile ego. Today he returned to this place of humiliation with microthrusters. He had spent a full day researching and 2 days improving. But this time he didn't act immediately. What if the meteorite remained as immovable as before? Wouldn't that be an even greater embarrassment? To be safe, Tony Stark decided to run a small test first. For instance, on the collapsed building weighing over a dozen tons nearby. Due to technical limitations, these microthrusters couldn't yet fly over and install themselves with a casual gesture as they would in the future. For now, Tony Stark had to install them himself. After a few minutes of setup and adjustment, 3 red microthrusters were attached to the collapsed side of the building. Jarvis, initiate startup. Tony Stark commanded into his earpiece. Very well, sir. The artificial intelligence Jarvis began preheating the 3 microthrusters, as per Tony's instructions. 3, 2, 1, ignite. At Tony Stark's command, the 3 microthrusters roared to life. Blue ion flames shot out 3 meters, far surpassing the previous microjets. Under everyone's gaze, the collapsed building was slowly being righted. A satisfied smile spread across Tony Stark's face. With just 3 microthrusters, a load weighing over 10 tons was effortlessly lifted. This was exactly as Tony had calculated. With that in mind, Tony Stark turned his gaze to the truckload of over 1,000 microthrusters, then looked up at the enormous anti-gravity meteorite overhead, finally allowing a confident grin to emerge. The government had neither paid nor made any promises. Out of sheer defiance, Tony had manufactured over 1,000 microthrusters. Each thruster, excluding design costs, cost tens of thousands just in production. 1,000 of them added up to a direct expenditure of over $100 million. These microthrusters were specifically designed for this anti-gravity meteorite. Once the meteorite was dealt with, these thrusters would become useless. Yet even so, Tony Stark didn't even blink. But then again, it made sense. Tony's Iron Man suit alone cost several $100 million, or even over $1 billion. A mere $100 million, if it could vent his frustration, was undoubtedly worth it in his eyes. Thus, the supremely confident Iron Man took flight in his suit and began installing the microthrusters. It took nearly the entire morning for Tony Stark to install all 1,000 microthrusters at the precise positions he had calculated. Letting out a breath, he stood atop a nearby skyscraper, gazing at the dense array of red dots beneath the anti-gravity meteorite. Each one was a microthruster. Nick Fury, evacuate everyone from below. I'm starting. After shouting the command and watching all personnel vacate the area beneath the meteorite, Tony said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, initiate ignition." Very well, sir. All the thrusters ignited simultaneously, a truly spectacular sight. For a moment, blue flames erupted across a large portion of the anti-gravity meteorite's surface. From a distance, it appeared as if the enormous, originally earth-gray meteorite had transformed into one half blue and half gray. It looked almost beautiful, but that was all it was, just a pretty sight. Inside his Iron Man suit, Tony Stark's face darkened. He shouted, "This is impossible. I calculated this extremely carefully this time. How can it still not move? Something must be wrong." Below, Nick Fury suppressed his urge to laugh. He was a trained professional. He usually didn't laugh. However, Tony had worked tirelessly, asking for nothing in return, and had given his full effort. Even without success, his contribution was undeniable. So combining the analysis from S, H, I, E, L, D, think tank Nick Fury spoke to Tony Stark half to console and half to guide. Stark, perhaps you overlooked one factor leading to this situation. What problem? Tony Stark immediately asked. Nick Fury didn't hold back and said directly, this enormous meteorite was created by supernatural forces so it requires supernatural power to move it. Tony Stark interrupted, completing Fury's thought. Come on, do you still think this is man-made? Who could create a meteorite like this? A god? Tony didn't believe a word of what Nick Fury said. However, it was precisely Fury's words that snapped Tony Stark out of his self-doubt. Hearing Tony's rebuttal, Nick Fury wasn't bothered. His goal had been achieved. Since even Iron Man was powerless against the anti-gravity meteorite, Nick Fury began to consider other solutions, such as relocating the entire city. But just as he was pondering, and as Iron Man Tony Stark was about to head back, the lookout monitoring the meteorite suddenly shouted, "Sir, we have a situation." "What is it?" "There's someone in the sky." "What?" Nick Fury immediately turned off his earpiece, stood up, and walked towards the lookout's position, where a high-powered telescope was set up. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, far away on the rooftop, also learned of this situation because the lookout's report came through before Fury had muted his earpiece. So after a moment's thought, Tony Stark closed his helmet's faceplate, took off, and flew above the meteorite to see for himself. At that moment, Nick Fury also spotted through his telescope a figure beside the meteorite high in the sky. It was a man with orange hair, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds. His face bore some black studs, and his overall demeanor exuded a cold and stern aura. Watching the man floating in midair, without any equipment, Nick Fury began to believe for the first time the words of his think tank. "Stark, you're the closest. Ask him his purpose." In truth, Tony Stark would have done so even without Fury's command. He flew to a position a few dozen meters from Pain of the Six Paths and called out, "Hello, buddy, who are you? What are you doing here? Does this meteorite have anything to do with you?" Pain of the Six Paths turned his head and cast a cold glance at Tony Stark. The icy stare and the eerie gray ripple-patterned eyes caused Tony Stark to falter momentarily. Even the thick Mark III Iron Man armor could not grant him a sense of security. Fortunately, Pain of the Six Paths merely looked at him for a moment before averting his gaze. This allowed Tony Stark to breathe a slight sigh of relief. After a pause, Pain of the Six Paths spoke. "Pain? Huh?" Tony Stark was puzzled at first, but then he realized, "Your name is Pain." Pain of the Six Paths nodded. "What a peculiar name," Tony Stark murmured. "You still haven't answered my other questions." At that very moment, atop a distant skyscraper, several television journalists hoisted high-powered cameras, zooming in on the two figures engaged in conversation. In any situation or event, opportunists will always emerge. These journalists, driven by the hope of a major scoop and the philosophy of risking it all for a jackpot, chose to risk their lives to capture footage of the meteorite. But over the past few days, they had only recorded Iron Man's failed attempts. While this was newsworthy, it was far from sufficient. Because the public's focus had been on questions like, how did this meteorite appear? When will it disappear? Is it someone's scheme? Thus, the footage the journalists captured had value, but not much. Yet they had no choice. They had made their decision long ago and had already invested so much that the sunk cost compelled them to continue gambling. Consequently, the scene before them now filled them with immense excitement. For this might mean their gamble was about to pay off. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Iron Man Tony Stark, the eavesdropping of Nick Fury, and the covert filming of the journalist, Pain of the Six Paths opened his mouth. "My name is Pain. This Chibaku Tensei was unleashed by me, and I have come here to remove this celestial body." His voice was not loud, yet it carried over a vast distance. This was one of the refined techniques of gravitational manipulation, using gravity to propagate sound. This was the reason in the Naruto storyline why Pain of the Six Paths' voice could be heard throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village when he destroyed it. Lynch was employing the same technique now. Moreover, under his control, Pain of the Six Paths' voice traveled even farther than the original version. Because Lynch's gravitational mastery was a blank passive skill, unlike the original Pain of the Six Paths, whose gravitational abilities stemmed solely from the Rinnegan. Thus, nearly everyone in New York City heard those words. That man named Pain created this massive meteorite. This meteorite is called Chibaku Tensei. That's a pretty cool name. Is it really him? But why would he do such a thing? Instantly, Lynch's shock value skyrocketed, accelerating like ignited hydrogen. The rate nearly matched the initial surge when Chibaku Tensei first appeared. In mere seconds, it reached 10,000 shock points. However, this did not affect Lynch for the moment. He controlled Pain of the Six Paths to turn his head and ask Iron Man, "Any more questions? If not, I shall begin." Tony felt deeply affronted. The colossal meteorite, which he had struggled with all his might to move even an inch, seemed like a toy easily shifted by this self-proclaimed Pain. Perhaps sensing Tony's indignation, Pain of the Six Paths said nothing, but raised his hand, aiming at the Chibaku Tensei just over 10 meters away. He pulled his hand back, uttering a few words, "Shinra Tensei." Gravitational mastery was essentially an enhanced version of Shinra Tensei. At this moment, Lynch found the technique's name imposing, so he spoke it aloud. Rumbling. Under the incredulous gazes of Tony Stark, Nick Fury, and everyone else watching the meteorite at that moment, the meteorite which Iron Man could not budge no matter what slowly began to move toward Pain of the Six Paths. Though the movement was slow, it was visibly perceptible. A dozen seconds later, with his palm pressed against the surface of Chibaku Tensei, Pain of the Six Paths said expressionlessly, "Could you move aside? You are somewhat in the way." "Huh. Iron Man has been rejected." Several reporters in the distance burst into laughter. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a thing could happen. That playboy must be furious. I want a close-up of his exasperated expression. "Huh. Count me in. All right, let's stay focused. We need to earn our keep." Tony Stark was practically fuming with rage. "You bastard." With that, he lunged forward, ready to teach Pain a lesson. But to his astonishment, Pain merely flicked his hand, and Tony was sent hurtling backward. Even as the ionic thrusters beneath his feet blazed with full force, they proved utterly futile. Gravitational force could not only pull objects closer, but also fling them away. However, its power was far weaker than the repulsive force of the almighty push. After being thrown a considerable distance, Tony Stark finally calmed down. He realized at last that Pain had spoken the truth. He was indeed just a nuisance to him. With a complex look in his eyes, Tony called out his final two questions. "Hey Pain, why did you unleash this Chibaku Tensei? And since you did, why didn't you move it away from the start? Why wait until today?" Pain, who was about to turn away, paused slightly. His gaze shifted as he spoke slowly. "At the time, two big green guys were fighting. I found it noisy, so I used this ability. As for your second question, I simply forgot." His words, too, were amplified by gravitational force across a vast distance. Having said that, Pain stood atop the Chibaku Tensei, guiding it toward the sea. Rumble. As the colossal meteor and the figure upon it receded into the distance, the crowd erupted into an uproar. But many fell silent. How much suffering had these people endured over these past days? What fault did ordinary civilians bear? To abandon their homes and flee far away due to the threat of potential death. SHIELD's think tank had concocted countless theories, and the public had spun innumerable tales. Yet none had anticipated that the root of it all was merely that the one who created this massive meteor had simply neglected to move it away. How utterly pathetic. Both Tony Stark and Nick Fury thought the same thing. They more than anyone deeply understood one truth. Weakness is the original sin. The arrogance born from being hailed as Iron Man vanished in an instant, replaced by a burning desire to grow stronger. Tony resolved to return, get some sleep, and then begin developing a new, more powerful Iron Man suit. He even planned to create an anti-pain armor. Meanwhile, Nick Fury silently made a decision in his heart. That superhero alliance plan and the recruitment of extraordinary individuals both need to be accelerated. "Sir, what about that?" Phil Coulson asked, pointing at the massive meteor drifting away. Coulson was equally shaken. He had encountered superhumans before, but none as formidable as Pain. In the past, he had dismissed them as just another bunch that could be taken down with a single bullet. But now he understood that when power reached a certain threshold, everything changed in extraordinary ways. "What should we do?" Nick Fury's tone was laden with complexity. "What else can we do? Let him go. Or do you want to provoke him and have him drop that meteor from the sky onto us?" "Understood." Coulson immediately issued orders for everyone to stand down and do nothing. At that moment, television networks and the internet exploded with chaos. Everyone was discussing the events that had just transpired, debating whether this immensely powerful Pain was an enemy or a friend. Some claimed he was an enemy, for he had suspended a meteor in the sky, threatening the lives of hundreds of thousands. Yet others argued he was a friend, that he had created the meteor to stop the battle between Hulk and Abomination, merely overstepping slightly. There were even those who found Pain endearing, a scatterbrain who could forget anything. Oh, and by the way, the latter comments mostly came from fandom circles. In any case, all those who heard of the incident and were astonished contributed a substantial amount of shock value to Lynch. This delighted Lynch greatly. What was in hand was truly one's own. But now was not the time to tally the gains. Guiding the massive Chibaku Tensei, Lynch moved it over the sea. Sensing no one was watching him, he willed it, and the Chibaku Tensei beneath his feet began to disintegrate. Crash. Like a cascade of dominoes, the colossal meteor shattered from the bottom up, turning into boulders that plunged into the ocean. Given its immense size, the process of the rocks scattering into the sea lasted for several minutes. Once all the stones had sunk, two figures floated before him, levitated by Lynch's gravitational force. The two figures floating before the heavenly Tao Pain were none other than Abomination and Hulk. However, Abomination retained his massive, grotesque form, while Hulk had reverted to Bruce Banner's appearance. Of course, they shared one commonality: both lay utterly motionless, as if dead. Turning his gaze toward the coastline, Lin Chi noticed a crowd of fearless onlookers gathering there. Although these people had provided Lin Chi with a considerable amount of shock value, allowing them to continue watching would inevitably create unnecessary interference with his plans. Thus, without much deliberation, Lin Chi released the gravitational hold on the colossal abomination and hurled him into the sea to feed the fish. Then, carrying Bruce Banner, he flew toward the distant shore. Though the two were in similar states, Lin Chi, who controlled the heavenly Dao Pain, could discern the difference. Abomination was utterly dead while Hulk was not. The planetary devastation was a dense sphere of rock, leaving not a single crack or crevice within. Thus, trapped at the very core of the planetary devastation, if Abomination and Hulk had perished, their death would have been by suffocation. That was precisely how Abomination met his end. So ferocious, so arrogant. Abomination could never have imagined dying in such a humiliating manner. As for Hulk, the Green Giant, Dr. Bruce Banner, perhaps because he had shrunk back to human form, Banner now had more air to breathe. Or perhaps it was due to other reasons. In any case, Bruce Banner was still alive. Though barely clinging to life, he was undeniably alive. Flying to an uninhabited forest, Lin Chi set him down on the ground. After a moment's thought, he decided to use some drastic measures to wake Bruce Banner. There was no other choice. The activity time for Lin Chi's limited clone was nearly up. With 25 points of spiritual energy, the clone could remain active for about 6 hours. Each point of spiritual energy consumed amounted to 15 minutes. After a whole morning, 5 hours had already passed. If it exceeded 6 hours, Lin Chi's consciousness would be forcibly returned to his main body, and the heavenly Dao Pain clone would be forced to sleep, unable to be re-entered for another 12 hours. This was the limitation of the Crank skill limited clone. Without such restrictions, this skill could easily be rated as a rank. Or even shrank. He wondered if acquired skills could be upgraded later. That was a question for another time. For now, Lin Chi planned to use gravitational force to swing Bruce Banner through the air until he woke up. The reason he wanted to wake him was simple. Lin Chi sought to learn from Bruce Banner the location of the now obsolete birthplace of the Hulk. That was definitely a check-in spot. For nothing else but the all-attribute boost of 5 points, Lin Chi was determined to make the trip. After all, he had saved Bruce Banner's life. Surely he would answer this question. Moreover, Lin Chi believed that obtaining information from Dr. Banner would be far easier than extracting it from the military. Although he had already established a connection with Colonel Rhodes, that bond was shallow, and Rhodes would never break regulations for his sake. Thus, Lin Chi planned to save the connection with Rhodes for checking in at the birthplace of War Machine. As for the Hulk's birthplace, he would get it straight from the Hulk himself. This was the idea that had formed in Lin Chi's mind the moment he discovered Hulk was still alive. Acting on it, he raised his hand and waved. Bruce Banner, lying on the ground, was lifted into the air. He flew wildly in all directions like a headless fly, yet he never collided with any obstacle. Lin Chi had enough self-control for that. He only wanted information, not to make an enemy of the Hulk. After shaking him for over 10 minutes, Lin Chi set Bruce Banner, who had already woken up halfway through, back down. Then he watched as Bruce Banner collapsed to the ground, retching violently. It was a pitiful sight. Having gone days without food or water, his stomach was empty, leaving him only with dry heaves. Even Lin Chi felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Dr. Banner's predicament seemed to be largely his doing. Yet he felt little shame. After all, he had saved Dr. Banner's life. What? You say Lin Chi had nearly cost Dr. Banner his life. That's different. As long as Dr. Banner remained unaware of that fact, the heavenly Dao Pain that Lin Chi controlled would be seen as his benevolent savior. After a long wait, Dr. Banner finally managed to recover. Well, it looks like you saved me, but that wake-up method. The heavenly Dao Pain replied coldly, just know that I saved you. For the favor of saving my life, I have only one request. What request? Dr. Banner tensed up, worried that this mysterious figure might demand something excessive. For instance, making him a subordinate. Dr. Banner had been hiding and living in seclusion precisely because he wanted to stop harming others. If that were the case, he would surely refuse. Lin Chi was unaware of Dr. Bruce Banner's wandering thoughts. He was but an ordinary man devoid of mind-reading abilities and thus naturally incapable of fathoming the psyche of a stranger. Observing the slightly tense expression on the other's face, he spoke directly. Tell me, where did the Hulk come into being? Grant me this piece of information, and the debt of a life saved shall be wiped clean. Huh. Bruce Banner blinked in bewilderment. Not because the request was arduous, but because it was far too simple. So simple that it in no way matched the magnitude of a life-saving grace. Is that all you ask? Do you not require anything else of me? Hearing Banner's words, Payne's expression twisted with a hint of awkwardness. He turned his head slightly, a touch embarrassed, and said, that is all I ask. If there is truly any other request, it would be that you do not hold a grudge against me once you learn the full truth. Lin Chi harbored no fear of the Hulk, for he knew he would only grow stronger with time. Yet making enemies recklessly was not his intention. Moreover, the green behemoth grew mightier with each battle, a foe not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this peculiar request from Pain, Bruce Banner pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. It was hardly a difficult task after all. How could he bear to resent his own savior? Thereupon Bruce Banner divulged to Pain the location of the military research base, where he had conducted the experiment that first transformed him into the Hulk. I know not your intentions, Bruce Banner cautioned with goodwill, but it seems you intend to do something at that base. That base was thoroughly ravaged by the Hulk and buried deep underground. Yet it is not beyond possibility that the military later excavated it. Therefore be wary, there may still be troops stationed there. Seeing Banner's cooperation, Lynch could only nod before preparing to take his leave. Having deceived the man, he felt too uneasy to linger. Perceiving Pain's intent to depart, Bruce Banner hastily called out, "Could you at least tell me your name?" Pain. Uttering this name, Pain soared into the sky, then at an altitude invisible to Banner, he gradually faded from sight. Pain is it? Bruce Banner struggled to his feet on the ground. I will remember. My savior is named Pain. Then limping and clad only in his underwear, he leaned on a makeshift branch he had found and trudged out of the forest. Passing by the backyard of a house, he scavenged a set of clothes. As luck would have it, a $100 bill was tucked in the garment's lining. Secret stash, Banner exclaimed with some delight. He was in dire need of money. He bowed his head slightly in the direction of the clothes owner as a silent apology, then unhesitatingly used the cash to buy food. After 5 days on the run, Bruce Banner's moral standards had plummeted. Such petty theft had become second nature to him. Starved for days, Bruce Banner felt he could devour an entire cow. After walking a bit further, he finally spotted a KFC. Without a second thought, he rushed in and ordered a mountain of burgers and fries. When the food arrived, he wolfed it down ravenously. His manners drew stares from those around him, but since he had paid, no one objected. Crunch. He finished the last chicken nugget and drained the last sip of cola. Casually grabbing a napkin to wipe his mouth, Bruce Banner turned his gaze to the television in the restaurant. Unquestionably, it was his best means of catching up on recent events. At that moment, the screen displayed Pain redirecting the Chibaku Tensei. Watching intently, Bruce Banner was riveted. He thought, so this is what my savior has done. Truly formidable. Yet before his admiration could fully form, he saw the footage begin to loop. Thus the opening dialogue between Pain and Iron Man reached Bruce Banner's ears. He stared blankly as Pain admitted to unleashing the Chibaku Tensei, citing the reason that 2 green giants brawling were too annoying. Finally, Bruce Banner understood why his savior had made that peculiar request. Pain. Bruce Banner could not help but roar. He yearned to transform into the Hulk and pummel Pain into oblivion. Though he had promised not to bear a grudge, it would be the Hulk doing the pounding. What did that have to do with Bruce Banner? His skin began to turn green, and his body swelled, threatening to burst his clothes as he metamorphosed into the invincible Hulk. But with a few deep breaths, he restrained himself. There were innocent people here. Even if he wanted to vent his fury on Pain, he would have to wait until they met. Besides, he had no money for a new set of clothes. His expression returning to normal, Bruce Banner walked out of the KFC with a cold face, acting as if no one else was there. Lynch, my dear baby, wake up, it's time for lunch. Lynch opened his eyes and saw Aunt May's beautiful face. At this moment, her face bore a genuine smile. Clearly, Aunt May had already learned that above New York someone named Pain had moved away the massive anti-gravity meteorite. This meant they could go home. Seeing this smile, Lynch immediately felt it was worth it. Even if it meant cutting off the bulk of future shock value income, it was still worthwhile. Moreover, Pain's display of power had been quite effective. As he got up, Lynch opened the system interface, visible only to him. Host Lynch Lynn Parker attributes: Strength 25, Speed 25, Stamina 105, Mental Power 25, Skills Planetary Devastation, S Gravity Manipulation, B Limited Clone, C Flame, Jet Feet, C Shock Value 1653073, just as I expected. Lynch's expression said it all. Before moving the Planetary Devastation, his shock value had barely reached 500,000. In just the 10+ minutes of moving it, the shock value had increased by 1,100,000. Indeed, inanimate objects only yielded limited shock value. Living beings, on the other hand, could generate far more profit. After a moment's thought, Lynch found this consistent with the Uncanny Valley effect. The so-called Uncanny Valley effect is this: the more something resembles a human, but is not, the more fear it instills in people. Translated to Lynch's situation, it meant appearing human while displaying power far beyond ordinary people. That was what brought about ultimate shock. Though not a perfect fit, it was close enough. Even now, the shock value was still increasing by a dozen or so points per second. It was foreseeable that the subsequent increase in shock value would diminish. The signs of diminishing returns were so obvious. However, having learned how to gain more shock value, Lynch had already made up his mind. That was to debut as an idol. Oh no, to become a superhero. He would help the weak and suppress the strong, doing things that amazed people, and then collect shock value. Lynch's past life education and Aunt May's teachings in this life destined him to never become a villain. His moral bottom line and inner self would not allow him to become an inhumane evildoer. However, Lin Chi would not be as saintly as many superheroes. He had a principle: don't save the wicked, don't save those who court death, and don't save those who anger him or his family. Lin Chi had adhered to this principle for a long time. Even as he planned to become a superhero, he would not change it. This was one of Lin Chi's bottom lines. Following Aunt May and little Peter, the three of them arrived at the military camp's mess hall. It was lunchtime, and they were all hungry. If not for lunch, Aunt May would have already packed up to go home. No matter how good someone else's place was, it was still theirs. Moreover, sleeping in the camp's tents was far from comfortable. At least Lin Chi found it very uncomfortable every time he slept. And they hadn't bathed in days. Even for a handsome guy like him, some unpleasant odors were inevitable. In any case, the three of them had decided to leave after eating. After the meal, they packed their things together. Once done, they registered with the soldiers and drove away from the camp. In the back seat of the Pink Beetle, after casually dealing with the excited little Peter, Lin Chi began to process the gains from this clone deployment. A very cool and practical skill, along with 1.65 million shock value. After some thought, Lin Chi gave up on using 1.5 million shock value to push the Planetary Devastation's origin progress bar to 50%. 50% wouldn't grant the Rinnegan, that was the system's answer. So Lin Chi guessed that the reward for 50% would most likely be enhancing the passive skill gravity manipulation. Since that was the case, it was better to use the shock value on improving attributes and the origin progress bars of limited clone and flame jet feat. Today, Lin Chi truly realized the importance of mental power. If his mental power had been a few points higher, allowing the clone to last a little longer, he could have had the Pain clone sign in at the birthplace of the Hulk. That way he wouldn't have to wait until tomorrow to complete that task. So mental power was crucial. It had to be improved. Without hesitation, Lin Chi spent 500 shock value to raise his mental power attribute to 30 points. Instantly, he felt a cool sensation glide through his head, leaving him feeling very comfortable. After finishing the mental power upgrade, Lin Chi, as usual, spent another 100 to increase his stamina attribute by 10 points. He had been doing this every day for some time. Even earlier than mental power, Lin Chi had already understood how important stamina was. As for the strength and speed attributes, Lin Chi did not upgrade them. After all, being at 2.5 times the level of an ordinary person was more than sufficient. With the attributes sorted, Lin Chi turned his attention to the remaining 3 skills. He guessed that skills could be upgraded. This speculation had a solid foundation exemplified by the passive skill gravity control. Initially rated grade, this skill had been elevated to grade through the analysis of this grade skill, Celestial Body Annihilation Origin. Since this skill could evolve, surely limited clone and flame jet should be capable of the same. Lin Chi speculated that the key to upgrading these 2 skills lay in the origin progress bar. Without hesitation, he silently commanded System activate the origin progress bar for the skill limited clone. Activating. System detects the skill limited clone is grade below grade. The origin progress bar will be automatically converted into an evolution progress bar. Once the evolution progress bar is full, the skill will undergo an upgrade. Oh ho! Lin Chi was elated. Indeed, the key to skill upgrades lay here in the origin progress bar. The evolution progress bar for the grade skill limited clone has been successfully activated. As the system uttered these words, Lin Chi saw a new progress bar at 0% appear beneath the 40% Celestial Body Annihilation Origin progress bar. He attempted to invest 100,000 shock points and watched the evolution progress bar increase by 10%. Did this mean that 1 million shock points would suffice to upgrade limited clone? Glancing at his current shock points, which stood at 1,400,000, it was more than enough. However, Lin Chi did not immediately invest all his points to max out the evolution progress bar. He still needed to examine the evolution progress bar for the skill Flame Jet feat. As expected, when he instructed the system to activate the origin progress bar for Flame Jet feat, the system's response mirrored that of limited clone. After the response, a third progress bar appeared beneath the Celestial Body Annihilation Origin progress bar and the limited clone evolution progress bar. This was the evolution progress bar for Flame Jet feat. Without a second thought, Lin Chi first invested 100,000 shock points. The progress bar advanced to just over 6%. He furrowed his brow, sensing this skill consumed more shock points than limited clone. After a moment's consideration, he invested another 50,000 shock points, and only then did he see the evolution progress bar reach 10%. So upgrading Flame Jet would require 1,350,000. He checked his remaining shock points, 1,250,000. That was far from sufficient. In truth, between the 2 skills, limited clone was far more crucial to Lin Chi. After all, it was linked to his clone Heavenly Dao Pain, who was far more efficient at gathering shock points than his main body. Yet Flame Jet was undeniably cool. While power was a matter of investment, style was a lifelong pursuit. But it didn't matter, he would earn more shock points in the future. Flame Jet would eventually be upgraded. For now, upgrading limited clone took precedence. Thus, without hesitation, he invested 900,000 shock points into the skill-limited clone. Ding. System detects the evolution progress bar for Kraid skill-limited clone has reached 100%. Skill upgrade commencing. Upgrade successful. Kraid skill-limited clone has evolved into Grade skill-limited clone. The description for the Grade-limited clone was largely similar to the Kraid version save for 2 additional attributes. Spirit-to-clone time ratio increased, recovery time after clone duration expires shortened. Upon inquiring with the system, Lin Chi received clarification. 1 point of spirit now converted to 20 minutes up from 15. The recovery time after spirit depletion was reduced from 12 hours to 10 hours. Overall, this was a substantial improvement. With Lin Chi's current 30 spirit points, he could maintain the clone for 600 minutes or 10 hours. After upgrading limited clone, Lin Chi had 350,000 shock points remaining. These were only enough to advance the evolution progress bar of Flame Jet Feet to 30%. But without any rewards, why bother? It was better to wait until he had enough shock points to upgrade it all at once. Therefore, Lin Chi decided not to use the remaining 350,000 shock points. He would keep them for emergencies. Should the need for strength or speed arise, he could invest them on the spot. Yet reflecting on it, having his clone busy all morning didn't seem to have significantly boosted his power. This was of course in comparison to yesterday. Yesterday, without moving, he had earned 1,500,000 shock points. Investing them into the Celestial Body Annihilation Origin Progress Bar, which advanced by 10%, had yielded rewards. Unlike this Evolution Progress Bar, which only advanced without granting any rewards. After organizing his gains, Lin Chi closed his eyes and dozed off for a while. When he awoke, he was already at the doorstep of his home. Queens was a relatively safe area dotted with many American-style wooden single-family homes. These houses looked aesthetically pleasing, but their security was far inferior to that of apartment buildings. So as Lin Chi entered the house with little Peter following Aunt May, he discovered that their home had been burglarized. The living room was in disarray with trash scattered everywhere and the refrigerator door left wide open. He rushed to his room and was furious to find it in a similar state of chaos. Wah! The sound of little Peter's cries came from the next room, and Lin Chi hurried over. Upon entering little Peter's room, Lin Chi saw the chaotic space and the tearful Peter Parker. The moment he saw Lin Chi, the sobbing young Peter seemed to find his pillar of strength. He threw himself into Lin Chi's arms, lamenting his misfortune. "Brother, my Lego blocks are missing." Huh. Lin Chi was taken aback, caught between anger and amusement. That thief, did he even stoop to taking little Peter's building blocks? Could it be? Lin Chi suddenly formed a vague suspicion about the identity of the thief. "Stop crying. I think I know who the thief is. Stay home and help Aunt May with the chores. I'm going out for a bit." After calming little Peter down, Lin Chi said this. Then he told Aunt May, "I have something to take care of. He'll be out for a while." Without waiting for her reply, he dashed off. That boy. Stepping out of the house, Lin Chi headed toward a home in the corner of the community. The resident of this house was his prime suspect. Because when he used his work-study earnings to buy little Peter a Lego birthday gift, this very household had been right there watching. The child of that home had eyed the Lego set with intense envy, begging his burly, thuggish father to buy it for him, only to receive a slap instead. However, judging him a thief based solely on that would be too hasty. So Lin Chi decided to sneak a peek at that house. If he spotted the Lego set he had bought for little Peter, no other evidence would be needed. Reaching the fence of that house, relying on his strength and speed, which far surpassed an ordinary person's by 2.5 times, Lin Chi leaped lightly and landed inside the yard. He tiptoed to the window of the house and saw the child of the household happily assembling the building blocks. On the box of blocks was a line of text, "To my dear Peter Parker." Lin Chi had written those words himself, so he recognized them clearly. Not only did this household have little Peter's Lego set, but also everything that had been stolen from Lin Chi's home. Instantly, Lin Chi was ablaze with fury. During the evacuation, Aunt May had packed all the valuables from home into a suitcase, so nothing the thief took was particularly precious. But the question was, even if they weren't worth much, did that give them the right to just take them? Glancing at the male homeowner watching TV in the living room, taking in his burly physique, Lin Chi made a decision. He walked to the front door of that house and politely pressed the doorbell. The chime drew the attention of others in the community. A male classmate of Lin Chi's noticed the scene and cast a watchful gaze. "Brother, is that Brother Lin?" The classmate's sister, seeing Lin Chi, brightened and moved to greet him. As a strikingly handsome young man, even with his aloof demeanor, Lin Chi was well liked by little girls. The male classmate reached out and held his sister back, saying, "Don't go. Don't you see whose door he's knocking on?" "Oh, it's that thug's house." The sister exclaimed in shock. "Brother, we need to go tell Brother Lin to run." The male classmate grew even more irritated by his sister's concern for Lin Chi, feeling a pang of jealousy. "It's too late," he said sarcastically. "We can wait here and be ready to collect his body later. I bet that thug will knock him out with one punch." "Brother," the sister said angrily, but she wasn't strong enough to break free from his grip and could only watch, anticipating a tragedy. Click. The door of that house opened. The thuggish male homeowner saw Lin Chi's face, and his brow twitched involuntarily. A flicker of guilt crossed his eyes before he hardened his stance. After all, he was the bully of the neighborhood. Who would dare cross him? The thug's reaction only confirmed Lin Chi's suspicion that he was the thief. Hey, did you steal from my house? Lin Chi demanded bluntly. In the past, he might have tried a more roundabout way to pry out the truth. But now, possessing absolute power, Lin Chi had changed his approach. What? How dare you slander me? You little brat, take this. Guilty conscience made the thug want to stop Lin Chi from talking further, so he threw a punch as large as a casserole pot. If that punch had landed squarely, Lin Chi would certainly have been knocked out. However, Lin Chi didn't dodge or make any defensive moves. He simply raised his hand and caught the fist with one palm. Slap. The thug's hand stung but felt as if he had struck a sheet of iron. He winced in pain and tried to pull his hand back, but found it immovable no matter how hard he struggled. Lin Chi's grip was like a steel vice, locking the thug's hand firmly in his palm. Then Lin Chi kicked out, landing a powerful blow squarely on the thug's stomach. Ugh! A pained grimace spread across the thug's face as he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Chi released his hand and disdainfully wiped his own hand clean on the thug's clothes. Then Lin Chi looked down at the thug from his elevated position, stepped on the back of the thug's hand, and said, "You stole something from my house." "Yes, I did steal it." The thug dared not answer dishonestly, for he had realized that the young man before him possessed far greater strength than his own. Good. Lin Chi withdrew his foot and dangled his phone in front of the thug. "I've recorded everything you just said. Moreover, I called the police when I knocked on the door. I don't want to waste any more time with you, so let the cops deal with you." Nearby, the male classmate and his sister were already dumbfounded. They had never imagined Lin Chi would be so formidable, defeating the thug outright and handling the situation with the most proper method. "Brother Lin, you're amazing," the sister exclaimed directly. As for the male classmate, he dared not utter a single word. Lin Chi noticed the sister cheering for him and also took note of the male classmate. But he paid it no mind, merely nodding to the sister with a smile. The male classmate's sister shrieked, and then she was dragged into the room by her brother. Wee-oo. A police car arrived. After recounting the entire incident to the officers, the police returned the stolen items from Lin Chi's home and escorted the homeowner, away. Before leaving, the Asian police officer praised Lin Chi. "Well done. Martial arts should be used in moments like this. Also, it's lucky you didn't push that guy further. Otherwise, if he held a grudge, his living room had a gun lying around." Lin Chi had disclosed everything to the police not out of trust, but because the officer was Asian. Fellow people of color tend to stick together. If it had been a white police officer, who knows what might have happened? After all, that thug was white. However, the officer's parting words served as a warning to Lin Chi. This was the U.S., a country where guns were not banned. If the thug held a grudge against him, and even harbored hatred toward Aunt May and little Peter charging into the house with a gun, how could he defend against that? Needless to say, Lin Chi planned to ambush the guy again once he was released from the police station. Only by instilling fear in him would he dare not seek revenge. Lin Chi understood the backbone of white people all too well. After all, he had lived in New York for 3 years plus his original memories, a total of 18 years. Thus, he brought the recovered items home, telling Aunt May that the police had handled it. Then Lin Chi left the neighborhood and jogged toward the nearest police station. Since the distance was not far and Lin Chi was somewhat short on money, jogging was the best option. Along the way, he passed a massive sunken area in the ground. This was the area affected by the Chibaku Tensei. He glanced at the shock value. It was still slowly rising. However, over an hour had passed, and the shock value had only increased from 3500 to 35500. Clearly, although the pain of the 6 paths had caused a stir at noon, the authorities must have intervened in the aftermath. In this era of information, while news spread quickly, the government's control was not weak. Civilian hackers were extremely rare. True computer talent lay in the hands of the government. Nevertheless, Lin Chi did not care. From the moment he decided to move the Chibaku Tensei, he had already given up on the dividends from that incident. There were plenty of ways to obtain shock value. Arriving outside the police station, Lin Chi bought a cup of coffee and waited while sipping it. After more than 10 minutes, the thug walked out of the station with a dejected face. But as soon as he had gone a short distance, he turned around and flipped the police station the middle finger. Without waiting for a reaction from the cops, he ran off. Lin Chi followed suit. When they reached a deserted alley with no surveillance cameras in sight, Lin Chi jogged forward and charged at him. Half an hour later, Lin Chi walked out of the alley. Inside the alley, the white thug, bruised and swollen-faced, cowered in the corner, trembling. The matter was resolved. To be precise, he might have used a bit too much force. From now on, the white thug would likely take a detour whenever he saw Lin Chi. But that was nothing, just a mere thug. Back home, after being scolded by Aunt May, Lin Chi helped with the housework. The next day, Wednesday, Lin Chi and little Peter rose early. From today onward, they had to go to school again. Indeed, although Lin Chi was 18, he had yet to graduate from high school. However, this year marked his final semester of high school. the last term of senior year. After this semester, Lin Shi would either go to college or, if he failed the entrance exams, start working. Of course, the latter was unlikely. Although his grades were not top-notch, he had no trouble getting into a university. After breakfast, Lin Shi watched Aunt May drive little Peter out the door, then mounted his bicycle and set off. Since Lin Shi's school was in a different direction from little Peter's and Aunt May's workplaces, he had to go to school on his own every day. But now, with physical strength more than 11 times that of an ordinary person, cycling to school was no challenge for Lin Shi. The journey passed in silence as they arrived at the school bike shed and locked their bicycles. Then Lin Shi encountered trouble. Due to his striking appearance, many girls had confessed their feelings to him. Without exception, Lin Shi rejected them all. It was precisely because of this that his actions incurred the wrath of a group who styled themselves as Flower Guardians. Before, he managed to sign and they had bullied him relentlessly. Now, however, everything was about to change. Seeing two burly members of the school's football team blocking the entrance to the parking lot, Lin Shi walked straight toward them without a moment's hesitation. Whatever those two intended to do, Lin Shi felt no fear. In the face of absolute power, everything becomes simple. Even burly adult thugs couldn't withstand a single move from Lin Shi, let alone these half-grown youths who had just come of age. With a heavy thud, the football player trained to tackle was shoved aside by Lin Shi and fell to the ground. This left them stunned, but a male student in the distance understood perfectly how normal this was. He recalled how Lin Shi had effortlessly taken down the thugs yesterday and quickly lowered his head, taking a detour. This fellow used to bully Lin Shi with the arrogance of a lackey, sneering at him when he was being harassed. But now he didn't even dare to open his mouth. Knocked to the ground by Lin Shi, the two football team members were consumed with humiliation and anger. They charged at Lin Shi at a run. Some girls quickly called out to warn him, but it was too late. Just as they were about to collide, Lin Shi seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He spun around, instantly leaped into the air, and executed a double kick. His body soared as his feet struck the shoulders of the two on-rushing football players. With two sharp cracks, the robust youths, each over 6 feet tall, were sent flying backward by Lin Shi's kick. They flew back even faster than they had charged forward. With a thud, they lay on the ground, groaning in pain. A student exclaimed Chinese kung fu. It was at that moment that the dean of students finally arrived, impeccably on time. He was a white man and intended to reprimand Lin Shi, but everyone present testified on Lin Shi's behalf. Helpless, he could only have the two fallen students taken to the infirmary. Thus, the rumor that Lin Shi knew kung fu spread through the school like wildfire. Instantly, his number of admirers grew even larger. Glancing at the increase of about 1,000 shot points, Lin Shi thought to himself, this is an unexpected bonus. Armed with power, Lin Shi naturally wouldn't continue to be bullied. His actions at school today were deliberately intended to establish his authority. The 1,000 or so shock points he gained were just a bonus. However, this show of force probably wasn't enough. Lin Shi pondered, looking forward to the end of the school day, hoping those two would gather their cronies to ambush him. Fighting off a dozen or so opponents single-handedly, that should be sufficient to establish his dominance, shouldn't it? Yet as soon as class began, Lin Shi made a pleasant discovery. The knowledge that had once seemed obscure to him was now completely comprehensible. Not only did he understand it, but he had even reached a level of mastery. His learning ability had improved so dramatically. After a moment's thought, Lin Shi guessed the reason. It was most likely due to the enhancement of his spiritual attribute. This attribute wasn't just a mana bar, it was also a manifestation of cognitive abilities. And wasn't learning itself a cognitive ability? With this realization, a new ambition took root in Lin Shi's heart. He wanted to get into Harvard University. Harvard could be considered the best university that an American citizen could hope to attend. There was also Princeton University, commonly known as an Ivy League school, but for an ordinary person, getting into that institution was virtually impossible. So, settling for the next best option, Lin Shi set his sights on Harvard. Previously, being admitted to New York University would have been his ceiling. The difference between New York University and Harvard was akin to the gap between an average first-tier university and a top-tier 211 university. Now, with his learning ability vastly improved, if he had a chance to get into Harvard, why would he settle for New York University? Most importantly, the better the university he got into, the happier Aunt May would be. Even if only to make Aunt May happy, he had to try for Harvard. Moreover, Harvard was located in Cambridge, not far from New York City. A high-speed train ride of just an hour or two made it easy to return home. With his mind made up, Lin Shi studied with even greater fervor. He was still holding a book when school let out. Glancing at the time, he realized it was time to go home for dinner. Lin Shi placed his book on the desk and picked up his backpack, preparing to head home. Then he was blocked at the entrance of the teaching building. It was the peak of dismissal time, and the flow of students was heavy, yet Lin Shi was stopped by 20 members of the school's football team. "Yellow Monkey, you knocked down 2 of our players today, and think you can just go home without saying anything." The team captain had only gotten halfway through his sentence when Lin Shi took 2 steps, leaped, and delivered a flying kick to his chest. With a sharp crack. "If you want to cause me trouble, just get on with it. Why waste words?" A cold smirk curled on Lin Shi's lips. After I finish with you lot, I still need to head home for dinner. Upon hearing this, the members of the football team erupted in fury. They had always bullied their way through school, never having endured such humiliation. Without a second thought for honor, they charged straight at Lin Shi. Lin Shi showed no fear and met them head-on. To be safe, he said to the system in his mind system, add 10 points each to strength and speed. A warm current surged through him, making him faster and more powerful. With every punch, one opponent fell to the ground. With every kick, another was forced to his knees. But because there were so many, those watching from the outside thought Lin Shi was at a disadvantage. Some of Lin Shi's admirers, seeing his critical situation, immediately ran to fetch a teacher to resolve the matter. Yet when they returned with the teacher, all they saw were the football team members lying on the ground. Standing amidst them, Lin Shi shook his arm and scoffed, "Is that all you've got?" With no intention of lingering, Lin Shi rode his bicycle away from the school amid the cheers of his many admirers. This move had fully achieved the effect Lin Shi desired. 1 against 20 and a decisive victory at that. Who would be foolish enough to provoke him now? This time Lin Shi gained 10,000 shock points. After all, he had pulled off this astounding feat right under the noses of the entire school. However, although he gained 10,000 shock points, he had spent 20,000. Now he had only 170,000 shock points left. But the expenditure of 20,000 was worth it. It not only made his remaining half year of high school life easier, but also permanently enhanced his physical attributes. From that day on, the news that Lin Shi knows Chinese martial arts spread rapidly throughout the school and even into the nearby community. This improved the living environment for the Parker family considerably. No matter where you are, having strength is crucial. On his way home, Lin Shi hummed a tune as he pedaled his bicycle. The goal of establishing his authority at school today had been achieved, and there was now a possibility of attending Harvard. Moreover, after today, the cooldown for the limited clone had expired. After dinner, when he slept, he could send out his clone and control it to go sign in at the birthplace of the Green Giant. With so many good things happening one after another, how could Lin Shi not be happy? But just then he suddenly squeezed the brakes of his bicycle. He noticed 5 or 6 thuggish-looking punks in a nearby alley surrounding a young man and woman. If it wasn't too much trouble, Lin Shi was willing to act heroically. Since he was in a good mood today, he decided to meddle in this affair. Most importantly, there was a familiar face among those thugs. Yes, that's right. It was the same guy he had taught a lesson to yesterday, the one who had stolen from his house. Without hesitation, Lin Shi set down his backpack and bicycle and walked over. The sound of footsteps drew everyone's attention, and the thug Lin Shi had previously disciplined turned pale. He couldn't help but step back, his body trembling. He steadied himself against the wall, not falling. But he thought, with all his brothers around, that kid couldn't possibly take on 5 of them, could he? Yet no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Lin Shi charged at them without a word. A flying kick took down one thug instantly. That guy flew back several meters, landed on the ground, and passed out. Then with a punch, a kick, and a knee strike, 3 more thugs were down. That left only the old acquaintance. Without pausing, Lin Shi ignored the striking good looks of the trapped couple and walked toward him. After all, Lin Shi had seen too many proactive beauties. He dismissed the man and the couple entirely. And although the girl was pretty and cute, she wasn't worth a second glance. Still, she seemed somewhat familiar, so he gave her a couple more looks. But unable to place her, he stopped looking and turned to face the old acquaintance. "Missed you after just one day." Lin Shi placed a hand on the guy's shoulder, watching him tremble. Suddenly, he lost any desire to teach him a lesson. The guy was already terrified out of his wits. What fun was there in scolding him further? "All right, you know what to do, right?" With that, Lin Shi took a half step back. Gritting his teeth, the old acquaintance turned to face the wall and slammed into it. Thud! He passed out. Even Lin Shi winced at the sound, clicking his tongue in sympathy. Then he stood up and said to the couple, Lin Shi, Lin Parker, "Are you two all right? The security here is decent, you were just unlucky. Of course your luck isn't all bad, or you wouldn't have run into me. Hello." Upon hearing this, the girl quickly said, "Thank you for saving us. My name is Wanda Maximoff." At 18, Wanda Maximoff and her twin brother Pietro Maximoff were not yet the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, the legendary superheroes. They were merely ordinary individuals never captured by Hydra for experiments. After their family's demise, the 18-year-old siblings chose not to continue their education, but instead ventured to the bustling metropolis of New York City to seek their fortune. Wanda and Pietro had always lived in a small town near New York, but had never set foot in the city itself, bound by their family's poverty. Their father had succumbed to illness when they were young, and their mother, after toiling tirelessly to raise them, had passed away from exhaustion not long ago. Both Wanda and Pietro harbored a deep longing for New York, enchanted by the tales of its splendor narrated by the elderly in their hometown. Driven by this aspiration, a month after their mother's death, they gathered their emotions, sold their house in the small town, packed their belongings, and boarded a train bound for New York. They resolved to carve out their own destiny in New York through sheer effort. Naturally, they also yearned to glimpse the colossal anti-gravity meteorite suspended high above the city. Yet upon stepping out of the station, they learned that a formidable figure named Pain had relocated the meteorite just the day before. Refusing to believe it, the siblings rushed to see for themselves, only to find the meteorite gone. Bereft of their goal, the two greenhorns were at a loss for what to do next. It was then that a loitering thug noticed them. Posing as a kind-hearted soul, he deceitfully gained their trust. Using the pretext, "You're looking for a place to stay. I know just the spot. Let me take you there." He lured Wanda and Pietro to a secluded area intending to rob them. Of course, the thug was not alone. He had summoned his cronies. 5 burly men encircled the frail Wanda and the less than sturdy Pietro. Upon glimpsing Wanda's beauty, the thug's intentions darkened. Having discerned that the pair were country bumpkins with no connections in New York, they saw boundless opportunities. Thus their designs expanded beyond mere robbery. They aimed to assault her virtue as well. Such a stunning, tender, and bashful young beauty. Surely she was still untouched. They fancied this their lucky day, a chance to savor her charms. And even after the assault, their plans did not end. They schemed to force the girl into prostitution, ensuring a steady stream of income from her plight. As for the girl's brother, they would simply kill him. After all, in New York, 2 outsiders from the countryside could vanish without anyone raising an alarm. Thus they believed they could manipulate the siblings at will. In that moment, all of Wanda and Pietro's fantasies about New York shattered. On their very first day in the city, they confronted its dark underbelly. Hiding behind her brother, Wanda overheard the thugs discussing their fate. Convinced that Wanda and Pietro were lambs to the slaughter with no chance of escape, the thugs deliberately spoke in their presence, seeking a twisted thrill. They even planned to assault the young beauty right before her brother's eyes. Truly inhuman. Wanda clenched her teeth so hard they nearly cracked. She desperately wished for someone, anyone, to discover their plight and rescue her and her brother. "Superhero, police, kind stranger, whoever you are, please appear." This silent plea echoed in Wanda's mind, her last glimmer of hope. Her brother Pietro, however, stood as a steadfast shield guarding her with unwavering resolve. He was prepared to lay down his life to protect his sister. But no one came. Slap! The suitcase was snatched from them. Crack! The case burst open, spilling clothes and belongings across the ground. The thugs retrieved the siblings' savings from the mess, then provocatively picked up Wanda's lingerie. "Who pink is it?" "Not bad at all." Tears finally streamed down Wanda's cheeks, but she dared not make a sound. Pietro bit his lip until it bled, yet he too remained silent. For they had spotted the guns tucked into the thugs' belts. Creak! The sound of a bicycle approached from outside the alley, jolting Wanda and Pietro with a flicker of hope. They gazed toward the alley entrance, silently praying, "Please save us." The thugs also turned to look, ready to warn any intruder to mind their own business. However, when a rather handsome young man stepped into the alley, the 4 thugs burst into laughter. Wanda and Pietro's hopes crumbled into despair. "Huh, this brat thinks he can meddle." A thug from the back addressed his bruised companion, failing to notice the involuntary tremors that seized the battered man. What followed was exactly as seen from Lynch's perspective. Owing to his extraordinary physical prowess, he had knocked all the thugs to the ground before they could even draw their guns. After making an impressive display upon learning that the 2 before him were Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff, Lynch's demeanor became warm and enthusiastic. This was not Lynch's fault. After all, one cannot spontaneously develop affection for strangers. Lynch knew the future of these 2. Even if not for forging powerful alliances, he was drawn by the prospect of sign-in rewards at their birthplace. After all, becoming stronger was Lynch's greatest obsession at present. Not to mention that the future Scarlet Witch Wanda was already very much to his aesthetic taste. Lynch had never intended to remain a bachelor for life. With such a handsome face, one that allowed readers to easily identify with him, remaining single would surely be a tragedy for countless beautiful maidens. Therefore, since he had encountered the future Scarlet Witch, it was only natural to consider her as a future girlfriend. As for her future legitimate boyfriend Vision, who did he think he was? A robot trying to steal a girl from us men. Unbelievable. Besides, that was only one possible future among many. And who could say for sure about the future? Since Lynch had arrived in this Marvel world, the future was destined to be different. So as long as Wanda did not take a liking to Vision, Lynch's actions would not be considered NTR. "I'm glad you 2 are all right," he said, smiling at the siblings. Then, looking at the clothes scattered all over the floor, he thought for a moment, crouched down, and began gathering them into the suitcase. Having decided to build a good relationship with the siblings, Lynch naturally had to do things that would increase his favorability. However, he accidentally picked up Wanda's undergarment. Slightly embarrassed, he put it down. Then he walked over to the siblings, who were staring at him blankly from against the wall, and extended his hand to them. "You 2 get up first." Faced with Lynch's smile, both siblings were stunned. Pietro finally believed that Lynch was the one who had saved them. He also finally realized that Lynch was incredibly strong, taking on 5 opponents alone and winning so effortlessly. For a moment, Pietro felt a sense of admiration for Lynch. If Pietro possessed such formidable power as Lynch, would he and his sister have encountered such a situation? Or even if they had, they wouldn't have felt so powerless and helpless. Meanwhile, Wanda gazed dazedly at the charming smile on Lynch's handsome face. Under the influence of his life-saving grace and his breathtaking beauty, feelings beyond mere gratitude began to stir within her heart. In ancient times, a more open-minded woman might have said, "I have no way to repay the grace of saving my life, so I can only offer myself to you in marriage." Of course, for an ugly man with whom dear readers could not identify, the response would be, "I have no way to repay the grace of saving my life, so in my next life, I will be your beast of burden to repay this kindness." Who wants your next life? Isn't it just because the man is ugly? Ahem. I digress. At this moment, Wanda's mindset was more or less like that. But having just experienced a dangerous situation, she hadn't fully recovered yet, so she could only stare blankly at Lynch's face. Beauty is a feast for the eyes, not just for women. A handsome man can also excite a girl. Hey, Wanda snapped out of it. It wasn't until Pietro patted her on the shoulder that Wanda came back to her senses. Then she quickly lowered her head, her pretty face blushing. But Lynch didn't mind much. His future girlfriend was still a matter for the future. For now, Lynch only wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he survive in this dangerous Marvel world. As for how strong was strong enough, Lynch thought at the very least the power of a Skyfeather-level powerhouse like Odin or the Ancient One. So after pulling Pietro to his feet, Lynch, still wearing a gentle smile, extended his hand to Wanda. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's the other person who will be embarrassed. Sure enough, Wanda's face was flushed, but she still reached out and placed her hand on Lynch's, allowing him to pull her up. After they both stood, Lynch gestured for them to pick up their clothes and luggage while he turned his back to them. Pietro was puzzled as to why Lynch didn't help, but when Wanda, her face crimson, folded her undergarments, he understood. Instantly, he felt that Lynch was a true gentleman, a genuinely good person. For a moment, both siblings' feelings towards Lynch improved even more. After Wanda and Pietro had packed their suitcases and retrieved their money from the thugs, Lynch began to deal with the aftermath. The aftermath referred to how to handle these thugs. He first took all the money from the 5 men and gave it to the siblings, then stripped them of their clothes and threw them into the trash. This is their punishment. Lynch explained, because there are no surveillance cameras nearby, and since you're outsiders while they're New York citizens, it would be difficult to secure a conviction even if you reported it. Therefore, the only recourse is to punish them privately. You wouldn't want to let them off so easily, would you? Take this money as compensation for the emotional distress they've caused you both. After Lynch's explanation, the siblings, though slightly reluctant, ultimately accepted his arrangement. Upon learning that Wanda and Pietro had no place to stay, Lynch led them to an apartment near his own neighborhood. This place is for rent, and I know the landlord. They're good people. You can temporarily lease it here. With Lynch's mediation, the siblings rented a 2-bedroom apartment at a very affordable price. After helping them move in, Lynch learned that the siblings intended to make a life in New York. Though their first impression of the city was far from favorable, they had no turning back. They had sold their hometown house, leaving them with nowhere to return. To this, Lynch offered his advice. We're about the same age, but you're a bit younger. At this age, with only a high school education, what decent jobs can you land? My suggestion is to work part-time to sustain yourselves while self-studying, then take exams to enter university. 90% of graduates never use what they learn in college. However, a degree is the key to good employment. After Lynch's persuasion, the siblings temporarily abandoned the idea of formal jobs, opting instead to work part-time and study as he advised. Pleased that they heeded his advice, Lynch proactively introduced them to local part-time opportunities. The supermarket near the community is hiring. You too can apply. I think you can handle being a cashier and a loader right. As for studying, I have old textbooks I can lend you. Plus, my academic level is decent. You can ask me anything you don't understand. After settling Wanda and Pietro, Lynch rode his bicycle home just as Aunt May was returning. He greeted Aunt May with going to see a friend back for dinner, then gathered all his high school textbooks from 3 years and brought them to Wanda and Pietro. Wanda, Pietro, is it okay to call you that? You can call me Lynn too. After giving them the books, he told them to buy some paper and pens to start studying on their own. At this moment, Wanda looked at Lynch with flickering eyes. Lynn, why are you so good to us? At first it could be seen as righteous, but now? Lynch shrugged. No particular reason. I just feel a connection with you and want to help. If I must give a reason, Lynch turned to Pietro and said, Pietro, I have ulterior motives toward your sister Wanda. Lynch said this with a smile, so Pietro laughed too. Though Wanda blushed, she offered no words of rebuttal. Having fully settled the siblings, Lynch exchanged phone numbers with them and went home. It was time for dinner. After eating, he returned to his room, not to study, but to chat with Wanda on his phone. Of course, they used the local instant messaging app. Though he wasn't yet looking for romance, Lynch had no reason to refuse when Wanda initiated contact under the pretext of asking math questions. After explaining math problems to Wanda for a while, Lynch felt it was time and bid her goodnight. He then showered and lay down in bed. What a fruitful day. Not only had he resolved matters at school, but he had also befriended the future Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. He figured that signing in at their locations in the future would be no issue. For now, Lynch activated his skill-limited clone. The Deva path appeared, and Lynch poured his consciousness into it, as his original body fell asleep. With a click, the window opened slightly, and the Deva path leaped out, soaring into the sky. Lynch was heading to the birthplace of the Hulk to sign in. Having obtained the location yesterday, he naturally wanted to claim the reward today. As for why he didn't go during the day, it was because he had school. He had also decided to aim for Harvard, so he wouldn't sleep in class. Thus, he could only venture out at night under the guise of the Deva path. The thought was thrilling, a model student by day, and by night the world-shaking powerhouse Pain. With various thoughts in mind, Lynch controlled the Deva path, flying all the way. Over an hour later, he finally reached the location. It was an abandoned military base, its entrance blocked by rubble rendering Dr. Banner's concerns moot. Using gravitational force to clear the debris, the Deva path stepped inside. Thus the path was unimpeded. Arriving at the most severely damaged laboratory that Dr. Banner had mentioned, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Host is at the check-in location. The birthplace of the Hulk expired. Proceed with check-in. Check-in. Ding. Host is at the check-in location. Commencing check-in. Check-in duration 10 seconds. Exiting midway will be considered a failure. The Deva path, controlled by Lynch, watched the countdown tick away, vigilantly scanning the surroundings to guard against any person or event that might interrupt his check-in. 10 seconds passed without anyone appearing, and the check-in proceeded smoothly. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Rating: Clevel. Check-in reward: all attributes enhancement skill draw Clevel once, another Clevel. However, it was just as well, a higher level would have been a burden for Lynch. Unless it was a passive skill. Without hesitation, he directly said, system draw skill. Drawing, please wait. Draw successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Clevel passive skill Dual Minds. Skill description: the possessor of this passive skill can achieve a state of divided attention. This passive skill belongs to the talent category, activates automatically, and has no cost. All this. Lynch had not expected to receive a passive skill. And such a crucial passive skill at that. With this skill, Lynch's alternate identities would no longer be at risk of exposure. He could even have his original body meet his alternate identities, completely severing the relationship between the original and the clone. This is absolutely an essential ability for maintaining alternate identities. Instantly, Lynch resolved to elevate this passive skill to the highest level in the future. Core skills naturally needed to be maxed out. For now, however, Lynch did not activate the evolution progress bar for this passive skill. Even if he did, he lacked sufficient shock value to fill it and trigger an upgrade. Thus, it was better to wait until he had enough shock value to upgrade it all at once. For now, the limited time for his clone's existence was still ample. After some thought, Lynch decided to investigate the situation of New York's villains. He had long since decided to debut his original body to earn shock value, so naturally he needed to select a villain as the debut target. So leaving the dilapidated base and resealing the entrance, the Deva path soared into the sky and flew toward New York. In fact, Lynch already had an idea for his debut. He had heard of the infamous Kingpin long ago. If he could defeat Kingpin in full view of the public, he would surely amass a considerable amount of shock value. As for how to achieve this, Lynch had a plan. The Central District was known as Hell's Kitchen, and that was Kingpin's territory. Unfortunately, Lynch had never been there before. But tonight the Deva path descended from the sky and landed there. It was 11 o'clock at night, but the foot traffic in Hell's Kitchen was still considerable. So when the Deva path made a high-profile descent from the sky, everyone recognized him as the one who had moved the meteorite the day before. Of course, there were those who were reckless enough to try to teach the Deva path a lesson. But without exception, those people were pulled by the gravitational force he raised with a gesture and flung into the wall, stuck upside down. Thus, along this path, countless people fled, while even more gathered to watch. In total, it earned Lynch 10,000 points of shock value. Arriving at the entrance of Kingpin's building, ignoring the stares of those around him, the Deva path walked inside. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of fists and feet colliding began. With his gravitational manipulation ability and his superhuman physique, the Deva path moved through the building like an unstoppable force, knocking down everyone he encountered. As for those wielding firearms, they could not control their gun muzzles. Not a single bullet managed to hit the Deva path. He made his way to the middle of the building and then saw a man in a black tactical suit. Bullseye. A man with exceptionally powerful throwing skills. Bullseye could throw a knife with such precision that it would almost certainly hit its target. This level of skill was comparable to Hawkeye's archery. However, unfortunately for Bullseye, he was up against the Deva path, who controlled gravity. Facing several incoming throwing knives, the Deva path pointed a finger, and all the knives froze in midair, then reversed direction and flew back toward Bullseye. This filled Bullseye with terror. He hastily retreated, dodged, and even slammed a door shut. But it was all useless. The knives embedded themselves in Bullseye, temporarily incapacitating him. However, Bullseye was not dead yet. The Deva path did not pause and continued upward. This time no one dared to stop him. Reaching the top floor, the office door was wide open. The Deva path looked inside and saw Kingpin, a mountain of flesh. Without stopping, the Deva path walked in. A flicker of anger crossed Kingpin's face, but he did not immediately lose his temper. Instead, he rose, leaned on his staff, and stepped out from behind his desk. He opened his mouth about to speak when an overwhelming, irresistible force pressed down upon Kingpin. Even though Kingpin's physical strength was at the peak of human potential, under that force he was forced to his knees and finally flattened against the floor. Kingpin was the undisputed emperor of the underworld in New York and across the entire United States. This was a universally acknowledged truth within the criminal world. He was meticulous and calculating, with an intellect far surpassing ordinary men. Over 90% of his body was composed of muscle, granting him immense strength, capable of punching through a solid wall with his bare hands. Furthermore, Kingpin himself was a world-class martial artist possessing the peak of human combat prowess. Additionally, his cane could fire lasers and smoke, catching opponents off guard. In the underworld, he was known as Kingpin, meaning the mastermind, and his criminal network stretched across the globe. This formidable and influential Kingpin was far beyond the petty thugs Lynch had previously beaten. Compared to those thugs, Kingpin was a dragon, while they were less than mere ants. Yet, even this Kingpin was pressed directly onto the ground by the gravitational force of the heavenly Tao, Pain, whom Lynch controlled. No matter how great one's combat strength, it required room to be unleashed. No matter how vast one's influence, gathering one's forces required time. The heavenly Tao Pain struck first with gravity, one of the Earth's most primal and overbearing forces. He channeled gravitational force onto Kingpin's head, pressing him toward the ground. Taken completely by surprise, Kingpin was slammed onto the floor. Of course, even if Kingpin were given room to fight, he could never defeat the heavenly Tao Pain. In fact, he could not even harm a single hair on Pain's head. This was a crushing disparity in power. The heavenly Tao Pain's ability to control gravity utterly surpassed and overwhelmed Kingpin. Moreover, even without using this gravitational ability, the outcome of a direct fight between Pain and Kingpin was far from certain. After all, the heavenly Tao Pain's physical constitution was a complete inheritance from Lynch. And Lynch's physical attributes were strength 40, speed 40, stamina 120, mental strength 35. Excluding mental strength, which did not enhance hand-to-hand combat, Lynch's strength and speed were 4 times that of an ordinary person, and his stamina was 6 times greater. With such a comprehensive physical foundation, not to mention Kingpin, even against Captain America, Lynch had a chance of matching him evenly. Of course, without using special abilities, Lynch would likely lose to Captain America. After all, Captain America was a Grandmaster-level fighter. But the real question was, in an actual fight, would Lynch truly refrain from using his skills? Gravity control and the planetary devastation need not be mentioned, but he would definitely use the flame jet skill. Therefore, without knowledge of Lynch's abilities, and without using that notoriously overpowered shield, Captain America would essentially be evenly matched with Lynch as he was now. Of course, with the shield, Captain America's combat power was a different story altogether. But for now, Lynch's opponent was not Captain America, but Kingpin, who was struggling violently on the ground. Though subdued in a single move, Kingpin had not given up. He thought that no matter what happened next, he had to at least stand up. Kingpin could not accept lying on the ground in such a humiliating posture. He was a proud man, and for that pride, he was willing to bear the consequences of resistance. Moreover, his cane was nearby. If he could stand and retrieve it, the unexpected lasers and smoke from the cane might give him a chance to turn the tables. As for negotiation or surrender, the moment this opponent appeared, he fought his way up from the first floor, injuring countless subordinates. He attacked Kingpin on sight. Did that look like someone open to negotiation? As for surrender, Kingpin indeed had the potential to bend when necessary. But although the man before him was powerful, he had not yet reached the level to drive Kingpin to utter despair. So he had to fight back. A massive pressure descended, pouring onto Kingpin's body. His clothes tore apart inch by inch, and the ground around him caved in, forming cracks like a spiderweb. The heavenly Tao Pain suddenly increased the quantity and quality of the gravitational force, reaching about half of his maximum capacity. Lynch saw through Kingpin's intentions and had no intention of giving him any hope. He intended to crush Kingpin in one fell swoop and then make him obediently follow his arrangements. Kingpin was proud, possessing his own arrogance. But likewise, once his pride was suppressed by the most direct means, Lynch believed that Kingpin would become very docile. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Lynch used half the power of his gravitational force. He was extremely confident that he could surely subdue Kingpin. After all, this mere Kingpin was just a minor boss. Compared to beings like Ultron or Thanos, he was less than a toe. If not for the fact that top-tier superheroes had no time to deal with gang affairs, and that Spider-Man could not bring himself to kill these dregs of society. Hell's Kitchen would never have existed, and Kingpin could never have become so arrogant as to run for mayor. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. Lynch planned to make his debut by establishing his authority, so he naturally aimed for this tall nail. However, the problem was that Lynch intended to only reveal the flame jet ability for his main body, keeping his other powers hidden for now. And the flame jet skill combined with Lynch's physique was more than sufficient for unknown combat. This was Lynch's confidence, akin to his belief that he could go toe-to-toe with Captain America. However, if the numbers were against him, it would be difficult for Lynch to extricate himself unscathed. And as it happened, Kingpin was exactly the type of villain with numerous underlings and considerable personal prowess. Thus, Lynch chose to dispatch his limited clone, the Deva Path of Pain, whose overwhelming power could subdue Kingpin. He planned to coerce Kingpin into a public unknown duel with his original self after subjugating him. By defeating Kingpin in such a manner, his original self would successfully make his debut. Moreover, Lynch also coveted Kingpin's wealth, as his own family's financial situation was far from affluent. He felt no moral qualms about using Kingpin's money to improve his family's life. And even if Kingpin's submission was not genuine, it mattered little. As long as the Deva Path of Pain remained overwhelmingly more powerful than Kingpin, that was sufficient. Thus, Kingpin would never dare to betray him. For the price of betrayal would be unbearably severe, and the Deva Path of Pain was more than capable of exacting it. A fact Kingpin would soon come to understand. The gravitational pressure continued to intensify, and this time Kingpin could not even move a single finger. The chasm-like disparity in power stirred a feeling of despair within Kingpin's heart for the first time. It was then that his eyes caught sight of the black robe adorned with red clouds, and realization struck. Was this not the fearsome powerhouse who had created the massive anti-gravity meteorite above New York City? No wonder he was so formidable. But when had he ever crossed paths with this being? Kingpin was utterly baffled. Yet the gravitational pressure showed no sign of abating. In fact, it continued to increase incrementally. A creaking sound emanated from Kingpin's bones, groaning under the unbearable strain. Having an intimate knowledge of his own body, a number surfaced in Kingpin's mind. 5 minutes. Just 5 more minutes of this pressure and his internal organs would rupture, leading to a fatal hemorrhage. Kingpin now yearned to beg for mercy, to surrender, to grasp at any chance to survive. Yet he could not even part his lips to convey his will. Fortunately, the Deva Path of Pain finally discerned the plea in Kingpin's eyes. The pitiful, wounded animal look in Kingpin's eyes made Lynch, who was controlling the Deva Path of Pain, realize that Kingpin's pride had been thoroughly shattered. With a whoosh, he released the gravitational pressure and stepped over Kingpin. He casually picked up Kingpin's cane and settled into his office chair. The spacious chair felt excessively large, even for the 6-foot Deva Path of Pain. On the floor, Kingpin gasped for air in great heaving breaths. Strength gradually returned, and the sensation of being crushed under an immense mountain slowly receded. Yet Kingpin would never forget that feeling. He propped up his massive frame, rose to his feet, and bowed his head as he took 2 steps toward the Deva Path of Pain. With utmost deference, he said, "Lord Pain, do you have business with me?" "Oh, you know of me," the Deva Path of Pain inquired with interest. Kingpin, now thoroughly respectful, replied, "Everyone in New York City knows of you. My sincerest apologies for not recognizing you immediately. Had I done so, I would have pledged my fealty without hesitation." As he spoke, Kingpin knelt on one knee, projecting an air of complete submission. But Lynch, controlling the Deva Path of Pain, understood that Kingpin's current capitulation was far from genuine. It was merely a posture forced upon him by circumstances. No one in the entire Marvel world understood Kingpin better than Lynch, for he knew everything about him. 2 things. First, 1 million in cash. Second, someone will challenge you this weekend. Accept it, fight him in public, and the outcome matters not. Huh. Kingpin was taken aback, not because the conditions were too difficult, but because they were far too simple. A mere $1 million was nothing to him. And fighting someone in public, though somewhat troublesome, was not something Kingpin would mind. Especially since Pain had said the outcome was irrelevant. But Pain had fought his way and stood before him with overwhelming force, only to present 2 simple conditions. That was the source of Kingpin's confusion. "What? Are you unwilling?" The Deva Path of Pain's voice suddenly turned icy. No, Lord Pain, I am more than willing." Kingpin hastily explained. "It's just that I was thinking, for such simple matters you could have just told me directly without going through all this trouble." But the Deva Path of Pain countered, "Without demonstrating my power, would you have listened? And since you find these 2 tasks too simple, let's add another." A silent groan escaped Kingpin's mind. He wanted to slap his former self for being so talkative. Why did he have to say that? What if Pain's new demand was exceedingly difficult? Wouldn't he be creating his own obstacles? If he could accomplish it all, would be well. But if he failed, who knew what Pain might do? And now Kingpin realized that the second task Pain had mentioned seemed quite suspicious. Letting him go, yet demanding he fight someone. This truly made no sense. Could it be that the other party possessed the ability to kill him? In the past, Kingpin would never have thought so. But now, after witnessing his utter helplessness before Pain, Kingpin had become much more cautious. Still, something felt off. Pain could have easily killed him, yet he didn't. So there must be another reason. Thus, he decided to give his all to the second task Pain had assigned. Moreover, he would order high-tech equipment in advance. Today was Wednesday with at least 2 days left. Surely he could prepare thoroughly. At that moment, Kingpin heard the third matter the Deva path of Pain mentioned. In Queens, there is a Chinese boy named Lin Parker. I want to know his background. The matter of background had long troubled Lin Chi. Though he had a foster mother like Aunt May, he was still curious about his biological parents. Of course, it was mere curiosity. After all, regardless of the reason, they had indeed abandoned him. As the saying goes, nurture outweighs nature. Even if his biological parents came looking for him now, Lin Chi would not abandon Aunt May and little Peter. But with power and Kingpin as an intelligence source, he wanted to uncover his origins. As for whether Kingpin might target Lin Chi due to the Deva Path's mention of him and use him to threaten Pain, Lin Chi was not concerned at all. If Kingpin dared to do so, Lin Chi would surely give him a very, very big surprise. A surprise that could cost him his life. I understand. He'll look into it as soon as possible. Kingpin's expression remained unchanged as he accepted. Then he fetched a metal case, took 2 million from the safe, and stuffed it inside. He respectfully handed it to the Deva Path of Pain, who gave Kingpin a deep look before leaping out the window and vanishing into the sky. Watching the Deva Path's retreating figure, Kingpin finally relaxed. He walked back to his seat, his eyes dark and brooding. Lin Parker. Kingpin planned to quickly uncover this person's background and determine his relationship with Pain. For this might be the only weakness of Pain that Kingpin knew. However, until he confirmed the relationship between Pain and Lin Parker, Kingpin would absolutely do nothing to Lin Parker or his family. What if this person was not Pain's weakness? If Kingpin acted rashly, wouldn't that enrage the terrifying Pain? Thus, Kingpin would not act recklessly. He needed to be cautious. He picked up the office phone and ordered, "Have the tech department craft a full-body soft armor for me. Also have the intelligence division gather all information on Pain and Lin Parker. Focus on Lin Parker. I must know his background thoroughly." Meanwhile, in the darkness of Hell's Kitchen streets, several agents in black suits were scattered about. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a dangerously receding hairline. Beep. The man's earpiece sounded. "Captain Coulson, the target has been confirmed leaving the Kingpin building. Here is the photo." Coulson received a photo on his phone. Opening it, he saw a blurry figure in a black robe with red clouds flying out of the Kingpin building. "Wait, what is that thing Pain is carrying?" "Reporting, sir. It looks like a case." "Investigate. Find out immediately. I need to know what Pain took from Kingpin." S-H-I-E-L-D reacted swiftly. Upon receiving the notification that the man who had moved the meteorite appeared in Hell's Kitchen, he had immediately dispatched a team of agents to investigate or make contact. But now that the target had flown away, the contact mission was naturally impossible. Since that was the case, they could only find out what he had come to do. It was foreseeable that Hell's Kitchen would face a massive influx of S-H-I-E-L-D agents. And if they wanted to take the opportunity to dismantle Kingpin's gang, it would be easy once they were all in. Of course they wouldn't do that, because Kingpin was not someone to be trifled with. The reason was simple: Kingpin had backers. Without backers, how could Kingpin have established a foothold in the underworld and become a Kingpin? Without backers, how could he ever run for mayor? However, being a backer for Kingpin was no easy task. Who knew when he might turn on them? But now, because that backer held immense power. In a capitalist world, wealth and influence made such conglomerates the top of the hierarchy. Even S-H-I-E-L-D dared not easily offend them. After all, these conglomerates were the very foundation of capitalist nations. Meanwhile, the being known as the Pain of Heaven, who had rendered all of New York unable to sleep that night, made a long circuitous flight before finally returning to his home in Queens. He descended into Lin Chi's room, set down the case, and then vanished into thin air. The next second, Lin Chi opened his eyes. He got out of bed, opened the case, and seeing $2 million inside the corners of his mouth, curled up involuntarily. Kingpin is surprisingly obedient. He did not bother to count the money meticulously, but shoved it under his bed, planning to wait for the right opportunity to take it out and give it to Aunt May. The excuse he had already concocted was, "This might be an inheritance left by my biological parents." At that time, he would forge some documents or something to allow Aunt May to accept the money. In truth, seeing Aunt May work so hard, Lin Chi had long wanted to get a job and earn money. But Aunt May adamantly refused, insisting that Lin Chi focus on his studies and get into a good university. Now, with this money to improve their family life, Aunt May wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. With a sense of relative contentment, Lin Chi lay back down. Tonight had yielded significant gains. Not only had he acquired the core skills to start his alternate identity, but he had also taken care of his debut. In short, everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Over the next 2 days, Lin Chi did not create any more avatars. He attended school, as usual, enjoying a pleasant life of study and learning. As for the twin siblings Wanda and Pietro, their lives had also fallen into a routine. They worked at the supermarket while studying under Lynch's guidance, leading a fulfilling existence. Before he knew it, Saturday arrived. Declining Wanda's invitation to go out and play, Lynch left the house alone. Finding a secluded corner, he manifested his avatar, the Pain of Heaven, while his original self donned a mask. It was an oval mask with only 2 eye holes and small breathing slits. The base color was white, adorned with patterns of blazing flames. Seeing his original self put on the mask, the avatar soared into the sky. Thanks to his ability to split his focus, Lynch could effortlessly control both bodies simultaneously. He had tested this before. He could write an essay with his left hand while solving math problems with his right, performing both tasks concurrently, producing beautiful prose and perfectly correct math. As long as both his original body and the Pain of Heaven avatar weren't engaged in combat simultaneously, Lynch could manage it all. Today, the Pain of Heaven only needed to oversee things while the fighting would be done by Lynch's original self. Because the Pain of Heaven could fly, he quickly arrived at the top floor of the Kingpin building. Hovering in the air, he gazed at the massive rock arena before the building, a look of satisfaction on his face. Clearly, Kingpin had been obedient. Sure enough, upon noticing the Pain of Heaven appearing by the window, Kingpin immediately opened it himself to welcome him in. Once the Pain of Heaven entered, Kingpin spoke. "Lord Pain, no one has come to challenge me until yesterday. Could that person not have shown up?" The Pain of Heaven sat on Kingpin's throne, replying coldly, "He is on his way. You should prepare." "Yes, my lord." Kingpin replied, and without needing the Pain of Heaven to urge him, he handed over the background information he had gathered on Lynn Parker. Taking the documents, the Pain of Heaven did not immediately read them, but said, "Go down and wait at the arena. I will watch you from here. If you emerge victorious, I will consider recruiting you into the organization. Also, even if you defeat that man, do not kill him. I still have use for him." "Understood." Kingpin suddenly felt a surge of energy. All the resentment he had harbored toward the Pain of Heaven vanished without a trace. He suddenly understood the Pain of Heaven was testing him. If he passed this trial, wouldn't he become one of Pain's subordinates? Better to be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. The level of Pain was something ordinary mortals could never reach. If he truly became Pain's subordinate, Kingpin would have the chance to grow even stronger. This held immense allure for Kingpin. "My lord'll go prepare immediately." With that, Kingpin exited the office, his heart brimming with excitement. Originally, he had intended to personally step forward and decisively defeat the approaching enemy. But now Kingpin sought absolute victory. Since Lord Pain said win or lose, then let Bullseye strike first to test the waters. Only by thoroughly understanding the enemy's capabilities could Kingpin ensure victory. Yet at that moment, Lynch, wearing his mask and walking towards Hell's Kitchen, suddenly had a fierce, killing intent flashing in his eyes. At the top of the Kingpin building, the Pain of Heaven held Lynch's background file, his fingers trembling slightly. "So I wasn't abandoned. The mob killed my parents. They were forced to entrust me to a friend for safekeeping, planning to take me back once they escaped danger. But unfortunately, the person they offended was a ruthless up-and-coming Kingpin from about a decade ago. I originally intended to spare your life, Kingpin. But now I have changed my mind." Uncertain of the relationship between Tendo Pain and Lynch, Kingpin, after investigating Lynch's background, submitted the dossier to Tendo Pain without any alterations. Kingpin realized he was the culprit who had orphaned Lynch a decade ago, yet he did not take this matter seriously. In Kingpin's view, even if Pain and Lynch were close, how close could they be? One had black hair, the other orange. At worst, Pain was merely a friend of Lynch's parents. Now Lynch's parents were long dead, and Lynch was nothing but an ordinary person. But Kingpin, he was the underworld emperor of New York, even the entire nation. His value was immense. Whether in amassing wealth or building an intelligence network, Kingpin excelled. Comparing the two, the choice was obvious. Based on his observations of Pain's demeanor, Kingpin speculated that Pain was the cold and aloof type of man with ambition and plans. Such a man would not kill someone so useful to him. In Kingpin's eyes, Tendo Pain was just like himself. As long as one was capable and useful and not too offensive, Kingpin would not kill a rebellious subordinate. Moreover, Kingpin was now behaving perfectly, showing no sign of defiance, utterly obedient. He was a perfectly good dog. Why would the master mind if this dog accidentally bit his friend? This was why Kingpin dared to hand over the dossier unchanged to Tendo Pain. However, Kingpin never imagined that the bond between Tendo Pain and Lynch was far deeper than he thought. For Tendo Pain was Lynch himself. This move by Kingpin was akin to a murderer presenting evidence of killing his victim's father to the victim's son. How could the other party possibly let Kingpin off? In Lynch's eyes, Kingpin's action was practically a provocation. A master might forgive a minor mistake from an obedient and useful dog. But if that dog killed the master's parents and dragged their heads before him, could it survive? As long as Lynch had any shred of honor, he would not spare Kingpin's life. Without power, if he learned this truth, he would bide his time. He would slowly gather strength and wait for the right moment. But now Lin Chi possessed sufficient power. He knew who killed his parents, and that enemy had even provoked him. Thus Lin Chi would never forgive him. Even if it meant killing him in the street, he would not hesitate. After some thought, Lin Chi manipulated Tendo Pain to pull out a phone bought with the money extorted from Kingpin, photographed the documents, and sent them to his original body. To play the part, one must commit fully. At this moment, Lin Chi had already conceived the entire script. By a twist of fate, the young Lin Chi encountered the powerful Pain. Despite their vast differences in age and strength, they became friends. Thus, Lin Chi sought Pain's help to discover the whereabouts of his biological parents. Pain, loyal to a fault, agreed immediately. He then chose to find a person or organization with an intelligence network and violently coerce them into serving him. That person or organization was Kingpin and his gang. But as luck would have it, Kingpin was precisely the murderer of Lin Chi's parents. Upon learning of Kingpin's power, Lin Chi felt hopeless for revenge, and the shock awakened his superpowers. Yet he did not ask his friend Pain to kill Kingpin. Instead, he chose to challenge Kingpin himself, vowing to slay him with his own hands to avenge his blood kin. This script was logical and splendid, for it crafted an image of Lin Chi as a heroic figure, impulsive, bold, defiant of tyranny, and courageous in resistance. Characterization was crucial, tied to his subsequent plans. However, this script had a flaw. Lin Chi had awakened his powers and sought to challenge Kingpin before learning his true lineage. This contradicted the script, but it was not a major issue, for only 3 people knew the truth: Lin Chi, Tendo Pain, and Kingpin. Since Lin Chi and Tendo Pain were the same person, only he and Kingpin knew. As long as Lin Chi eliminated Kingpin in the ensuing battle, only he alone would know the truth. Thus the script's flaw would be resolved. With this in mind, Lin Chi did not hesitate. He manipulated Tendo Pain to loot Kingpin's money and possessions. He had already glimpsed the password to Kingpin's safe when Kingpin retrieved money that day. Thus he easily filled a case with cash totaling $5 million. Earlier he had felt some qualms about taking Kingpin's money. But now Lin Chi took it without a second thought. This was the money of his parents' murderer, compensation for his mental anguish. Lin Chi would certainly not show any mercy. Not only that, but Lin Chi also manipulated the Deva path of Pain, entering the technological laboratory within the Kingpin building. Inside there were many intriguing gadgets. Because the Kingpin had given orders, no one dared to obstruct the distinctly recognizable Deva path of Pain. After entering, he scanned the room and furrowed his brow. There was nothing useful there. Although many small pieces of equipment were interesting to Lin Chi, they were all flashy and impractical. Helpless, Lin Chi recalled that his main body lacked a uniform, so he called over the supervisor and asked, "I need a suit of clothing that is extremely durable, hard to damage, fireproof, and highly conspicuous." His flame-jetting feet were immune to fire, but other parts of his body were not. If he overused his abilities, he might end up burning his clothes. Wouldn't that mean running naked? That would be embarrassing. Hence a protective suit was crucial. As for being conspicuous, that was a must. Only by being seen could he better accumulate shock value. However, this series of demands stumped the supervisor. But seeing the Deva path of Pain frown, the supervisor's survival instincts kicked in, and he directly said, yes, I remember." Moments later, the supervisor brought over a set of gray top and pants covered with a special material that faintly reflected a golden sheen, a loose-fitting uniform. This suit is a universal fireproof garment, very tough and hard to damage. Moreover, because of this protective material coating, it shimmers with gold from afar, and under the light it gleams with a dazzling red gold. The Deva path of Pain took it and examined it. It was indeed as the supervisor had described. But why the flame patterns? He asked, pointing at the shapes in the coating. "Well, since it's fireproof gear, I added some flames," the supervisor explained. "But it's definitely cool enough. Trust me." He had already figured it out. No matter what, the Pain intended this uniform for being cool was the top priority. Lin Chi, controlling the Deva path of Pain, nodded. Under the illumination of the lights, the gray uniform with its golden patterns was indeed cool enough. After roughly measuring the length, it was a bit short in the legs and sleeves for the 1.8-meter-tall Deva path, but it was perfectly sufficient for his 1.75-meter main body. So packing it up, the Deva path of Pain returned to the Kingpin's office and looked down at the scene below. By now the Kingpin and Bullseye had already appeared. Their arrival elicited waves of cheers from the streets of Hell's Kitchen. Although the Kingpin had long since stopped operating at the street level, there was no gangster in Hell's Kitchen who didn't know his name. Some keen reporters had been camping out since the day before when the arena was built in front of the Kingpin building. Now that the Kingpin had appeared, they sensed a major news story might be brewing. They set up their cameras, aiming them at the Kingpin beside the arena. A bold reporter stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Kingpin, can you answer a few questions?" Though bold, the reporter's legs trembled slightly as he spoke. Clearly they understood what the name Kingpin represented. Though countless people wished for the Kingpin's death, he remained alive, and well, his power ever-growing. Hearing the reporter, the Kingpin pondered for 2 seconds before replying, "Go ahead. You have the chance to ask 3 questions." The Kingpin thought to himself, since he was about to fight someone in public, why not use this opportunity to enhance his fearsome reputation and improve his public image? As for reputation for power, that was a given. Winning would naturally increase it. But improving his public image required some maneuvering. Note it wasn't just about having a high reputation, but a good one. A high reputation could be either good or bad, but a good reputation was different. That required earning the public's approval. Hoping the reporter would ask questions suitable for building a facade of virtue, the Kingpin fixed his gaze on the reporter, a subtle hint emanating from his eyes. And the reporter seemed to pick up on the Kingpin's hint, asking a question that pleased him greatly and was also quite reasonable. Mr. Kingpin, did you build this arena here to fight someone? The Kingpin slowly nodded. Someone wanted to challenge me, and I accepted. Though I haven't fought in a long time, I couldn't simply ignore a challenge. Are there any rules for the fight? The reporter asked again. Rules. Not using firearms is the rule. The Kingpin took the opportunity to display his mercy. Also, regardless of the outcome, neither party will hold the other accountable. Of course, he'll go easy on him. At this moment, seeing the growing crowd, the Kingpin abandoned the idea of sending Bullseye in first to test the waters. If he wanted to build a facade of virtue, he couldn't give others a chance to attack him. If Bullseye went up first, wouldn't the media accuse him of a gang fight? Such a situation didn't align with the Kingpin's plans. All right, I understand. The reporter nodded. Then the journalist posed the final question. And who is the challenger? Before Kingpin could answer, a commotion arose in the distance. The journalists immediately abandoned Kingpin, swiveling their cameras around. What they captured was this: a figure clad in a gray-gold fireproof suit, wearing a flame-shaped mask, striding toward the arena. Though the figure was not particularly tall, the aura radiating from each step compelled the onlookers on both sides to involuntarily part, clearing a path straight to the arena. Who is that? No idea, but he looks so cool. Still, I think this guy is doomed. What makes you say that? I think he might actually win. Hey, that's Kingpin. He's not only unmatched in power, but his combat prowess is formidable too. Do you think all that white suit hides is fat? No, that's all muscle. Oh, so this cool guy is going to die, isn't he? Not necessarily. Didn't you hear Kingpin say he would go easy? Look, this guy isn't even wearing shoes. Really? Doesn't it hurt to walk barefoot? Almost no one favored this mysterious figure, having witnessed Kingpin's brutality, yet knowing nothing of the stranger. Nevertheless, due to the mysterious figure's striking appearance, many found him exceedingly cool. Some even decided that if this mysterious figure won, they would acquire a matching outfit to show off themselves. How utterly pragmatic. This mysterious figure stirring such curiosity among the crowd and journalists was naturally Lynch. Moments ago, Payne from the top floor of Kingpin Tower had spotted Lynch's location and tossed the suit directly to him. Under the influence of gravitational force, the toss was impeccably precise, delivering the suit into Lynch's hands. Thus, Lynch promptly found a secluded spot, removed and concealed his outerwear and shoes, and donned the fireproof suit. It was rather comfortable. Facing an opponent of Kingpin's considerable strength, he naturally needed to prepare everything possible. Tactical gear was part of that preparation. As for walking barefoot on the street in such an ostentatious and somewhat peculiar suit, and whether it would be embarrassing, Lynch remarked that with the mask on, nothing could be embarrassing. Clad in his fireproof suit, Lynch approached the arena, and with a light leap bounded onto the platform, nearly a meter high. This so-called arena was merely a platform cast from stone and concrete. Its surface spanned 50 or 60 square meters of flat area devoid of any boxing ring, ropes, or railings, just a bare, open platform. But for a fight limited to fists and feet, the arena's size was more than sufficient. Witnessing this, Kingpin forcefully turned the camera back and declared, "Isn't he here now?" With that, he released the camera and simultaneously shed his suit jacket. Upon seeing that the approaching figure was rather slender, Kingpin felt a wave of relief inside. Thus, this jacket would be unnecessary. This suit jacket was a protective garment developed by the RD department, custom-made for Kingpin. As Kingpin disrobed, a throng of people surrounded the edge of the arena where Lynch stood. Mysterious figure, what is your name? Hello, why are you challenging Kingpin? Are you an adult? Does your family know you're here? A torrent of questions erupted from the journalists. Beneath the mask, Lynch's brow furrowed. Ignoring all other queries, he answered only the one posed politely. Kingpin murdered my parents. I am here to avenge them. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated that this was a battle born of personal vendetta. Moreover, someone had dared to openly accuse Kingpin of murder. Instantly, many journalists surrounded Kingpin, demanding, "Kingpin, did you really commit murder?" That was a redundant question. "Kingpin, do you dare admit you are a butcher?" This fool was immediately subdued by Kingpin's gang members. In short, the scene descended into chaos like a bustling market. Yet Kingpin remained unruffled. With a glance, he signaled Bullseye to have the unruly crowd pushed several meters away from the arena. Then Kingpin ascended the arena via the steps at its edge. "I know your name," Kingpin said, gazing at the youth in the fireproof suit. After the young man declared his quest for vengeance for his parents, Kingpin inexplicably felt certain this person was Lin Chi. And I understand your desire for revenge against me. Yet he did not expose Lin Chi's identity. As he spoke, Kingpin looked up toward the skyscraper, catching sight of Payne's silhouette by the window. One must always answer for one's actions. You may seek revenge against me, but if you lose. Kingpin paused. Then you will become my subordinate. What say you, Kingpin stared at the flame mask as if seeing through it to Lin Chi beneath. In response, Lin Chi simply nodded. Lin Chi saw through Kingpin's conditions as clearly as a mirror. The man was clever, likely having guessed Lin Chi's deep connection with the celestial path Pain. Thus he intended to gain some leverage during this clash with the celestial path Pain, hoping to defeat Lin Chi and recruit him as a subordinate, thereby frustrating Pain. Not necessarily to frustrate him, but to grant Kingpin a modicum of security. However, in Lin Chi's view, Kingpin was merely indulging in wishful thinking. Though he nodded, Lin Chi had never entertained the possibility of defeat. He believed he would certainly triumph over Kingpin, and with ease at that. After all, Kingpin was unaware of his abilities. Moreover, to increase his odds the moment Lin Chi stepped onto the arena, he allocated all 20,000 of his shock points to strength and speed. 10 points to each attribute. At that moment, Lin Chi's physical attributes were as follows: strength 50, speed 50, stamina 120, mental strength 35. 5 times the strength and speed of an ordinary man, 12 times the stamina. These stats already surpassed many street-level heroes. Of course, he was still far from the 20-ton strength of Little Spider, but it was more than enough to deal with Kingpin. With that thought, Lin Chi didn't hesitate and launched a direct assault. He didn't use his abilities, opting instead to engage Kingpin with fist and foot techniques. He also intended to use this opportunity to hone his combat skills. Though he possessed formidable skills, he had almost no experience in lower-level combat. After all, he couldn't just unleash his ultimate moves against every opponent he faced, could he? While that would be fine if his stamina and mental strength were sufficient, using ultimate moves on minor foes was simply too lowly. Lin Chi didn't want that, so he planned to enhance his combat abilities and experience. This was crucial, much like how the amount of water in a barrel is determined by its shortest plank. Only by eliminating his weaknesses could he reach greater heights. Since activating the check-in system, Lin Chi had never been content with merely becoming a minor superhero. If he were to do it, he would become the mightiest superhero of all. Thor, Iron Man, the Hulk. They would all have to step aside. True power belonged to Lin Chi alone. Such was his vision for the future. Meanwhile, beneath the arena, several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in black suits mingled with the crowd, earpieces in place, maintaining communication. Target 1 is on the top floor of the Kingpin building over. Target 2 and the newly appeared Target 3 are in the arena about to engage in combat. Based on on-site observation, Target 2 and Target 3 seem to harbor a grudge. Over. After listening to his subordinates' reports, Coulson, observing Payne through binoculars from a distant building staircase, issued an order: continue surveillance. Do not act rashly. Also monitor the fight. If necessary, rescue the masked man. This command came not only because Coulson sensed the masked man's close ties with Payne, but also, more importantly, Coulson detected a youthful tone in the voice laden with murderous intent. If nothing was amiss, beneath the mask lay a young man. And young people were the future of the world. If it were convenient, Coulson wouldn't mind offering some protection. Of course, only a modicum of protection. As for the masked man's impulsive and reckless act of directly challenging the formidable Kingpin, Coulson wouldn't interfere. He would merely assist slightly, as he was doing now. After all, no one could save someone who courted death. At that moment on the arena, Lin Chi was exchanging blows with Kingpin. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Chi threw a punch, and Kingpin raised his hand to block. Kingpin launched a hammer strike, and Lin Chi caught it. In the process, Lin Chi sensed that Kingpin's strength was formidable, only slightly inferior to his own. His speed was also impressive, only marginally slower than Lin Chi's. Lin Chi estimated that Kingpin's strength and speed attributes were both around 45 points. As for stamina and physique, judging by the man's massive build, Lin Chi figured they should be no less than 80 points. However, despite his slight physical advantage, Lin Chi found himself at a disadvantage. The reason was simple: Kingpin's combat skills were far superior, and his battle experience left Lin Chi trailing by 10 streets. Yet Lin Chi didn't succumb even after taking several hits from Kingpin. Under immense pressure, Lin Chi's combat abilities advanced rapidly. Kingpin was astonished that Lin Chi remained standing after several of his punches, something unprecedented. Thus, Kingpin decided to go all out and defeat the masked man. With a thunderous hammer strike, Lin Chi was sent flying 3 or 4 meters. He steadied himself, a hint of regret beneath his mask. He could no longer improve steadily. So let's end this quickly. Kingpin, are you ready? As he spoke, Lin Chi placed his hands on the ground, assuming a sprinter's starting position. Then flames erupted. Kingpin felt a twinge of perplexity. He held the clear advantage, having battered his opponent until he could barely fight back. Yet the masked man's words suggested he was the one in control. Kingpin couldn't tell if the man was supremely confident or merely arrogant. Regardless, he was certain that victory was beyond his opponent's grasp. Human strength has its limits, and Kingpin had long since reached that peak through years of grueling training. No one understood the pinnacle of physical prowess better than he did. That pinnacle was a power 5 times that of an ordinary man. For instance, while most could manage only a few hundred kilograms of pulling or pushing force, Kingpin could exert several thousand, several tons. At this level, shattering a wall with a single punch or killing a man with a palm strike was trivial. It was precisely because he had attained this stage that Kingpin was so confident of victory, for he had already deduced the identity of the man before him. If his guess was correct, this person was undoubtedly Lynch. Kingpin had reviewed Lynch's life history when gathering information on him. His physical fitness was mediocre, though he possessed a certain cunning intellect. Wait, if that were all, how dare he challenge me? And judging by their recent exchange, this masked man, though slightly weaker, was nearly a match for him in strength. Damn it, how had he overlooked this? Could it be that Lynch had stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter, growing far stronger, and thus dared to face him? At this thought, as he watched the masked man slowly lower his stance, Kingpin's eyes brimmed with wariness. Beneath that caution, however, lay a deep, covetous greed. Even now, Kingpin remained convinced of his own triumph. From their fight, he had not only gauged his opponent's strength, but also discerned something else. Whoever this masked man was, his combat skills and battle experience were utterly abysmal. Thus, Kingpin began to contemplate what came next. Once this masked man became his subordinate, he would extract the path to greater power from him. Although it would mean becoming a pawn of pain himself, Kingpin never tired of seeking new avenues to strength. Yet as he reveled in these fantasies, a sight unfolded before him that left him utterly astounded. The masked man assumed a sprinter's starting pose and flames erupted beneath his feet. Is that some kind of technological gear, was Kingpin's first thought. But seeing the man's bare feet and the gasps of the onlooking crowd, he realized it could not be so. However, he had no time to ponder further. The flames beneath Lynch's feet swelled, and with a powerful leap forward, he launched himself. Boom! The fire roared forth, scorching the ground, and propelling Lynch with immense force. In the blink of an eye, he was before Kingpin. Midair, he shifted his stance, one foot still providing thrust while the other drew back for a flying kick. Smack! Kingpin barely managed to raise his arms, crossing them before his face to block the ferocious assault. Then he found himself on the defensive. The sheer force of Lynch's kick and its follow-through sent Kingpin stumbling backward. But this was not the end. The flames beneath Lynch's propelling foot erupted once more. The sudden surge of power channeled through his formidable physique produced a crisp crack from Kingpin's arms. Crack! That was the sound of bones breaking. Never had Kingpin imagined that a single kick could shatter the bones in both his arms. He had always been the one to teach his enemies how to fight with a single punch, but today everything defied his expectations. The searing pain twisted his expression, and an ominous foreboding crept into his heart. If he failed to turn the tide, he would die on this very ring. But this realization came far too late. Lynch's kick continued unabated. With one foot providing constant propulsion, he could sustain the attack. Unlike others whose strength would wane after a single strike, forcing them to retreat and attempt another flying kick. It was for this reason that the flying kick was often dismissed as a flashy, useless technique. But in Lynch's hands, everything was about to change. The flames beneath his driving foot exploded once more. His kicking foot shattered Kingpin's arms and drove straight into his chest. Sizzling, tiny flames licked at the striking foot. In that moment, Lynch whispered to Kingpin, "Hello, Kingpin." Before Kingpin could respond, Lynch continued, "Goodbye, Kingpin." Whoosh! The flames on his foot erupted instantly, igniting every shred of clothing on Kingpin's body. Not only that, but the sheer impact drove the fire straight through Kingpin's chest. The searing heat of several hundred to 1,000 degrees caused his body and bones to become brittle. Combined with Lynch's physique and the formidable propulsive force of flames, this situation was thus achieved. Kingpin, like a blazing torch, only had time for a single cry of agony at the start, then fell silent. With a violent thrust, the flames like a spear pierced through Kingpin's heart, scorching all the organs within to a state of complete disintegration. Shifting his foot slightly, Lynch stepped on Kingpin's relatively intact, terror-stricken head. Using it for leverage, he leaped, executing a few backflips before landing on the ground with a stylish, earth-shattering impact. Watching the flames on Kingpin gradually fade, the man himself fell backward onto the ring like a charred piece of charcoal. Lynch felt an indescribable sensation. Yet this feeling was not one of pain, but of exhilaration, joy, and release. The stifling resentment in his heart born from learning the truth about his biological parents in this life had completely dissipated. Turning his head to sweep his gaze over the crowd, who were still too stunned to make a sound, Lynch did not hesitate. Flames erupted beneath his feet, and he shot straight up toward the top of the Kingpin Tower. Just as he reached the rooftop, the Deva path appeared. With a mere gesture, it suspended Lynch in midair. Yet instead of harming him, it took Lynch and flew away together. It was only then that the onlookers around the ring erupted into thunderous cries. The scene dissolved into utter chaos. This masked man actually killed Kingpin. He can even shoot flames from his feet. Now I finally understand where he got the courage to challenge the Emperor of the Underworld. Kingpin was actually defeated. This is truly unbelievable. The reporters murmured among themselves as they frantically snapped photos. The rest of the onlookers hastily pulled out their phones and other devices to start recording and filming. Of course, the smarter ones had already been recording from the very beginning. After all, this was the first ever live scene of a life-or-death arena duel for vengeance, and also the first time a superpowered individual had revealed their existence to the public. Propelling oneself with flames from the feet, and fighting with fire, if that wasn't a superpowered being, what was? It was foreseeable that this battle would spread like wildfire online, amassing a massive amount of shock value for Lynch. With so many people present, some might even be live streaming. Although this incident wasn't as severe as the Planetary Devastation, it would be far more difficult to suppress its repercussions. After all, with the Planetary Devastation incident, people unconsciously ignored it. It was like an ostrich burying its head in the sand to avoid a predator's attack, foolish, yet a common reaction for many. On a distant rooftop, Phil Coulson watched the Deva path leave with the masked man and couldn't help but sigh, raising his hand to cover his forehead in exasperation. He had become excited the moment he saw the flames erupt from the underdog masked man's feet. S-H-I-E-L-D was in desperate need of power, especially a formidable individual who could serve as a beacon. That was precisely why director Nick Fury personally invited Iron Man Tony Stark. Though unsuccessful, it demonstrated their resolve. In truth, S-H-I-E-L-D would have preferred to recruit the powerhouse Pain. The problem was Pain was an entity they simply could not afford to provoke. Capable of annihilating an entire city district with a casual gesture, he was a force of nature. Faced with such a being, S-H-I-E-L-D, lacking any high-level power, had no way to even catch Pain's attention. Thus, forced by circumstances, S-H-I-E-L-D had to lower its sights. Still, they couldn't lower them too much. At the very least, they needed someone with power comparable to Iron Man. But were powerhouses on par with Iron Man so easy to find? The Hulk was one, but he had been appearing quite volatile lately, so S-H-I-E-L-D had to postpone contact. Coulson was the one in charge of these matters. He had been perpetually worried simply because truly powerful superheroes were so scarce. Unexpectedly, he witnessed a noted considerable superpowered individual today. His physical strength was formidable, and with proper training, his combat prowess wouldn't be inferior to Iron Man's. Crucially, there was his ability to propel himself with flames from his feet. That definitely meant flight. Not only was it powerful, but it was also highly versatile, which would elevate the masked man's overall strength by another level. So the moment he saw the flames appear under the masked man's feet, Coulson made up his mind. Regardless of the battle's outcome, he had to protect the masked man, and then recruit him into S-H-I-E-L-D. The organization was sorely lacking a powerful combatant. However, what Coulson hadn't anticipated was that the masked man would defeat and kill Kingpin so cleanly in a single blow. This level of power, though somewhat limited, was still incredibly formidable. Coulson's desire for it only grew stronger. Yet what surprised him again was that as he prepared to send agents to make contact after the battle, the masked man simply flew away. And what was more, he left together with Pain. This astounded Coulson beyond measure. Pain. The masked man is actually in league with Pain. This complicates things. Now S-H-I-E-L-D and even the U.S. government have no way to deal with Pain. If such a powerhouse were angered and he conjured a meteorite right over the White House, what could be done? Anyone would fear someone wielding a weapon of such devastating power. Although Pain's attitude isn't entirely hostile, it's far from friendly. Who knows if Pain has any intention of destroying the world? If S-H-I-E-L-D had the capability, they would definitely choose to recruit Pain. If they couldn't recruit him, they would certainly do everything possible to kill or imprison Pain. Such a dangerous individual cannot be left unchecked unless his stance is confirmed, and he is believed to harbor no enmity toward the world. Otherwise, governments worldwide would be unable to sleep or eat in peace. Wait, thinking this way, Pain's earlier visit to the Kingpin building suddenly makes sense. Coulson recalled the intelligence they had gathered 2 days ago about Pain's infiltration of the Kingpin building. After a moment of thought, Coulson began to piece together the information. The masked man and Pain share a relationship akin to friendship, hierarchy, or cooperation. The masked man and Kingpin are sworn enemies bound by an irreconcilable blood feud for his parents' murder. Pain appeared at the Kingpin building, did something, and then Kingpin constructed an arena and fought in person. Coulson suddenly understood. So Kingpin was a gift from Pain to the masked man. Most likely Pain sought to recruit the Masked Man, and the Masked Man revealed his vendetta. After investigating, Pain discovered that Kingpin was the Masked Man's enemy. Thus, through coercion and persuasion, he tricked Kingpin into a duel with the Masked Man. In the end, the Masked Man avenged himself, and Kingpin died. Pain gained the allegiance of the Masked Man, a superpowered individual. Throughout this process, Kingpin suffered the greatest loss, while both the Masked Man and Pain reaped substantial gains. Kingpin not only lost his prestige, but also his life. Though he deserved death, it was still somewhat pitiable. The more Coulson pondered, the more convinced he became. Without hesitation, he dispatched agents to investigate the Kingpin building. And during this process, there was no obstruction. Kingpin was dead, witnessed firsthand by Bullseye. That nearly invincible man had fallen before Bullseye's eyes. Without a moment's pause, Bullseye, after his initial shock, turned and sprinted toward the Kingpin building. He needed to pack up and flee with the loot. As the great tree falls, the monkeys scatter. With Bullseye setting an example, the rest of Kingpin's gang and subordinates followed suit. Thus, by the time Coulson gave the order, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents entered a building that had been nearly stripped bare. Nevertheless, the agents still managed to find some evidence which further corroborated Coulson's hypothesis. Finally, when Nick Fury heard the mission report, he asked in surprise, "Are you saying a powerful superhuman appeared, but Pain intercepted him?" Coulson nodded. That seems to be the case, though it's also possible they are friends and Pain was simply supporting the Masked Man. Nick Fury fell silent, lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke again. "Has the government issued a warrant for the Masked Man?" Coulson nodded. Killing in public, even if justified, is a contempt of the law, so a warrant is inevitable. Then suppress the warrant. Nick Fury ordered. Coulson, keep watch. I suspect that superhuman is still in New York. Should we make contact? Coulson asked. Of course, even if he has joined Pain's organization, we must still try. Nick Fury declared decisively. He killed Kingpin in a duel for revenge. In ancient times, the authorities wouldn't have interfered. Now we are short on manpower. We can't afford to let anyone slip away. Besides, based on your analysis, the Masked Man doesn't seem to be evil. Meanwhile, after moving away from the city center, Lynch returned with Pain to the place where they had stashed their clothes. He dispelled the limited clone. He picked up the money box, changed back into his own clothes, and stowed the mask and fireproof suit inside the box. Then Lynch headed home with the box. Watching the shock value on the system panel skyrocket, Lynch felt his operation had been quite successful. At the very least, he had achieved all his objectives. He had launched the Masked Man's career, avenged his parents, collected the money, and earned shock value. Everything was in place. However, his power growth had only been minimal. At that moment, Lynch felt a bit of resentment toward Kingpin. Why did you have to end the fight so quickly? Couldn't you have held on a little longer, lived a little longer? You had to go all out. There was no choice. I wanted to use your pressure to improve myself, but faced with your ferocious onslaught, I had no option but to kill you. Come to think of it, this was my first time taking a life. Perhaps because he was killing his enemy, Lynch felt no discomfort. On the contrary, he found it exhilarating. After all, who wouldn't be delighted to have their vengeance fulfilled? Carrying this joyful mood, Lynch returned home. It was Saturday, but Aunt May had gone to work as usual. She worked on a monthly leave system with only 3 days off per month. Therefore, unless she was on leave, she had to work even on rest days. As a result, only little Peter was at home. Lynch made no attempt to conceal himself and walked straight through the front door. As he walked, he thought that perhaps tonight he could show the money to Aunt May. He could say, "This money is the inheritance left by my biological parents. I suddenly remembered it recently, so I went to retrieve it, and surprisingly, it was still there." The moment this thought surfaced, Lynch felt it was inappropriate. That wouldn't work, it was too fake. Having lived together for so long, Aunt May would see through his lie at a single glance. So Lynch suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If he couldn't do it himself, then let Pain handle it. If Pain came to his home and explained everything, it would surely be more convincing than his own words, and it wouldn't expose his situation. However, Pain might end up being scolded. After all, the Chibaku Tensei had frightened Aunt May for several days. But to ensure his family's well-being, Lynch decided that a scolding was worth it. Thus, he took the box back to his room and placed it under the bed. But at that moment, he heard a girl's voice coming from his younger brother Peter's room. Huh, does little Peter have a girlfriend? No way. He's only 11. Lynch quickly left his room and knocked on Peter's door. To his surprise, it was Wanda. Hello, Wanda. Though a bit startled, Lynch greeted her. Don't you have work today? Wanda turned around and saw Lynch, her face lighting up with surprise. I'm on rotation. I have the day off today, so that's why I asked you to go out this morning. I see. Lynch nodded and asked rather bluntly, since when did you start hanging out with little Peter? Wanda's cheeks flushed slightly at the question. Why was she playing with Lynch's brother? Wasn't it just to get information about Lynch from little Peter so she could get closer to him? What a blockhead. Wanda blushed and made up a random excuse. Though Lynch found it odd, he didn't press further. By the way, do you still want to go out? Lin Shi recalled the disappointed look on the girl's face when he had turned her down that morning. I've finished my business. From now until dinner I have nothing else to do. Lin Shi had indeed completed his tasks for the day. Though the shock value came quickly, it wasn't yet at the level he desired. So he would check again tonight, meaning he was truly free during the day. You're done that quickly. Wanda was overjoyed at Lin Shi's invitation. Of course I want to go out. But little Peter, lacking tact, said, brother, I want to come out and play with you too. Wanda's brow furrowed for a moment, then relaxed. This conquest wouldn't be completed in a single outing. Just this once she would bring little Peter along. Otherwise, with Peter home alone, Lin Shi might not enjoy himself to the fullest either. Therefore, without waiting for Lin Shi's reply, she said, then, well, bring you along. Seeing this, Lin Shi glanced at Wanda, but said nothing. After a moment's thought, he said, should we invite Pietro too? Since we're all going out together. Wanda shook her head. Pietro isn't on rotation today, so he's still working. All right then, just the three of us. Little Peter, where do you want to go? I want to visit the Stark Expo grounds. Little Peter said excitedly. The expo hosted by Iron Man must be really cool. Hearing this, Lin Shi realized that the plot of Iron Man 2 was about to unfold. If so, wouldn't there be new check-in locations? For instance, the birthplace of War Machine, the rebirth of Iron Man, and so on. Alongside this, there was also the Thor incident far away in New Mexico. Lin Shi didn't want to miss any of these. However, with his clone, he could manage both sides, so he wasn't worried about missing out. That meant he had to find a way to get involved quickly. Thus, little Peter's suggestion was excellent. Lin Shi could take this opportunity to scout the terrain of the Stark Expo grounds and prepare for his future plans. So he nodded in agreement. With both Lin Shi and little Peter in favor, Wanda, who only wanted to be with Lin Shi, naturally agreed as well. For her, the hustle and bustle of New York held little allure anymore. As long as she could be with Lin Shi, even a stinking gutter. Well, let's change that. Even the rooftop of an apartment building could be beautiful. Scenery isn't just about the place, it's about the mood. With the right person, you can be happy anywhere. In this life, Lin Shi, a Chinese American, obtained his driver's license early. In America, the driver's license serves as a substitute for identification and other documents, making it the most crucial credential. Thus, while some might let their IDs expire and forget to renew, the driver's license always remains the most current and valid form of identification. However, despite possessing a driver's license, Lin Shi did not own a car. This was a common plight among most American youths, as not everyone had the means to purchase a vehicle for their newly adult children. Take Aunt May, for instance. She had already exhausted herself raising 2 children. She wished she could buy Lin Shi a car for his 18th birthday, but her heart was willing while her strength fell short. Therefore, Aunt May planned to repaint her Volkswagen Beetle and give it to Lin Shi as a birthday gift. As for herself, she thought taking the bus or tram to work would be fine. Such was a mother's love. But when Lin Shi found out, he firmly refused, declaring, I'm just a high school student who hasn't even graduated yet. Why would I need a car? This reasoning barely managed to persuade Aunt May. Hence, Lin Shi, little Peter, and Wanda had to take the bus to the Stark Industries Expo venue. Squeezing onto the somewhat crowded bus, Lin Shi silently resolved that once he revealed the money hidden under his bed, he would buy himself a car. Nothing too fancy, just enough for commuting. In America, being without a car was incredibly inconvenient. As the bus teemed with people, Lin Shi shielded little Peter and Wanda in the crook of his arm and noticed news about himself on the onboard screen. To be precise, it was news about the masked man's duel with Kingpin. As everyone knows, Kingpin, who lives in Hell's Kitchen, is a ruthless crime lord. Though he has tried to clean up his image, many will not forget his past deeds. Do I need to elaborate on how dangerous Hell's Kitchen is? Yet today our journalists risked their lives to capture the battle between Kingpin and his avenger, the Flame Mask. It is reported that Kingpin killed the Flame Mask's parents, prompting the latter to seek revenge. One wonders why Kingpin chose to fight the Flame Mask on his own instead of deploying his underlings. This was one of the reasons for Kingpin's eventual downfall. Watching the TV news narrate the exploits of the Flame Mask, while praising him, Lin Shi felt an indescribable thrill. Especially when he saw the curious expression on Wanda's rosy face as she watched the news from the crook of his arm. Seeming to notice Lin Shi's gaze, Wanda quickly explained, I'm just a little curious. That person can shoot flames from his feet, nothing more. You're still more handsome. Wanda's explanation stirred complex emotions in Lin Shi. He found it both exhilarating and troubling. The exhilaration came from the confirmation of his stunning good looks. The trouble was that even his heroic alter ego, the Flame Mask, couldn't surpass his own charm. What kind of predicament was that? Thus he could only respond with a gentle smile. Yet this tender demeanor only made Wanda gaze at him more intently, completely oblivious to her surroundings as she stared at Lin Shi. Little Peter's reaction, however, pleased Lin Shi. Oh my gosh, brother, that Flame Mask guy is so cool. As everyone knew, Peter Parker's idol was Tony Stark, Iron Man. In this life, Lin Shi felt the same. So hearing little Peter say this, Lin Shi felt as if he had outdone Tony Stark. In little Peter's eyes, he surpassed Iron Man, which roughly meant he surpassed Iron Man. Rounding it up, Lin Shi completely crushed Iron Man. Feeling pleased, Lynch looked at little Peter and asked, "Peter, who do you think is cooler, the Flame Mask or Iron Man?" Expecting to hear his own heroic name, Lynch was taken aback when little Peter answered without hesitation, "Iron Man is definitely cooler." Lynch's face darkened, feeling that this little brother might need a lesson after a few days without discipline. Why? But considering his brother's young age, Lynch decided to give him another chance. Unfortunately, little Peter Parker was an honest soul. "I don't know, but I just think Iron Man is cooler." Lynch felt quite helpless. What could he do when his brother thought that way? Could he really give him a beating? Even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it now, not in public with Wanda watching. So Lynch decided to teach little Peter the art of speaking once they returned home after the outing. The journey was uneventful. When they arrived at the Stark Expo site, little Peter was deeply disappointed because the venue was still under construction and not open to visitors. The official opening was about a week away. Little Peter pouted, and Lynch felt this trip was ill-fated. Ultimately, on Wanda's suggestion, the three of them went to the New York Zoo. However, as he walked toward the zoo, Lynch suddenly realized a problem. When he was watching the news in the car just now, it seemed he hadn't seen a wanted notice for the Flame Masked Man. Without hesitation, he directly asked Wanda and little Peter. Then Lynch received answers of, "I wasn't paying attention, I was looking at you." And it seems not. Helpless, he could only take out his phone and open the official website of the New York Police Department. After searching and checking, Lynch found that there really was no wanted notice for the Flame Masked Man. What does this mean? It means that seeking private revenge is permitted by the government. Bullshit. How is that possible? Lynch thought for a moment before realizing the possible reason behind this situation. It was most likely due to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intervention. On Earth, if any organization could influence the government, it could only be S.H.I.E.L.D. This organization, backed by the United Nations, called itself the Protector of the World, hence the name S.H.I.E.L.D. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. Lynch began to ponder the reason behind S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions. If S.H.I.E.L.D. suppressed this situation, didn't it mean they had designs on him? Because the act of suppressing the wanted notice for the Flame Masked Man was a very obvious gesture of goodwill. So did S.H.I.E.L.D. want to recruit him to join them? To be honest, Lynch did not want to join S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, 80 to 90% of the agents there were Hydra moles. Joining it would be like walking into a nest of snakes. Lynch did not want to guess what Hydra would do, nor did he want to experience such things. However, the check-in locations for major events in the Marvel world were all related to S.H.I.E.L.D. Now Lynch had already realized this. The key nodes of events involving each hero or major villain were all places where he could check in. If Lynch wanted to continue becoming stronger, he had to keep checking in. This inevitably meant he would come into contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. Unless he planned to be a villain, in which case he could completely ignore S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, building a good relationship with them was necessary. After careful thought, Lynch had an idea. That was to join only the Avengers, not S.H.I.E.L.D. Just like Thor, he was a member of the Avengers, but was at most only an ally of S.H.I.E.L.D. So although this statement seemed odd, it was actually correct. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. founded the Avengers, but the Avengers did not belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. The two could be compared to a super team and the team's logistics support department. Therefore, if he could join only the Avengers without joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Lynch would be very willing. If that wasn't possible, then he wouldn't join at all and would just stay on the sidelines. He would participate in every battle but belong to neither side. Of course, Lynch's stance was firm. He was firmly on the side of Earth, humanity, and justice. With a decision made in his heart, Lynch snapped back to reality and continued leading little Peter and Wanda toward the zoo entrance. But as they walked, he suddenly noticed little Peter's strange expression. "Peter, what are you looking at?" The young Spider-Man was quite speechless. "Brother, you're holding Wanda's sister's hand, and you've made her blush." "Huh." Lynch quickly looked down and realized he was holding little Peter's hand with his left and Wanda's with his right. Wanda's pretty face was flushed, but she wasn't resisting, looking rather shy. No wonder it felt so soft. Lynch murmured, then immediately let go of Wanda's hand and apologized to her. "Sorry, I was lost in thought, and instinctively held on to people to keep us from getting separated." It's fine, it's fine." Wanda's voice grew softer, and Lynch felt she sounded a bit aggrieved. However, Lynch didn't dwell on it. "All right, let's get ready to enter the zoo. Wanda'll go buy the tickets, you keep an eye on little Peter." "Okay." Watching Lynch head to the ticket booth, Wanda crouched down and amiably ruffled little Peter's hair. After messing up his hairstyle completely, she felt a bit better. Really, if you hadn't said anything, we could have kept holding hands. Damn it. However, before Lynch returned, Wanda helped little Peter tidy his hair again, leaving little Peter with a bewildered expression. I meant well, but why is Wanda's sister angry? After that, there wasn't much to say about the zoo visit. During the zoo trip, they had lunch. At 3 in the afternoon, seeing the tired expressions on Wanda and the energetic little Peter, Lynch decided to head back. Because of his strong physique, Lynch wasn't tired. If he wanted to, he could keep walking until the zoo closed. So when to end the trip entirely depended on his companion's opinions. The proposal to go home was unanimously approved by Wanda and little Peter. Then the three of them took a bus back to their home in Queens. On the way, the bus was still packed with people. However, with the strong Lynch protecting them, Wanda and little Peter were perfectly safe. However, as the bus neared Queens, a sudden thunderous crash erupted from up ahead. It seemed there had been an accident. After a moment's thought, Lynch squeezed through the throng of passengers to a window and poked his head out to see. What he saw was a lizard-like humanoid slightly taller than an average man, its body of vivid green, and its visage savage and fierce. This lizard man was currently wreaking havoc on the Crossbay Bridge, the bus' only path forward. However, it appeared to be mindless, lost in a berserker rage. Its eyes were bloodshot, brimming with nothing but cruelty. What the hell is going on? Lynch's eyes widened. He had thoroughly investigated and confirmed that this Marvel world was the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Because figures like Iron Man, Tony Stark, and the Hulk, Bruce Banner, were identical to the movie characters he knew. Exactly the same, without a single difference. Furthermore, his adoptive Aunt May was the beautiful version from Tom Holland's Spider-Man. That was why Lynch was so certain. Oh, and companies like Oscorp didn't exist in this world either. But now this sudden appearance of a lizard man shattered that assumption. Seeing the white lab coat the lizard man wore, Lynch was almost certain this was the lizard from the Amazing Spider-Man. That lizard's name was Dr. Curt Connors, originally a brilliant army medic. During a war, he was recruited and sent to the front lines to perform surgery on the wounded. One day, their base was attacked. Connors' right arm was irreparably damaged in a massive explosion. To save his life, he chose amputation and was sent back to the States to recover. From then on, Connors abandoned surgery, conducting experiments in a university lab, obsessively researching the regenerative systems and biology of reptiles. To restore his own lost arm and create regenerated human limbs for medical use, Professor Connors tirelessly studied how to transfer the regenerative properties of a lizard's tail to humans. Then he succeeded. His right hand did grow back. But the problem was the serum's potency was too strong. It drastically altered Connors' appearance, transforming him into a human with a lizard's form. More terrifying still, it wasn't just his appearance. Even Curt Connors' mind was completely twisted. He developed his own ideology, believing that the world should be ruled by reptilian humans like himself, and planned to turn all of humanity into lizard men. The plot of The Amazing Spider-Man was Spider-Man defeating the lizard and foiling his scheme. But the problem was Lynch looked at the 11-year-old Peter Parker standing beside him. How could this kid possibly fight a lizard man? So was there another Peter Parker? Was he the real Spider-Man? Lynch's mind was in turmoil. At that moment, countless people witnessed the lizard man rampaging on the bridge, wantonly destroying vehicles. Wanda and little Peter saw it too, terror dawning on their faces. After all, the hideous lizard man was enough to scare children into silence. And its casual ability to flip multi-ton cars showcased its immense strength. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a monster? Lynch immediately comforted them, then led the two off the bus to go watch the excitement. Of course, it was mainly because Lynch wanted to see. He wanted to verify his theory to know if a Spider-Man would show up. Traffic had come to a standstill as the rampaging lizard man with its long tail blocked the bridge, refusing to let anyone pass. By now, the police had finally arrived. But facing the thick-skinned lizard, their gunfire was like a tickle, utterly ineffective. Instead, several police cars were overturned and a few officers were severely beaten. Seeing this, and still no sign of Spider-Man, Lynch confirmed the situation. This world was indeed the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but it would have characters from other Marvel films intruding, like Kingpin or the lizard before him. Well, then it was time for me to make my move. Having waited in vain for Spider-Man, Lynch decided to act himself to solve this problem for his younger brother, the future Spider-Man. Of course, his motives weren't purely altruistic. There was profit to be gained. Shock value was very important to Lynch, and this intruding lizard should also have a point of origin, shouldn't he? If that were the case, wouldn't a sign in there strengthen his power? So this was also a proactive move by Lynch. Besides, as a superhero without a few impressive feats, who would acknowledge him? Actually, recognition wasn't the issue, the key was the shock value. Thinking it, he acted. Lynch told Wanda to take little Peter and run further back. The farther from here, the safer. Wanda agreed, but she grabbed his hand and asked, "What about you? Aren't you coming with us?" Lynch gently shook his head. "I'm going to help the others." "Lynn." Wanda's face was etched with concern as she tried to speak, but Lynch cut her off. "Don't worry. I'm in great shape, and I can run fast." Lynch reassured her. Seeing his resolute determination, Wanda had no choice but to agree. Though they hadn't known each other long, she had come to understand his character fairly well. He was a stubborn man, once he set his mind on something, it was nearly impossible for others to change it. So after a moment of thought, Wanda decided that the only thing she could do was give him a stronger reason to return. Yet only one idea came to mind to motivate him. But that idea was difficult for the easily embarrassed Wanda to voice. However, glancing at the people fleeing around her, and then at Lynch, who was moving against the tide to save others, she questioned her heart and confirmed her feelings. Thus her shy heart steeled itself. She reached out and pulled the turning Lynch back, shouting loudly, "Lin, I like you." This sudden confession left Lynch stunned. When he turned around, a fragrant, delicate figure threw herself into his arms. Then the girl's soft lips pressed against his in a kiss. A moment later, under little Peter's wide-eyed gaze, Wanda stepped back, half a step, her face flushed, her hand still firmly gripping Lynch's. "I know we haven't known each other long, but feelings can't be hidden. So Lynch, you must come back safely." This was Wanda's plan, and she gave herself to it willingly. At that moment, Lynch's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Though he had been confessed to by countless girls in this life, this was the first time he had experienced a confession accompanied by a kiss. Nevertheless, the pleasure was genuine, and Lynch felt no resistance. So did he truly like Wanda? Lynch asked himself inwardly, and then confirmed it. He nodded firmly at Wanda. "Thank you for your feelings. I will come back safely." Then, carrying his bag, he walked resolutely through the crowd toward the bridge. Once Lynch disappeared from sight, Wanda let out a breath. Then she exclaimed in distress, "Ah, I actually confessed first." Beside her, little Peter had regained his composure and said with an air of maturity, "Sister Wanda, you should be grateful." "Huh?" Wanda was puzzled. "My brother has turned down many girls, but he didn't push you away. Think about it. I think you have a chance." Wanda's eyes lit up and she grabbed Peter's hand. "Little Peter, thank you. I suddenly think you're a good kid." "I've always been a good kid. Please don't add little before my name, thank you." Peter opened her hand as she reached to pinch his cheek, then said, "Let's go. Let's not cause trouble for brother." Wanda nodded, and she led Peter toward a safe place in the distance. But at that moment, a sound of flames crackling arose. Wanda and Peter turned to see a figure standing atop a car not far ahead, clad in a gray-gold fireproof suit and wearing a flame mask. "Oh, the Flame Mask. Is he here to save us?" "What a terrible name, Flame Mask. We should call him the Flame Knight." "Flame Knight. Smash that lizard man." People shouted one after another, as if seeing a savior. Wanda and Peter also breathed a sigh of relief. With a superhero like this appearing, Lynch should be safe. They weren't wrong. Lynch was indeed in no danger. In fact, facing the lizard doctor, who was even stronger than Kingpin, Lynch was confident of victory. After parting with Wanda and Peter, he had found a spot with no people or surveillance cameras and changed into the fireproof suit and mask. It was a thicket by the roadside, empty except for some excrement. It seemed that in any country, when nature calls urgently, civility is forgotten. After changing, Lynch hid his clothes, then, with a light leap, jumped onto the roof of a car. As he appeared, the shock value, which had been slowly accumulating, began to increase rapidly. Clearly there were reporters nearby, likely broadcasting live. This was good news for Lynch, as it would boost his efficiency in gaining shock value. He glanced at Wanda and Peter, who were in a safe spot, and then moved amidst the crowd's cheers. With a gentle push of his foot, he leaped from one car roof to another. Thump, thump, thump. Using the car roofs as a fast track, Lynch quickly reached the bridge. Then, spotting the lizard doctor dozens of meters away, he didn't stop and leaped several meters into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Flames shot from his feet, propelling him directly toward the lizard doctor. Kurt Connors was exhilarated. The bottleneck that had long plagued his experiments had finally been broken today. Today he injected the tissue serum derived from a lizard's regenerating tail into a three-legged disabled mouse, and then a startling scene unfolded. Dr. Kurt Connors watched as the mouse, in an extremely short time, rapidly grew back its missing leg. The new leg appeared identical to the others with no sign of abnormality. Instantly, Dr. Connors was overjoyed. Gazing at his own disabled left arm, he disregarded the potential side effects of the tissue serum and directly injected a large dose into himself. Dr. Connors still possessed a conscience. He understood the cruelty of human trials. So rather than harming others, he made himself the first test subject. The moment the serum entered his body, Dr. Connors felt a cool sensation flow through him. Then an excruciating pain struck. Dr. Connors collapsed to the floor, writhing in agony. It was Saturday, and he had been working overtime alone. Thus, in the laboratory at New York University, he was the only one present. No one noticed the events inside, and his screams went unheard. After a moment, Dr. Connors stood up. He leaned on the table, panting heavily. Then he froze and raised his left hand. Where there had been an empty sleeve, a fair-skinned arm now appeared. It was almost identical to his right arm, only slightly paler. I did it. Dr. Connors was ecstatic. He had created this serum not only to restore his own limbs, but also to enable all disabled people worldwide to lead normal lives. This ideal was noble and also held great financial promise. It was for this reason that Dr. Connors had secured investment for his research. Otherwise, scientific research is so expensive that Dr. Connors, a former military medic, could never have afforded it. Now he intended to share the good news with his investors. He wanted them to know their money hadn't been wasted. He pulled out his phone to call, but then thought they might not believe him over the phone. After all, the initial investment had been somewhat of a gamble. Perhaps they had simply had too much money and invested in his project just for the sake of it. To be precise, to earn the title of benevolent capitalist who funds scientific research. So Dr. Connors put his phone away, turned, and walked out of the lab. He would go to the investors in person and show them his restored left arm. Such tangible proof would be more effective than any words. However, Dr. Connors did not see that after he locked the lab, the mouse that had just regained its health suddenly fell unconscious. After a moment, the mouse grew green skin, becoming a hybrid of lizard and rodent. Dr. Connors hurried out of the university, planning to take a taxi to the investors. After getting into the taxi and giving the address, Dr. Connors suddenly felt dizzy. He could only lean back in the seat and then fell unconscious. The driver assumed Connors was just exhausted and didn't disturb him. After all, such sights were common in New York. The taxi continued on its way normally. The driver failed to notice the dramatic changes occurring within Dr. Connors in the back seat. Soon the taxi was stuck in traffic on a crossbay bridge. The driver cursed in frustration. I really don't know how those people drive getting stuck on a bridge. Receiving no response, the driver looked into the back seat. He saw Dr. Connors turning green all over like a green lizard man. The back seat, once spacious enough for Connors, now seemed cramped. A thick green tail thrashed about, thumping against the taxi's roof with dull sounds. Just then, as the driver looked, Dr. Connors opened his eyes. The yellow bestial pupils held a chilling coldness. Monster. Without a second thought, the driver abandoned the car and fled in terror. Feeling cramped inside, Dr. Connors got out. Panic erupted instantly. Everyone who saw the overtwelmed turtle lizard man was filled with fear, especially since the recent battle between the 2-meter tall Hulk and Abomination had already claimed many lives. Now the lizard Dr. Connors looked down at the people scurrying beneath him, and a surge of anger welled up within him. He didn't know where this rage was coming from. At that moment, Dr. Lizard desired nothing but to slaughter every human in sight. Without any attempt to suppress that impulse, Dr. Connors the lizard charged forward, raising his hand to flip over a car. Creaking. Seeing his own extraordinary strength, a gleam of delighted surprise flickered in Dr. Connors' eyes. He reached out, grabbed the overturned vehicle, and hurled it viciously toward the sidewalks on both sides of the road. My leg is broken. Immediately, cries of agony filled the air. Yet amidst the suffering of the people, Dr. Connors felt only elation in his heart. At this moment, he deeply believed that humans did not deserve to inhabit the fertile lands openly. The true rulers of the land should be noble reptiles like himself. Lizard men, I need more lizard men. At this moment, Dr. Connors regained some clarity, but his mind had been fundamentally altered. But then the police arrived. They drew their guns and opened fire on Dr. Lizard. However, as a representation of modern firearms, the bullets failed to achieve their intended effect. The thick, scaly skin of Dr. Connors caught all the bullets, wedging them between the gaps of his scales. Having become a lizard man, he possessed not only immense strength, but also astonishing defensive capabilities. Though the bullets did not harm him, they infuriated Dr. Connors. How dare lowly human beings attack me? Without a second thought, he grabbed another car and hurled it fiercely toward the police. Smack! After throwing 3 or 4 cars in succession, Dr. Connors gazed at the fallen police officers, his conviction that lizard men were the superior species only growing stronger. Then he resolved to return to the university laboratory, turn the serum into an aerosol spray, and unleash it upon all of New York. That way everyone would become lizard men and all would belong to the superior race. However, to his surprise, a foot wreathed in flames came straight for his face. Bang! Under the immense impact, the massive body of Dr. Connors was sent flying backward. But it was not over yet. Dr. Connors felt the foot on his face begin to heat up. Then raging flames erupted from the soul, pouring into his nostrils and mouth. Roar! Hiss! A cry that was entirely reptilian escaped from Dr. Connors' constricted throat. Smack! With his upper body ablaze, Dr. Lizard was sent crashing back into the taxi he had arrived in. Bang! Enduring the searing pain, Dr. Lizard leaped off the car roof and crouched on the ground, extinguishing the flames on his body. His face was distorted, blood oozing from the mangled flesh. But then his extraordinary regenerative abilities kicked in, and Dr. Lizard's face restored itself to its original form. In the distance, Lynch, who had just kicked Dr. Lizard away, now hovered midair with flames beneath his feet, regarding the lizard doctor with a solemn expression. He hadn't expected that his signature flaming flying kick, which had killed Kingpin, would fail to inflict any real damage on Dr. Lizard. Observing the inhuman ferocity of Dr. Lizard, Lin Shi felt the Lizard Doctor was still inferior to Kingpin, at least in terms of combat skill. His victory over Kingpin that morning had only been possible because Kingpin was unaware of his abilities, catching him off guard. If Kingpin had known his capabilities and been prepared, the outcome of that battle would have been uncertain. Compared to Kingpin, Dr. Lizard had a few advantages. For instance, his high defense, incredible regeneration, and immense strength. It was this overwhelming base attribute advantage that created the illusion that Dr. Lizard was more formidable than Kingpin. Nevertheless, Dr. Lizard was indeed a formidable opponent. His powerful defense rendered Lin Shi's flames unable to inflict serious harm. His strong recovery made Lin Shi's efforts seem futile. Furthermore, since Lin Shi intended to rely only on flame jets and hand-to-hand combat, he couldn't defeat Dr. Lizard instantly. However, if he unleashed his full power, he could probably defeat Dr. Lizard in an instant. After all, no matter how strong Dr. Lizard was, could he truly surpass the Hulk or the Abomination? While Lin Shi was lost in thought, Dr. Lizard grabbed the taxi beside him and hurled it straight at Lin Shi. Whoosh! The taxi was massive and flew with great speed. But Lin Shi dodged it with ease. Yet after evading, he didn't counterattack. Instead, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Just as the taxi brushed past him, the system's check-in prompt sounded. Ding! Host has arrived at a check-in location, the birthplace of Dr. Lizard. Proceed with check-in. This taxi was the birthplace of Dr. Lizard. To verify this, Lin Shi landed on the overturned vehicle. As expected, the system notification appeared once more. Instantly, Lin Shi was filled with emotion. Truly, before he had even defeated Dr. Lizard, the reward had already come to him of its own accord. How courteous. In that case, he had no choice but to defeat this fellow. After all, the reward had already been placed before him. However, at this moment, Lin Shi did not intend to check in, because Dr. Lizard would not give him that opportunity. Checking in required him to remain at the designated spot for 10 seconds, and those 10 seconds were almost motionless. At this time, with Dr. Lizard's long-range attacks using massive cars, he could easily strike Lin Shi. Although his injuries could heal quickly due to his powerful physique, being hit was still unpleasant. Sure enough, seeing Lin Shi land on a car, Dr. Lizard directly grabbed another vehicle ready to hurl it over. Thus, only by defeating that fiend could he check in safely and steadily. Lin Shi thought this way. Without hesitation, he flew straight toward Dr. Lizard. Whoosh! Dodging another car, he swiftly flew behind Dr. Lizard and executed a flying kick once more. Slap! Propelled by the powerful burst of flame, Lin Shi quickly reached Dr. Lizard's back and kicked out fiercely. Dr. Lizard staggered involuntarily, stumbling forward 2 steps. The flying kick was cherished by countless knights, not only for its style. It also boasted speed and power. Lin Shi also loved the flying kick. Especially in his hands, the flying kick's drawbacks vanished. With one flying kick hitting Dr. Lizard, the flame burst erupted. Using the recoil, Lin Shi distanced himself and unleashed a second flying kick without pause. Slap, 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 slap. Repeating the tactic, within 3 seconds, Lin Shi landed 5 consecutive flying kicks on Dr. Lizard. 5 flame flying kicks, all striking the same spot, dealt significant damage. A large hole opened in Dr. Lizard's back, revealing bones and internal organs. His defense was breached. Although the wound was healing, the speed was far slower than before. Clearly, his regenerative ability was not unlimited. Lin Shi's face showed joy. Though concealed by his mask and unseen by anyone, it was enough that Lin Shi himself knew. Next, I just need to keep using flying kicks to bring down this fiend. It was inevitable. Once he exhausted the creature's regenerative power with his kicks, then would be the death of Dr. Lizard. Ooh! Cheers came from the side. Those who saw Lin Shi appear stopped fleeing and instead watched the spectacle from a distance. Indeed, watching excitement was an innate human trait. However, Lin Shi did not stop this behavior. Not only because they were far enough away that the battle's aftermath wouldn't reach them, but also because their actions rapidly boosted Lin Shi's shock value. Perhaps even before the fight ended, the shock value could break through 1 million again. Thinking of this, Lin Shi decided to intensify his efforts and make the battle more spectacular, and to showcase his own strength even more. Thus, with flames jetting from his feet, he circled around Dr. Lizard, chose a flanking position, and charged forward abruptly. But this time the situation was different. As Lin Shi approached Dr. Lizard, a thick green tail, like a steel whip, struck his waist, directly deflecting his charge. Bang! Lin Shi crashed into a car, half of his body embedded in the wreckage. Keep flying, you fly. Dr. Lizard now spoke human words, looking disdainfully at Lin Shi trapped in the car, and strode toward him. Lin Shi's waist ached, but thanks to his superhuman physique, the injury was healing rapidly. However, the wrecked car restricted his movement. Watching Dr. Lizard approach, a flicker of hesitation appeared in Lin Shi's eyes. He pondered whether to use his gravity control ability. If he used it, Dr. Lizard couldn't get near him. But then his plan might be exposed. At that moment, Lin Chi suddenly noticed the shock value surging. His gaze swept to the crowd, spotting several reporters carrying cameras. Lin Chi understood the reason for this. He changed his mind. He would not use gravity control, because now the shock value had reached 1,350,000. This was the sum of the shock value from killing Kingpin in the morning and from stepping forward to stop Dr. Lizard now. Truly arduous. Before, when he unleashed the Chibaku Tensei sitting idly at home, he had earned over 1.5 million. Now, after a whole day's work, he barely scraped together 1.35 million. Such a gap. However, Lin Chi didn't dwell on it, as Dr. Lizard had already reached him and raised his massive claw tipped with sharp nails. Without hesitation, Lin Chi used all his shock value. Lin Chi directly invested all 135 shock points into the Crank Skill Flame Jet feat. Instantly, the evolution progress bar of the Crank Skill Flame Jet feat surged from 10% to full. Ding. The system detected that the evolution progress of the Crank Skill Flame Jet feat had reached 100, initiating skill upgrade. Upgrade successful. Crank Skill Flame Jet feat evolved into Brank Skill Flame Jet limbs. Brank Skill Flame Jet limbs description: both hands and feet can emit powerful flames, generating immense thrust and destructive force. The skill can be sustained or burst forth. Compared to the Crank Flame Jet feat, it boasts greater power, stronger propulsion, and lower energy consumption. With shining eyes, Lin Chi raised both hands, aiming at the Lizard Doctor who was right before him. Whoosh! Two streams of highly impactful and devastating yellow flames shot forth, instantly striking the Lizard Doctor's face and chest. Aya! Under the immense power of the flames, the Lizard Doctor howled in agony, staggering backward as the raging fire scorched him. With a soft exhale, Lin Chi withdrew the flames from his hands, observing the Lizard Doctor now engulfed in blazing fire resembling a burning torch. The power has increased this much. The Crank version couldn't even inflict significant damage on the Lizard Doctor. Without hesitation, Lin Chi aimed his hands at both sides of his body and unleashed flames from all four limbs simultaneously. Swoosh! He flew out of the car, hovering in midair with greater stability. With only his feet capable of emitting flames, he could already fly steadily. Now with his hands added, he naturally flew even more steadily. Without pausing, Lin Chi flew toward the Lizard Doctor. At that moment, he realized his flight speed had increased. This batch of shock points was well spent. With a surge of delight in his heart, Lin Chi fixed his gaze on the Lizard Doctor's tail. That tail had just caused him trouble. So this time, Lin Chi raised both hands high, extinguished the flames at his feet, and stomped directly onto the Lizard Doctor's tail with a fierce crash. Crack! The Lizard Doctor screamed in agony as his tail was snapped off. Enraged, with flames still licking his body, he whirled around and struck violently at Lin Chi. But Lin Chi used the momentum to fly backward, hovering in the air. Watching the Lizard Doctor flailing wildly like a headless fly slapping at his own body, Lin Chi decided to grant him a swift end. For no other reason than that Lin Chi wanted to go home and rest. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the upgraded ability he had revealed, his strongest attack. It was still a flying kick, but this time the power came not only from one foot, but also from both hands. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Propelled by 3 thrust points, the very air around Lin Chi crackled with sonic booms. Bang! Breaking through the air barrier, Lin Chi instantly appeared behind the Lizard Doctor and landed a kick square on his back. Crack! Skin split, bone shattered. This kick pierced through the defenses of scales, muscles, and bones, directly striking the Lizard Doctor's vulnerable heart. Without a moment's hesitation, the flames erupted. Whoosh! Flying back over 10 meters with the recoil, Lin Chi stood atop the taxi, gazing at the Lizard Doctor burning from the inside out, and silently said, "Whatever your grievances, whatever your sorrows, now please depart." Thud! The Lizard Doctor collapsed to the ground, his body still wreathed in roaring flames. He never had the chance to boast of his grand achievements before falling at Lin Chi's hands. In his dying moments, the twisted mind of Kurt Connors briefly returned to normal. He recalled all he had done and looked toward the heroic figure, whispering, "Thank you." Whoosh! The Lizard Doctor was vanquished. Lin Chi felt a mix of emotion and excitement. He had not only done a good deed, but also reaped rewards, a perfect two-for-one. At that moment, Lin Chi responded to the system prompt. Begin check-in. Ding. Host is at the check-in location. Check-in is now commencing. Check-in duration is 10 seconds. Exiting midway will result in failure. Whoosh! At that moment, all the surrounding onlookers burst into cheers. From the terror and panic sparked by the Lizard Doctor's appearance to the joy and excitement at the arrival of the Flame Hero, and then to the worry and fear when the hero was at a disadvantage. Now, seeing the Flame Hero defeat the hideous Lizard Man, everyone felt as if they were watching their own hero grow. In an instant, Lin Chi won over all these fans. Winning fans as a superhero is that simple. All you need is to be powerful enough, handsome enough, and save people's lives. Lin Chi had done all that. Not only had he done it, but he had done it exceptionally well. turning to the cheering crowd and seeing the system notification of successful check-in ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Rating crank. Check-in rewards all attributes enhanced 1 crank skill draw. Lin Chi waved to the crowd then shot into the sky. Flying to an unnoticed corner, Lin Chi slipped into the bushes of the greenbelt and found his backpack. After changing clothes, he calmly stepped out of the greenery and chased after the direction Wanda and little Peter had gone. When he found them, Lin Chi broke into a smile. That monster was defeated by a superhero. The one who took it down is the flame hero who just appeared today and defeated Kingpin. Before Lin Chi could finish, Wanda's fragrant soft body threw itself into his arms. You're finally back. I was so worried. Slightly embarrassed, Lin Chi recalled Wanda's earlier confession, but instead of pushing her away, he gently patted her back. After staying in Lin Chi's embrace for several minutes, Wanda reluctantly pulled away, her face flushed. I mean, Peter and I were both worried about you. Little Peter rolled his eyes, saying that now was a bit late. But fortunately, Lin Chi didn't seem to mind. He continued telling them about the flame hero's heroic deeds. However, to be honest, praising himself felt rather strange. So I only helped a few people, and the flame hero defeated that lizard monster. Is the flame hero really that powerful? Little Peter's eyes sparkled. Seeing this, Lin Chi sensed an opportunity to reclaim his younger brother's admiration and continued extolling the flame hero's exploits. Meanwhile, Wanda was checking Lin Chi for injuries. However, as she examined him, she noticed something unusual. Why were there burn marks on Lin Chi's wrists and ankles? There had been no explosions here, and according to Lin Chi, he hadn't gone near the bridge. Suddenly, a suspicion crossed Wanda's mind, but she quickly shook her head. The flame hero couldn't possibly be Lin Chi. By then, Lin Chi had finished boasting, leaving little Peter full of admiration. Then he turned to Wanda, intending to formally respond to her confession. This was Lin Chi's habit. Regardless of his answer, he always gave a direct reply. In the past, he had straightforwardly rejected every girl who confessed to him. But this time his answer would be different. When Lin Chi turned around with a serious expression, Wanda felt nervous. She knew she had confessed earlier and Lin Chi hadn't given a direct answer, just said he understood. But what kind of answer was I understand? So now Wanda had a feeling that Lin Chi was about to respond to her confession. Sure enough, after asking little Peter to wait by the roadside, Lin Chi took Wanda's wrist and led her aside. Ensuring little Peter couldn't eavesdrop, Lin Chi finally spoke. To be honest, I have quite good feelings for you. At these words, Wanda was overjoyed. Her eyes sparkled as if she were about to throw herself into Lin Chi's arms. But Lin Chi raised a hand to stop her and explained, however, we've known each other for too short a time, and I plan to study for college entrance exams and get into a good university. Wanda paused. So you just want to focus on studying for now? Lin Chi nodded. That's what I think. No matter what I plan to do later, a higher degree never hurts. This applies to you, and Pietro too. Wanda understood. You mean if I study hard and get into the same university as you, you'll agree to date me? Lin Chi smiled. No. He quickly clarified, but don't misunderstand. I mean you should study hard now and strive for college. We'll continue to get along as friends. No matter the outcome, I will date you. Huh. Wanda realized, pouting involuntarily. You don't think I can get into the same university as you? You underestimate me. Lin Chi shrugged. I'm planning to apply to Harvard. After all, I'm ranked first in my grade at school. Wanda looked down dejectedly, then looked up at him anxiously. Once you get into a good university, you won't abandon me, will you? How could I? Lin Chi chuckled. You're the only girl I've felt something for in all these years, and am willing to date you. But right now our main task isn't romance. It's striving for our future. So don't worry. Just do your best to study. I don't look down on people with low education. I only look down on those who refuse to work hard. So work hard, young lady. Strive for half a year, and you'll get an incredibly handsome boyfriend. Isn't that a great deal? You're so full of yourself, Wanda leaned in. But you're not lying either. So we'll definitely work hard and win you over. Taking a detour, they returned to the community, separating from Wanda while Lin Chi and little Peter went back home. This was due to encountering something on the road and the detour they took. At this moment, Aunt May had returned, busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. After greeting Aunt May, Lin Chi reassured her that he had taken little Peter out to play, hoping to ease her worries. After dinner, Lin Chi sent little Peter off to his own room to play, then returned to his own room and created a limited clone to summon Tian Dao Peng. Then with a look of surprise and excitement, he rushed into the living room to call Aunt May over, saying, Aunt May, come to my room for a moment. Aunt May, trusting him, thought there was no way he would harm her. However, as soon as she entered Lin Chi's room, Aunt May's internal thoughts began to change. She turned to look at Lin Chi, feeling that this might not be a trustworthy child after all. But her first reaction was not to flee, but to pull Lin Chi behind her, shielding him with her body. Then Aunt May spoke in a trembling voice, Who are you? What are you doing in our house? Tian Dao Peng observed Aunt May's protective stance over Lin Chi. His expression softened a bit, but his tone remained indifferent. You should know who I am. My name is Peng. As for why I came to your house, I am a friend of Lin Chi's father, and I am here to deliver something. Upon hearing Lin Chi's name, Aunt Mai's fear instantly diminished, but her vigilance intensified. What is it? Without hesitation, Tian Dao Pain brought out 2 boxes of money from behind him and opened them. Bang! 2 boxes, one large and one small, totaling $7 million. This was an undeniable fortune for an ordinary person. However, seeing the money, Aunt May was not surprised. Instead, she became even more cautious. No one ever does something nice for you without a reason unless they are your relatives. Thus, this Pain suddenly bringing money, especially so much, must have some ulterior motive. Aunt May would never suspect that this actually came from Lin Chi. Yet Tian Dao Pain seemed unfazed by Aunt Mai's vigilance as he continued. There is about 7 million here, the lifetime savings of Lin Chi's parents. Now that Lin Chi has avenged them, this money should naturally go to you. Well, the money is given and I have nothing else to discuss, so I will take my leave. As he spoke, Tian Dao Pain turned around, preparing to leave through the wide-open window. Lin Chi wanted to say something, but Aunt May pulled him back. Regardless of what Tian Dao Pain intended, Aunt Mai's greatest thought at that moment was to get this guy out of their house as soon as possible. However, just as Tian Dao Pain approached the window, he suddenly stopped, turned back to Lin Chi, and said, "By the way, think carefully about my suggestion. Your abilities are quite impressive." With that, he lifted off the ground and flew out the window. Whoosh! Pain vanished into the night. Aunt May finally relaxed. She walked over to combine the 2 money boxes and shoved them under Lin Chi's bed. Then turning around, she looked at Lin Chi seriously. "Dear, what was he talking about?" Though frightened, Aunt May Parker believed most of what Tian Dao Pain said. Someone of that caliber would not come to deceive her family for no reason. Furthermore, he even gave so much money. Working at a bank, Aunt May Parker recognized immediately that all the money was legitimate. Therefore, it was highly likely that Pain was telling the truth. Her adopted son seemed to be hiding something from her. Aunt May was angry not because Lin Chi was keeping secrets, but because it appeared he had done many dangerous things. For instance, avenging someone. She suddenly recalled the news broadcast about a revenge incident that morning. Lin Chi fell silent for a moment, then gently closed the door and pulled down the curtains. Next, he picked up his backpack, took out the mask and fireproof suit, and handed them to Aunt May. Aunt May received the fireproof suit and mask in disbelief, then threw them on the floor, anxiously checking Lin Chi's condition. After confirming that Lin Chi was unharmed, she finally sighed in relief. But almost immediately she hugged Lin Chi and began to cry. "You are that flame hero. So Jean Bing is your enemy. Also, the one who fought that lizard monster this afternoon was you. Boo-hoo. Do you know how heartbroken I would be if you got hurt?" I'm sorry, I'm fine." Lin Chi sighed as he stroked Aunt Mai's hair. He was willing to expose another part of his identity to help Aunt May accept this money. Aunt May was a cautious person, as she would not easily trust anything. However, once the facts were laid out before her, her ability to accept was remarkably quick. Thus, Lin Chi thought of revealing his identity as a strategy. Clearly, Aunt May had now believed everything that Pain had just portrayed. Lin Chi was reluctant to deceive his family. If not for the fact that the check-in system was of paramount importance and too fantastical to explain, he would have wanted to tell Aunt May about it. Nevertheless, he still chose not to tell her all to protect Aunt May. Hence, he had never intended to conceal his identity as a superhero from her from the very beginning. Just like in the future when Spider-Man accidentally revealed his identity to Aunt May. Constantly lying to those closest to you. That feeling was truly unbearable. But Lin Chi's system compelled him to tell some lies. Therefore, he opted to lie as little as possible. Moreover, this way, Aunt May could believe in and feel at ease using the money, which was a win-win situation for Lin Chi. As for the risk of exposure, Aunt May would never reveal to anyone that Lin Chi was the Flame Warrior. Even though Lin Chi was already 18 years old and had become a superhero in Aunt May's eyes, he was still a child in need of her protection. Lin Chi understood this well. After finally calming Aunt May down and wiping away her tears, he complied with her request, "Let me see you spit fire." At that moment, curiosity flickered across Aunt May's face. Clearly, she harbored some longing for superpowers. Lin Chi did not refuse. Closing the door and drawing the curtains earlier had been precisely in anticipation of this situation. So he raised his hand and spread it flat, and then a blazing yellow flame erupted from his palm. Whoosh! The fire shot up 2 meters high, nearly reaching the ceiling. Lin Chi immediately extinguished the flame, but Aunt May anxiously grabbed his hand. "Are you burned?" "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you to do that." Lin Chi shook his head. "Don't worry, Aunt May. My palms and feet can't be burned." "What about other places?" Aunt May countered. Then she pulled up his sleeve and saw a slightly burned wrist. Stay here, I'll get you some burn ointment." After applying ointment to both his wrist and ankle, Aunt May sat Lin Chi down on the bed. "Dear, what do you plan to do from now on?" "Huh, you mean the superhero side gig?" Lin Chi was taken aback, immediately realizing this was the perfect chance to reassure Aunt May. "You call it a side gig, meaning your main focus is studying?" Aunt May asked, pleasantly surprised. Lin Chi naturally nodded. "Being a superhero is indeed very appealing. But I also want to continue my studies. Do I even want to apply to Harvard?" Aunt May was moved. "It's wonderful that you think that way. But Harvard is too tough and too exhausting. I think New York University is pretty good. It's also my alma mater. And dear, could you please stop being the flame warrior from now on? Lynch knew Aunt May was worried about him getting hurt. He shook his head. I can't do that, Aunt May. I can only promise you that I won't go looking for trouble with bad guys. But if I encounter them, or if someplace truly needs me, I will step in. When I was learning combat techniques from that black officer, I already thought about this. I won't be a full-time superhero. I'm just a passing superpowered being driven by interest. But Aunt May remained worried. After much persuasion and assurance from Lynch, she finally reluctantly gave her consent. A parent's love truly knows no bounds. Parents don't demand their children to be wealthy or powerful, they only wish for them to be safe and sound. And the profession of a superhero clearly had nothing to do with safety. But there was no help for it. Children grow up and have their own minds. The most parents can do is neither support nor oppose, or simply offer support. Otherwise, it could easily lead to estrangement. Aunt May didn't want to see that happen, so she chose neither to support nor oppose. By the way, besides me, who else knows you're the flame warrior? Aunt May suddenly asked. Besides you only, Pain Lynn, she replied truthfully, though unsure of her intent. That's good. Aunt May sighed in relief. I heard there's a special department that devours people without spitting out the bones. Never let them find out. Lin Chi's expression turned odd. If he wasn't mistaken, she was referring to S-H-I-E-L-D. Still, he reassured her, don't worry, no one else knows. By the way, how did you get your superpowers? Aunt May grew curious again. Oh, this. Lin Chi's expression grew complicated as he truthfully explained the place where those two green monsters fought wasn't far from where I was staying. That's when I awakened my flame powers. Then Pain showed up. To save me, he used that move to seal those two green monsters away. After that, he helped me find the culprits and at my request arranged for my revenge. As he spoke, Lin Chi glanced at May Parker. Aunt May, I killed people. Aunt May shook her head. It's okay. Kingpin and that lizard don't count as people. As if to affirm her own words and alleviate Lin Chi's guilt, Aunt May continued. Kingpin has committed countless evils. It serves him right to be punished by you. And that lizard, he didn't look like a good person at all. So dear, don't bear any psychological burden. You've done a great deed. But you must also promise me to continue this way, never harm the innocent. Seeing that Aunt May had no objection to him killing villains, Lin Chi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he agreed readily. Then he asked how to handle the large sum of money. Aunt May replied, first we'll buy you a car worth a few tens of thousands of dollars. Then we'll use a small portion to supplement household expenses, and the rest will be saved for your future use. Although Lin Chi insisted on donating all the money to the family, Aunt May refused. Helpless, he had to concede. But don't rush to buy the car, wait until I graduate, okay? Aunt May agreed, as she was not one to force her will. By the way, have you fallen in love recently? A hint of benevolent smile appeared on her face. That girl named Wanda seems quite remarkable. That smile seemed to convey my little guinea pig has learned to pick cabbage. Lin Chi was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood the source of the leak. Peter, just you wait. Then without hiding anything, he explained. We're only at the stage of mutual affection. There's no intention to develop further yet. After all, I have to maintain my studies while juggling my side gig as a superhero. This was the real reason behind Lin Chi's previous response to Wanda. He was indeed too busy to engage in romance. All right. In any case, I don't need to worry too much about your affairs. You've always been very dependable. Well, that's all for now. Good night. Oh, and I'll handle the money tomorrow. Also, I took your uniform to wash, and while I'm at it, make some modifications. I'll add cuffs to your uniform, so your flames won't burn your wrists and ankles. With that, Aunt May leaned and kissed Lin Chi on the forehead, and then left his room carrying the fireproof suit. Watching Aunt May leave, Lin Chi finally relaxed completely. This hurdle was cleared. Then lying on the bed, he said to the system, draw a crank skill. Drawing in progress, please wait. While the skill was being drawn, Lin Chi silently mocked the lizard doctor for his lack of prestige. Iron Man, Captain Marvel, the Hulk. Even their birthplaces, though now outdated, were still crank. But this lizard doctor, still fresh, only had a crank birthplace. Truly mediocre. However mediocre as it was, a crank skill was exactly within Lin Chi's range. Draw successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the crank skill evolution. Skill description: select another skill to evolve a same rank skill by 1 tier or reduce the evolution requirement of a higher rank skill by half of its shock value. Has no effect on skills 2 ranks higher. Note this skill is one-time use and disappears after activation with no consumption. Lin Chi shot up from the bed, all drowsiness instantly gone. He never expected that the skill draw from the lizard doctor would yield such a skill. This evolution skill seemed unremarkable at first glance, but was incredibly useful. Directly upgrading a same rank skill or reducing the shock value needed for a higher rank skill's evolution. This was precisely accelerating Lin Chi's growth. After a moment's thought, he opened his personal panel. Host Lin Chi. Lin Parker attributes strength 55, speed 55, stamina 125, Mental Strength 40 Skills Planetary Devastation S Gravity Control B Limited Clone B Flame Jet Limbs B Dual Mind C Evolution C Shock Value 785062. His physical attributes had improved again, a reward from signing in at the Lizard Doctor's birthplace. As for the shock value, in just a few hours from afternoon to 10 o'clock at night, he had gained nearly 800. It seemed that Flame Man's 2 good deeds in one day had brought substantial gains. At this moment, Lin Chi already had an idea for the evolution skill. Dual Mind was sufficient for now and didn't need an upgrade. Even if he upgraded it later, it would cost at most around 1 million shock value. But upgrading a rank skill required at least 5 million. Having that would save 2.5 million. Comparing over 1 million to 2.5 million, the choice was almost obvious. Thus, he could only evolve one of those rank skills. Lin Chi then opened the evolution progress bars for these rank skills one by one to identify the one requiring the highest shock value. It should be noted that Gravity Control's evolution progress bar could not be opened. The skill requiring the most shock value to upgrade was without doubt the rank skill Flame Jet Limbs. That skill required 6 million shock value to upgrade. Lin Chi directly used the evolution skill, and he saw the progress bar shrink by half. The evolution skill in his skill slot also vanished. This move saved 3 million shock value, an incredibly worthwhile deal. After using skill evolution, Lin Chi's tasks for the night were complete. After all, he lacked sufficient shock value to upgrade his skills or advance the origin progress bar of the celestial body cataclysm by 10%. As for his physical constitution, it was now adequate. Thus, Lin Chi could retire for the night. The next day, upon waking with a yawn, Lin Chi glanced at his shock value of over 1,600,000. Without hesitation, he allocated 1,500,000 to the origin progress bar of the celestial body cataclysm. Grade skill Celestial Body Cataclysm origin progress bar advanced to 50%. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the new skill Almighty Push. Skill name Almighty Push. Grade. Skill description: emits a powerful repulsive force centered on oneself with a maximum casting radius of 10 meters. This skill can evolve. Evolution will reduce consumption and increase the maximum casting radius. Upon seeing this skill, Lin Chi was instantly wide awake. This was another iconic ability of Pain. Almighty Push, a formidable technique capable of obliterating an entire village. Thus, if he continued to evolve this grade Almighty Push, could he potentially master the Super Almighty Push? After all, the Super Almighty Push was merely an enhanced version of the standard one. Lin Chi was thoroughly satisfied. Then after breakfast, he headed out to tutor Wanda and Pietro. Time always passed swiftly when one was fully engrossed in work. In the days that followed, Lin Chi led a routine life of attending school, occasionally going out as the flame hero to perform good deeds, or having Pain make appearances to accumulate shock value. Time slipped by, and half a year of tranquility passed. During these 6 months, Lin Chi enjoyed a pleasant high school life, and also took college entrance exams and interviews. There was nothing to boast about. With his extraordinary mental prowess, Lin Chi passed the rigorous tests of Harvard University and New York University, receiving admission letters from both institutions. Ultimately, following Aunt May's advice, Lin Chi chose New York University. The reason was simple: NYU was close to home, a mere 10-minute drive away. Notably, thanks to Lin Chi's dedicated tutoring, Wanda and Pietro also gained admission to NYU, though they barely scraped through. Nevertheless, they were now all alumni. Moreover, Wanda and Lin Chi had solidified their relationship and officially began dating. This was a promise they had made half a year ago. Neither had changed their feelings, so they naturally honored their commitment to be together. Oh, and Lin Chi also got his own car, a yellow Chevrolet Camaro. In other words, Bumblebee. These were the changes in his daily life. As for his power, Lin Chi had made substantial progress. Host Lin Chi. Lin Parker attributes: Strength 60, Speed 60, Stamina 200, Mental Power 60 Skills, Celestial Body Cataclysm, S Gravity Manipulation, A Limited Clone, B Flame Control, A Dual Focus, B Almighty Push, A Shock Value 255062. His strength and speed had increased by only 5 points compared to 6 months ago, but his stamina had surged by nearly 80 points. His mental power had also risen by 20 points. Furthermore, Gravity Manipulation had been elevated to a grade, and Flame Jet Limbs had evolved into the passive a grade skill Flame Control. Dual Focus had reached grade, and Almighty Push had also ascended to a grade. Notably, Lin Chi no longer had to worry about burns. He was now completely immune to fire damage. In fact, if he wished, even his clothes would remain unscathed. The Almighty Push skill had advanced by 1 tier, but its maximum casting radius had expanded from 10 meters to 100 meters. It was foreseeable that when Almighty Push reached grade, it would become the true Super Almighty Push with a radius of 1,000 meters. As for this grade skill Celestial Body Cataclysm, its origin progress bar had now reached 80%. Only 20% remained to reach full completion. However, Lin Chi had not anticipated that after surpassing the 50% mark on the origin progress bar, every subsequent 10% increment would require more than double the previous shock value. From 50 to 60%, 3 million shock value. From 60 to 70%, 5 million shock value. From 70 to 80%, 10 million shock value. Thus, pushing it to this extent had already exhausted all of Lynch's efforts. Of course, there were rewards for his labor. The rewards were that gravity manipulation and almighty push had been upgraded to a grade. These represented Lynch's achievements over the past 6 months. However, during this half year, he had encountered no locations or times suitable for signing in. Hence, all his physical attributes were enhanced through shock value allocations. That was why he had not acquired any new skills. Still, these skills were more than sufficient for his needs. Pain had one set of abilities while Lynch himself had another. Pain wielded celestial body cataclysm, gravity manipulation, and almighty push. Lynch's primary skill was flame control. Nevertheless, over these 6 months, he had mastered flame control to an extraordinary degree. He could unleash techniques like the Super Fireball Fire Dragon Art and Annihilation Fire. In fact, this passive flame control skill boasted greater combat power than the gravity manipulation of the same grade. Of course, in terms of raw combat power, gravity control could not overcome flame control. However, Lynch's true form could not defeat Pain of the 6 paths, yet they would never come to blows. This was not only because Lynch's alter ego was Pain of the 6 paths, but also because over the past 6 months they had formed a superhero duo known as the Heaven Fire Duo. The scene of Pain of the 6 paths moving away, a colossal meteor, remained vivid in many people's memories, earning him the title Heaven. Naturally, fire referred to Lynch's superhero identity, the Flame Knight. During these 6 months, S.H.I.E.L.D. had approached Lynch hoping to recruit him. However, Lynch declined. Later, Hydra also sent agents to recruit him, but Lynch refused once more. Yet before Hydra could retaliate against Lynch, he debuted as part of a duo with Pain. This made even Hydra hesitate to move against him. Although Lynch did not join S.H.I.E.L.D., he deliberately maintained a favorable relationship with them. This meant that Phil Coulson and Nick Fury were in Lynch's phone contacts, and likewise his number was saved in theirs. Maintaining a good rapport with S.H.I.E.L.D. was of course for future check-in locations. Otherwise, why would Lynch willingly walk into a hornet's nest like S.H.I.E.L.D., which was itself infested with snakes? Today, as summer vacation had just begun, Lynch drove little Peter and Wanda to the Stark Expo. He would be attending New York University after the summer, leaving him with less time to spend with Peter. Thus, at Peter's earnest request, Lynch brought him to the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo. Truth be told, after 6 months of preparation, Lynch was somewhat looking forward to the expo. Of course, he was even more eager to check in at the very site where Whiplash and Iron Man would battle, as well as the birthplace of War Machine. Parking the Bumblebee, Lynch held little Peter's hand with one hand and let Wanda take his other arm. Together, the three of them stepped into the grounds of the Stark Expo. Although he had only officially confirmed his relationship with Wanda a couple of days ago, they had known each other for over 6 months and were already quite familiar. Such intimate gestures came naturally to Wanda. It was worth noting that Pietro also had a girlfriend now, so he was absent today, spending time with her instead. Upon entering the venue, Lynch's first impression was its immense size. The Stark Expo featured not only Stark Industries, but also other companies from the same field. Invited by Stark Industries, they had set up their own pavilions here. However, the trio did not linger long at the other pavilions. Instead, they headed straight for the Stark Industries pavilion, as little Peter had requested. After all, his favorite superhero was still Iron Man. Lynch felt a tinge of disappointment, but thankfully Peter's second favorite superhero was the Flame Knight. This spared little Peter's backside from Lynch's disciplinary wrath. Oh, and by the way, Wanda had also learned that Lynch was the Flame Knight. Once he confirmed Wanda as his girlfriend, Lynch did not hide the truth and confessed openly. After all, he disliked keeping secrets from those close to him. Little Peter was still too young, and knowing too much would only put him at risk, which was why Lynch had kept it from him. When Wanda learned that Lynch was the Flame Knight, her reaction was much like Aunt May's. Both were more concerned about whether Lynch might get hurt rather than feeling proud of having a superhero boyfriend. Thus, even if Wanda never became the Scarlet Witch, Lynch would still love her deeply. Speaking of which, Lynch began to hesitate. Should he let Wanda and Pietro continue their destined path? Should the superheroes Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver ever come into being? After much deliberation, Lynch decided to let them emerge. Not only would they become valuable allies, but more importantly, with power, they could better protect themselves. This was evident from Tony Stark's example. To ensure Pepper Pot's safety, he had even designed a special Iron Man suit for her. Thus, constant protection was not the best option. Empowering them to wield their own strength might be the optimal solution. Of course, for Aunt May, Lynch had no intention of granting her any power. After all, she was already in her 30s, and Lynch did not want her to take any more risks. Besides, he could protect her well enough. In summary, these were the changes that had occurred for Lynch and those around him. Now upon arriving at the Stark Pavilion, Lynch wrapped one arm around Wanda's waist and used the other to hook little Peter's neck, preventing him from running ahead. At that moment, little Peter was holding an Iron Man mask with tiny white bulbs flickering in its palm. What an ardent little fan. And there were many such fervent fans like Peter throughout the pavilion. It was undeniable that Iron Man was a man of great charisma. This was not only due to his wealth and status, but also because of his personality. What is the personality of Iron Man Tony Stark? Ask anyone on the streets of New York, and you'll get a definitive answer. Arrogant, confident, conceited, and powerful. Yet these traits perfectly embody the American public's every fantasy of a superhero. In comparison, the Flame Hero's popularity is slightly lower simply because Lynch has concealed his identity. Amidst the chorus proclaiming Iron Man as the strongest, Lynch still believes he is no less than Iron Man. To be precise, he far surpasses Iron Man. After all, combining the powers of pain of the six paths and the Flame Hero is incredibly formidable. Even if Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America fought together, they couldn't defeat Lynch. Even using only the Flame Hero's abilities, effortlessly defeating Iron Man would be no challenge. After all, the current Iron Man likely only has 3 or 4 mark suits, far from the level capable of contending with Thanos. However, Iron Man did not see it that way. He believed himself to be the greatest superhero in the world without equal. Thus, as night fell during the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo, Tony Stark delivered an exceptionally caustic speech. That speech made Lynch profoundly realize just how detestable Tony Stark could be. So he decided then and there to teach this guy a lesson. At the Stark Industries Pavilion in Flushing, New York, electrifying music erupted. A group of scantily clad dancers with glowing lights on their chests and palms swayed provocatively on stage. "Don't look," Wanda pouted, reaching out to cover the eyes of Lynch and little Peter. Her hands were soft but small, barely covering Peter's eyes, while leaving one of Lynch's eyes exposed. In any case, Lynch watched the dancers perform and saw Iron Man descend from the sky onto the stage with an ostentatious ground-crashing pose. The entire pavilion nearly erupted. Amidst the roaring cheers, Tony Stark emerged from his Iron Man suit and struck some painfully awkward poses alongside the dancers. Finally, the music ended and the dancers left. Tony Stark began his speech. "It's good to be back." With an utterly impassive expression, Tony Stark looked at the crowd and said nonchalantly, "I'm not saying the world has enjoyed years of sustained peace because of me." Yet such arrogant words drew enthusiastic cheers from the fans below. "Who? Tony, I love you." Lynch rolled his eyes from the audience. Even though he had long known Tony Stark's personality, witnessing it in person still made him uncomfortable. Tony Stark's self-praise was far from over. "I also didn't say that no one else has been reborn like a phoenix rising from the ashes just like me. I certainly never said Uncle Sam could comfortably sit back and leisurely sip iced tea. Because I always stay at my peak and no one can defeat me." The cheers grew even louder. Though Tony Stark claimed he didn't say those things, his expression and every move made it abundantly clear. He believed that everything he had just mentioned was all because of him. Especially the last point. At this moment, Iron Man was deeply convinced that world peace was due to him and America's peace was also due to him. His fans adored this as they loved such an arrogant superhero. But those who disliked Iron Man grew even more averse. So someone in the crowd shouted, "Iron Man, how do you compare to the Flame Hero?" At this, everyone turned to look at the man, making him somewhat flustered. Wanda glanced worriedly at Lynch beside her. Seeing Wanda's concerned gaze, Lynch gently shook his head. "Iron Man has a sharp tongue. Oh, I've known that for a while. As long as he doesn't badmouth me, it's fine." Wanda breathed a sigh of relief. Since she learned her boyfriend was the Flame Hero, her greatest fear was that he would be hurt because of this identity. Now that her boyfriend had said so, a normal person wouldn't casually slander others, right? Unexpectedly, upon hearing the man's words, Tony Stark curled his lips in disdain. "That fire-wielding kid. He's just a child. Oh, and I recall an Eastern saying, playing with fire by day leads to wetting the bed by night. I wonder if the Flame Hero has been washing his sheets lately." Huh. The Iron Man fans below burst into laughter. They all found Iron Man's joke amusing. So-called jokes are words that amuse others, but a true joke should bring joy to everyone. At this moment, 2 people at the center of the joke were not amused. Undoubtedly, these 2 were Lynch and Wanda. Therefore, Tony Stark's joke was not a jest, but a mockery. How dare he say that? Wanda fumed. Her beloved boyfriend, whom she cherished dearly, was being ridiculed by others. If she possessed superpowers, Wanda would have stormed the stage and struck Tony. Yet amidst her rage, she quickly embraced Lynch, whose face had darkened. "Lynn, don't act rashly. Let's leave first." Lynch glanced at the surrounding crowd, took a deep breath, and shot Tony Stark a cold glare. Turning, he led Wanda and little Peter pushing their way out of the throng. At that moment on stage, Tony Stark's speech continued, "But I am not important." Outside the hall, Lynch had made up his mind. He gently released his arm from around Wanda's slender waist. "Wanda, take little Peter to look around elsewhere. I need to use the restroom." "Endure. How could he?" Forbearance brings peace, and retreat yields a broader horizon. Nonsense. The more he endured, the angrier he grew. Why should he be the one to step back? Lynch harbored resentment, and he intended to vent it. And the target of his wrath was none other than Iron Man. He was going to teach that foul-mouthed fellow a lesson. He would knock him down in front of everyone. Moreover, this would also earn him shock value. A tough-her-own deal. Lynch was certainly going for it. But Wanda furrowed her delicate brows, wrapping her arms around Lynch and pouting, "Can you not go?" Lynch understood her worries. He lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers. "Don't worry. I'll be fine. Besides, if I truly can't win, I can always escape. Then promise me you won't get hurt." "All right." Wanda finally let go, then rose on her tiptoes to kiss Lynch on the lips. Afterward, she tugged a bewildered little Peter and headed elsewhere. Little Peter was puzzled. Why did Sister Wanda act as if it were a farewell of life and death just because his brother was going to the restroom? To this day, only little Peter and Pietro and the entire family were unaware of Lynch's superhero identity. Watching Wanda and little Peter depart, Lynch turned his gaze toward the Stark Hall, anger flashing in his eyes. Truly, the meek are easily bullied. If he didn't show these people a lesson, they would think he was an easy target. Huff. Finding a secluded spot, Lynch took a deep breath and pulled out a mask with a white base and flame patterns from his pocket. He placed it over his face, and instantly raging flames engulfed his entire being. Roar. Yet his clothes, mask, and hair remained unscathed. Such was the power of flame control. Lynch's body was immune to fire, and his clothes were likewise protected from burning. This streamlined his transformation process considerably. Boom. With a burst of flame beneath his feet, Lynch shot into the sky, like a massive fireball hurtling toward the Stark Hall dozens of meters away. At that moment, Tony was unveiling the final segment of the opening ceremony. None of us matter. What matters is legacy. What should we leave for future generations? So starting next year, for the first time since 1974, the most brilliant prodigies. Before he could finish, a massive fireball crashed through the hall's ceiling, landing heavily on the stage. Bang! The fireball exploded violently upon impact, unleashing a colossal shockwave that sent the audience near the stage stumbling backward. Tony Stark, standing on the stage, was naturally thrown to the ground by the sudden blast. Crackle! Half of the enormous stage seemed engulfed in a blazing inferno. Flames formed a massive ring, consuming everything within. At the very center of the flames, a man ablaze from head to toe spoke slowly. "Who did you call a bedwetting little brat?" "Mr. Tony Stank." "Whoa, it's the Flame Knight. Flame Knight, I love you." Flame Knight beat that flashy Iron Man to a pulp. The mask and the flames. The audience instantly recognized the Flame Knight. They recalled Tony Stark's recent mockery of him, and now he had come to confront him. What a spectacular show this was. Journalists in the crowd quickly raised their cameras, while several men in black suits reported via earpieces, "Situation alert." Backstage, Pepper and Happy were both worried and tempted to curse Tony. Why did he have to be so foul-mouthed? At that moment, Tony stood up, disheveled and displeased. Hey, I was just joking. Joking? Then if I called you a lecherous scoundrel who might die on a woman's belly, would you consider that a joke? Lynch sneered beneath his mask. "They'll give you 30 seconds to put on your clown suit. Without that suit, you're nothing. What exactly are you trying to do, Flame Hero?" Tony Stark was now growing angry as well. This is the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo. If you have any objections to what I said, feel free to file a complaint later or something. Even facing flames of thousands of degrees and the menacing Flame Hero, Tony Stark was not worried about his own safety. After all, the Flame Hero was a righteous superhero. He certainly wouldn't harm others without reason. "What do I want to do?" "Shouldn't you be asking yourself what you want to do?" Lynch said disdainfully. "You insulted me and think it's a joke. Do you really believe the world revolves around you? And as for filing a complaint, isn't that just asking someone else to mediate? I have the ability to handle it myself, so I don't need that. So Iron Man, fight me. If you win, I'll leave. If you lose, you'll apologize to me." Seeing the young man's arrogant demeanor and resolute attitude, Tony Stark realized he was not among the others the Flame Hero would spare. He let out a bitter laugh. "Regardless of whether I misspoke with such arrogance as your senior, I suppose I must teach you a lesson." "Tony." Pepper Potts rushed out. "Apologize to him." "Apologize? Only if he beats me first." Tony Stark shielded Pepper behind him. Stubbornly, he strode to the disassembly platform and let the robotic arms equip him with the Iron Man armor. In truth, Tony Stark wasn't just acting on a whim to discipline a junior. He also saw it as a golden opportunity to make the Stark Expo renowned worldwide. If he defeated this opponent, it would be Iron Man overcoming the Flame Hero. This would prove his earlier words were true and that he was the strongest superhero. Who wouldn't want to be known as the strongest? Especially when that reputation could translate into immense benefits. Clank, clank, clank. The Iron Man armor was fully assembled. Lynch looked at the Iron Man before him and pointed to the sky. "Let's fight outside. You don't want to destroy this stage, do you?" "Hey kid, I'm starting to see you in a slightly better light." Tony Stark shrugged non-committally and turned to the audience. Though there's been a minor incident, I still welcome you all to the Stark Expo. Next, let someone who has returned from the last century deliver the true, welcoming address. That would be my father, Howard Stark. After these words, Iron Man blasted off into the sky with ionic beams from his feet. Seeing this, Lynch erupted in flames below, turning into a fire meteor and following suit. Fizz, fizz, fizz. No sooner had the flame hero left than several staff members rushed onto the stage with fire extinguishers to put out the flames. But by then the audience's attention had shifted from the upcoming hologram of Howard Stark. Almost everyone craned their necks to watch two specks of light in the sky. In the darkness, a smaller speck flew ahead, followed by a roaring fire meteor streaking across. Outside the venue, Wanda held little Peter's hand, watching the two lights soar overhead, unconsciously biting her lip. As Lin Shi observed the incredibly fast Iron Man, he scanned the area and selected a spot. Hey Tin Man, let's go to the rooftop of that building. The rooftop Lin Shi referred to as the terrace of a 4-story building. The space was wide and nearby onlookers could clearly see what transpired there. It perfectly matched Lin Shi's expectations. It would allow him to thrash Iron Man, while also letting the crowd witness it, garnering ample shock value. Hey kid, I'm not Tin Man, I'm Iron Man. After correcting him, Iron Man landed first on the building's terrace, with Lin Shi following closely behind. Wreathed in flames, Lin Shi made the first move. He did not employ any flashy techniques, but instead charged directly to engage the Iron Man in hand-to-hand combat. In truth, this was not a wise decision, for the Iron Man's suit was not merely armor. It was an exoskeleton battle suit. An exoskeleton battle suit grants the Iron Man a tremendous enhancement in strength, far surpassing his natural abilities. Otherwise, how could Tony Stark, an ordinary man, match the power of so many superhumans? However, this was precisely Lin Shi's intention, to test the true extent of his own strength. He had always believed his power was on par with Captain America. Yet he could not be certain of this. Now was the perfect opportunity to confirm it. Moreover, even if his strength fell short of the Iron Man's suit, he could still defend himself. After all, possessing physical strength over 6 times that of an ordinary man was no trivial matter. Then Lin Shi and the Iron Man locked into a fierce brawl. During the clash, Lin Shi perceived the disparity between his strength and that of the Iron Man's suit. His power was slightly inferior to his opponent's. If translated into data, the Iron Man's suit possessed a strength of around 80, while Lin Shi's was merely 60. So it seemed his strength was indeed less than Captain America's. Nevertheless, every punch and kick Lin Shi delivered carried temperatures of hundreds or even thousands of degrees. This allowed him to easily damage the Iron Man's suit. After a bout of grappling, the Iron Man's suit bore numerous dents, with some areas scorched red hot. It seems you're not so impressive after all. Lin Shi taunted. Since that's the case, let's end this tedious battle. In truth, the Iron Man was capable of far more. He had yet to employ many of his weapons. Had he used those weapons, Lin Shi, despite his formidable physique, would have been no match for him. Yet Tony Stark chose not to. He still possessed some conscience and recognized that the man before him was not a true enemy. However, it was precisely this underestimation of the flame hero and his failure to fight at full strength that led to his eventual defeat. Lin Shi stepped back 2 or 3 paces, raised his hand, and thrust it forward. The flames around him surged and spiraled, coalescing until a pillar of fire erupted from his palm. Upon closer inspection, this pillar of fire was no mere flame. It was a winding, coiling Eastern dragon. Roar! The fiery dragon seemed to emit a roar before striking the Iron Man, directly blasting him off the rooftop. Yet this was not the end. The dragon circled in the air and then plunged straight downward. Its target was naturally the Iron Man, who was about to break free from its lock. The fiery dragon moved with incredible speed. The Iron Man had no time to react before being struck a second time. This impact was even more devastating than the first. The fiery dragon carried the Iron Man from the sky and smashed him into the ground, creating a massive crater. Within the crater, the Iron Man was engulfed in flames. He lay motionless without struggle, as if unconscious. Lin Shi leaped from the 4th-floor rooftop, crashing to the ground, and rose unscathed. With a wave of his hand, the flames surrounding the Iron Man were extinguished. The flames on his arm dissipated and Lin Shi reached for the Iron Man's faceplate. With a slight exertion of force, he pried it off. Then the Iron Man within, Tony Stark, finally felt the breath of air. He gasped heavily, taking long moments to recover. Yet as soon as he regained his senses, he saw the flame hero's detestable mask. Honestly, I really hate fire. It doesn't matter. You've lost. Time to fulfill your promise. Lin Shi crossed his arms, staring coldly at Tony Stark. Oh, come on. Can't a young man show a little more respect to his elder? Having been utterly defeated by a younger junior through absolute strength, though it was partly due to his own relaxed vigilance and lack of serious regard, still a loss was a loss. Tony Stark Iron Man might have been a playboy, but he was also transitioning into a true superhero. having made a promise he would not break it. Moreover, this battle had shifted his attitude toward the Flame Hero. Initially, he had regarded the man as merely a lucky kid. After all, superpowers were fraught with uncertainty, unlike technology, which allowed one to grow stronger through talent, ability, and resources. Thus, Tony Stark had always been disdainful of superpowered individuals. But now he had changed his perspective. Even if superpowers were a product of luck, that did not negate a person's character and strength. Of course, the real reason for Tony Stark's change of heart was his realization that even with other weapons he would at best barely surpass the Flame Hero. Therefore, he was willing to acknowledge this man as a fellow superhero of the same caliber. Only then would he offer an apology for his actions. After all, they were on the same level. In this world where power reigned supreme, strength alone commanded respect. Without it, you were nothing. That might sound harsh, but it was essentially the truth. In short, as Lynch posed his question to Tony Stark, the latter raised his hand and said, "Kid, give me a hand." Lynch frowned, but still extended his hand to pull Tony Stark up. By then, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, emboldened by the apparent truce, and began snapping photos. Tony Stark naturally played along, flashing an awkward peace sign. Lynch chose to do nothing, for in this conflict, he was the one in the right. Among the photographers, one who seemed to be a reporter asked Iron Man, "Flame Hero, who won?" Just as Lynch was about to speak, Iron Man interjected him, "Due to insufficient preparation, this match is a draw." Lynch looked over with a face full of question marks, and even through the mask Tony Stark could read his expression. He whispered, "I will apologize. But today is a very important day for Stark Industries, so let's not mention that you defeated me." Without waiting for Lynch's reply, he declared aloud, "That joke earlier went too far. I apologize to the Flame Hero. As a token of my apology, I will privately offer some compensation to the Flame Hero." Hearing this, Lynch finally unclenched his fists, which had been ready for another fight. Iron Man's apology guaranteed a surge of shock value. Thus, rather than humiliating him, it was better to give him a chance, perhaps turning an enemy into a friend later. After all, Tony Stark was the world's darling in the Marvel Universe, and Lynch was reluctant to offend him. He had only acted because Iron Man's words had been too insolent to bear. Now that the other had apologized, it was time to let it go. "No need for compensation," Lynch said in a low voice. "Since you've apologized, let's call it even. I have things to do. I'm leaving." With that, flames erupted from Lynch's feet, and he vanished like a fireball. Tony Stark watched the disappearing figure, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Jarvis, did you record the Flame Hero's physical characteristics?" "Sir, everything has been recorded. After cross-referencing, we can identify who he is," replied the armor's AI Jarvis. "However, sir, I must warn you that such actions may easily provoke his hostility." "Come on, Jarvis. I didn't mean him any harm. I just wanted to see who he is so I can apologize in person later." Pressing the faceplate back into place, Tony Stark returned to host the opening ceremony. Meanwhile, after flying into the sky, Lynch abruptly extinguished his own flames. In the night, a fireball was far too conspicuous. It might risk exposing his true identity. Therefore, without manifesting a limited clone, Lynch chose to land directly on the ground using gravitational control. After landing, he searched briefly before returning to Wanda and Little Peter's side. Following a close embrace and thorough check from Wanda to confirm Lynch was unharmed, the girl finally breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, the three of them continued strolling through the Stark Industries Expo, as Little Peter hadn't had his fill of fun yet. At 9 in the evening, after grabbing dinner from a hot dog stand on the street, Lynch drove Wanda and Little Peter back home. After a farewell kiss with Wanda, Lynch and Little Peter returned to their own home. Greeting Aunt May, Lynch then experienced the exact same situation at her place that he had just gone through with Wanda. "Really, don't be so reckless next time. What if you get hurt?" Aunt May said disapprovingly. "After all, that was Iron Man." All right. I understand. No one can escape a parent's nagging, and Lynch was no exception. Afterward, he returned to his room and began scrolling through the news to check if a hammer had fallen from the sky in New Mexico. According to his memory, the hammer incident and the Iron Man 2 incident occurred almost simultaneously. He searched extensively, but found nothing, though he did come across news about himself. Flame Man teaches Iron Man a lesson. Who is the mightiest superhero? The foul-mouthed always get their comeuppance. I hereby dub Mr. Tony Stark the king of foul mouths. Shocking, Flame Man is too handsome, too powerful. Iron Man is no match for him. Seeing these news articles along with the accompanying images or short videos, a smile spread across Lynch's face. Because this meant a solid guarantee for the shock value he could obtain. Even if Tony Stark himself claimed it was a draw, the media would have none of that. Moreover, they could tell that the true victor was Flame Man. With the facts laid bare, would the media deliberately whitewash Iron Man? He certainly hadn't paid off the media. However, when Lynch saw a report that the Stark Industries Expo would run for an entire year, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of money. The $7 million he possessed was on an entirely different level compared to Tony Stark's financial resources. Even so, his own combat prowess surpassed him. One could say each had their own strengths. In any case, Lynch felt a sense of relief, and then he prepared to sleep. The amount of shock value would only become apparent after some time had passed to ferment. For now, an increase of just tens of thousands was of little use to Lynch. So he would check the shock value after waking up tomorrow. At that moment in Flushing, outside the backstage area of the Stark Industries Expo's Stark Company Pavilion, a large crowd of reporters had gathered, all wanting to interview Tony Stark. Of the two central figures of tonight's incident, Flame Man was elusive, appearing and disappearing without a trace, making him hard to find. But Iron Man was quite flamboyant and could be encountered easily. Thus, who to interview went without saying. At that moment, Tony was in the restroom using a simple device to measure the palladium concentration in his blood. 19%. This was already a case of heavy metal poisoning. It was nothing short of a miracle that Tony Stark hadn't collapsed and could still fight against Lynch. In truth, Tony Stark was also searching for a cure. After all, death is something everyone fears. However, there still weren't many viable solutions. The palladium poisoning originated from the miniature arc reactor in Tony Stark's chest, and that miniature reactor was keeping the shrapnel embedded in his body from reaching his heart. In other words, as long as the shrapnel inside Tony Stark's body remained, he could never remove the miniature arc reactor. And without removing it, he would continue to suffer from palladium poisoning. This was a deadlock. There were only two ways to break it. Either Tony Stark overcame his inner demons and underwent surgery to extract the shrapnel, or he found a new element to replace palladium as the power source for the miniature arc reactor. Yet Tony was incapable of achieving either. The first method had a low success rate, and Tony was unwilling to entrust his fate to others. The second method appeared to be a perfect solution. However, was it truly that easy to discover a new element for the miniature arc reactor? If it were so simple, Tony Stark would not have succumbed to self-destruction in this storyline. His self-destructive behavior stemmed from sheer hopelessness. He could see no light of survival. Yet for now, the palladium poisoning had not reached such a critical stage, allowing Tony Stark to still manage company affairs. He, Pepper, and Happy exited through the passage, evading the fervent fans. Then the three of them got into the car. However, just as he was about to start the engine and head home, a woman approached. "Hello, Mr. Stark. I am a federal marshal." "A marshal?" Tony examined the woman's striking appearance. "Irish?" "Yes," she nodded. "So an Irish female marshal comes to see me. Are you here to tempt me with the allure of a marshal's uniform?" The woman smiled at his remark. "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, but I'm not here to offer such experiences. I'm here to serve you with a court summons." With that, she retrieved a court summons from her bag. Tony's expression turned peculiar while Happy took the summons and explained to the woman, "Marshal Tony doesn't like people handing him things." "I understand. Geniuses often have their quirks," the woman nodded. "Then please ensure Mr. Stark appears in court on time." She then departed. At that moment, Pepper from the back seat spoke with displeasure. "Tony, did you just say you wanted to experience a marshal's uniform?" "Hey, no, you must have misheard." Tony Stark quickly explained. "I meant I wanted to see you in a marshal's uniform. I'm serious. They'll buy you several, and you can wear them for me. Don't even think about it." Pepper refused without hesitation. "By the way, when you get home today, prepare a proper apology gift for Flame Man. You provoked him for no reason. Luckily, he's not unreasonable." All right. The next morning, Lynch woke up. Upon waking, he didn't get up, but lounged in bed, gazing at the shock value column. Shock value 1870301 yesterday. It was over 200,000 today. It had soared to over 1 million. Indeed, only by stirring up trouble could one reap substantial rewards. Just then his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from Nick Fury. After a moment's thought, he answered. "Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. A busy man like you, how do you find the time to contact us?" "Flame Man, it'll be straightforward. Would like to ask for your help." "Help, eh?" Lynch frowned, a suspicion forming in his mind. "With what?" "Hey, race the thing." Nick Fury didn't hold back. "Yesterday, near the charming town of Roanoke in New Mexico, a satellite fell from the sky." Lynch's eyes lit up, but his tone remained neutral. "And oi, that satellite is shaped like a hammer. I suspect supernatural forces might be at play, so I'd like to invite you to come investigate with us." Nick Fury issued the commission. "If you agree to go and assist, $1 million. Damn. S.H.I.E.L.D. truly had deep pockets. Lynch didn't hesitate. "This mission the Skyfire duo accepts." "Let me ask Payne to see which of us should go," Lynch said. "All right, give me your answer as soon as possible, or our people are departing today." After hanging up, Lynch leaped out of bed in excitement and executed a backflip on the spot. He had been waiting for this moment, the Thor incident he had longed for, to finally arrive. When the time came, he would surely be able to sign in for something substantial. Not only would he grow stronger, but he would also earn enough money. How could he refuse such a wonderful opportunity? For now, the dynamic between Lynch, Payne, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was one of hired cooperation. As long as they were paid and found the task agreeable, they would take it on. Just like the Thor incident. But for now, after some thought, Lynch glanced at his attributes. Host Lynn Parker attributes Strength 60, Speed 60, Stamina 200, Mental Power 60 skills, Planetary Devastation, S Gravity Control, a limited clone B Flame Control, a dual-wielding B Almighty Push. His skills and combat power were sufficient, but his physical attributes were still somewhat lacking. Without hesitation, Lin Shi added 40 points each to Strength, Speed, and Mental Power, spending a total of 1.2 million shock points. Thus, Lin Shi's attributes became attributes Strength 100, Speed 100, Stamina 200, Mental Power 100. He had about 600,000 shock points left, which wasn't enough to further boost his attributes significantly, as raising them above 100 points cost 50,000 shock points per point. Therefore, it was better to keep saving shock points until he reached 20 million to invest in the origin progress bar of Planetary Devastation. He was truly fond of the Rinnegan. After doing all this, Lin Chi took out his phone and called Nick Fury again. Pain will go to help. Ooh, I won't be going. I already have plans for this holiday. Alright. On the other end, Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. Have Pain come directly to the Triskelion building before 10 in the morning. After hanging up, Nick Fury took a sip of coffee. His deputy director Maria Hill said, "Are you really not going to recruit him into the agency?" Nick Fury shook his head. People like him respond better to kindness than coercion. He's already refused unless we force him. But coercion would likely lead to a complete fallout. That's not the outcome we want. So as long as they can be driven by money, that's enough for us. Of course, the Superhuman Alliance project also needs to be put on the agenda. Don't think about Pain for now, but Flame Man seems like a good candidate. Do we need to spend $1 million to send Pain with Coulson to New Mexico? Agent Hill asked, somewhat reluctant. S funds were hard-won from the United Nations. But today it felt like a waste. Yes, Hill considered it a waste. It's just an investigation into a hammer that fell from the sky. Do we really need Pain? Nick Fury's gaze sharpened. Agent Hill, remember, I am the director. If I deem it necessary, then it is. Though his words were calm, Hill couldn't help but lower her head. Alright, sir, my mistake. Actually, I have a feeling that this incident with the hammer falling from the sky won't go smoothly. Nick Fury explained further, just like our recent streak of bad luck. Alright, notify Agent Coulson to prepare for departure. Meanwhile, after breakfast, Lin Chi created a limited clone. The Deva Path Pain appeared, and this time Lin Chi granted him not only Planetary Devastation and Gravity Control, but also Almighty Push. With Almighty Push, Universal Pull, and Planetary Devastation, the Deva Path Pain was now complete. At this moment, Pain was whole. Gravity Manipulation bore similarities to the Universal Pull ability, but was far more potent, so Lin Chi had not misspoken. At this moment, aside from being unable to unleash the Almighty Push, his Deva Path was in no way inferior to the Deva Path of the Naruto world. In fact, he was even more powerful than the Deva Path of the Naruto world, for his physique was far superior. After loading the skills, the Deva Path took off and flew directly toward the Triskelion, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Lin Chi planned to continue taking Little Peter to the Stark Expo. They had not fully enjoyed themselves yesterday, so when Lin Chi returned home the previous night, he promised Little Peter that he would accompany him to the Stark Expo for the next few days. Until Little Peter grew tired of it. Of course, Lin Chi would not just bring Little Peter along, he would certainly also bring his girlfriend Wanda. Although they had known each other for over half a year, they had not been dating for long. Thus, this was a good opportunity to deepen their bond through dates. As for the plot of Iron Man 2, it would likely take some time yet. After all, Tony Stark had not started wallowing in self-destruction. Only when he began to spiral would he go to Monaco for a race, taking the wheel himself in a perilous manner. Only then would the villain Whiplash appear, and the storyline of Iron Man 2 would truly commence. At that point, Lin Chi could act without haste. For now, he would spend time with his girlfriend, while simultaneously controlling the Deva Path. By the way, he would also take Little Peter around the Stark Expo. Meanwhile, the Deva Path made no attempt to conceal his presence. Lin Chi had crafted his persona to be one who disdains concealment, possesses overwhelming power, and has a cold exterior but a warm heart. Of course, the last trait remained unverified, but the first two were already known to S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, before the Triskelion, Phil Coulson had already visited Stark Industries to hand over duties to the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Now, as he munched on a hot dog, he awaited the partner assigned to him by the Bureau. Pain shouldn't be too difficult to get along with, right? Just as he thought this, Coulson suddenly heard a commotion around him. Frowning, he looked about. As the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. This area was under strict surveillance. Those who passed through were usually S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, not ordinary people. Yet even in such a zone, a disturbance arose, leading Coulson to remark the quality of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents truly declines with each generation. After his sigh, Coulson followed the gazes of the agents upward. Then he saw Pain descending from the sky. He made a grand entrance without a trace of embarrassment. Only then did Coulson understand why his colleagues had gasped. It was not a matter of poor composure, rather something had occurred that made it difficult for them to maintain self-control. Payne was a renowned figure, and with such an entrance, even Coulson would have struggled to keep his expression neutral. But after taking a few deep breaths, Coulson regained his calm. With a soft thud, Payne landed on the ground, his cold, rippled eyes scanning the surroundings before fixing on Coulson. Phil Coulson. Mr. Payne, hello. I am your partner for the coming days, Phil Coulson. Coulson introduced himself with a nod. Payne nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then looked at Coulson's car and asked, "Shall we depart now?" Coulson nodded, tossed his leftover hot dog and coffee into the trash, and got into the car. Payne also got in, taking the passenger seat. The car hummed to life and drove out of the city. On the road, Coulson attempted to break the ice. "Mr. Payne, are those piercings on your face decorations?" Payne frowned. Coulson quickly added, Sorry, I was being presumptuous. If it's not convenient to say." "It's not inconvenient," Payne replied, shaking his head. Payne shook his head. "This item is indeed an ornament left to me by someone important," Payne replied. However, after uttering these words, Payne showed no intention of continuing the conversation with Coulson. Although Coulson wished to spark a topic and bridge the gap between them that required at least a response from the other party. Given such resistance, forcing a conversation might only provoke his anger. Before arriving, Coulson had been strictly instructed by Nick Fury never under any circumstances provoke Payne's anger. Even though Payne had behaved well over the past months, showing no inclination to cause widespread harm, Nick Fury could never forget the colossal meteor that once hovered over New York City. Thus, at this moment, Coulson wisely chose to remain silent. Consequently, the atmosphere grew somewhat stifling. Under this oppressive ambience, Coulson couldn't help but think that the entire journey ahead would likely be dreadfully monotonous and tedious. However, to his surprise, just as the car left New York City, the Devapath suddenly spoke. "How long do you plan to drive?" "Huh." The Devapath's sudden words caught Coulson off guard, bringing him a flicker of delight. In his past experiences, whenever the other party spoke, progress was sure to follow. So Coulson immediately replied, "Probably around 5 or 6 in the evening to reach New Mexico." He assumed the Devapath was inquiring about their arrival time. "That long?" The Devapath frowned. Then what followed completely altered Coulson's earlier perception. The Devapath said to Coulson, "Fasten your seatbelt and hold on tight." With that, he raised a hand, and the entire car jolted violently before lifting into the air. Whoa! Caught off guard, Coulson couldn't help but yell. Then he found himself unable to utter another sound. With a wave of the Devapath's hand, the car shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Whoosh! Air spirals and cones formed around the vehicle, and a sonic boom was imminent. Realizing this, Coulson hastily shouted, "Mr. Payne, this car isn't sturdy enough for supersonic flight." At that moment, Coulson would have preferred the earlier awkward calm silence. At least then he wouldn't risk his life. The Devapath frowned slightly and reduced their speed. His own physique was exceptionally robust, but Coulson was merely an ordinary human. Even at reduced speed, they were still traveling at nearly half the speed of sound. The speed of sound is 340 meters per second, which translates to 1224 kilometers per hour. Half that speed is over 600 kilometers per hour. At such velocity, not even an F1 race car could match it, let alone an ordinary vehicle, and even some aircraft couldn't achieve that pace. Thus the car remained intact, but its occupants were not so fortunate. About 2 hours later, near the town of Old Bridge in New Mexico, a car descended from the sky. With a soft thud, the car landed gently, its quiet impact indicating it hadn't been dropped from above. With a click, the driver's door swung open the moment the car touched down. Out stumbled a middle-aged white man in a black suit. Phil Coulson, a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. At that moment, Coulson knelt on the ground, retching and nauseous, showing clear signs of motion sickness. But it wasn't just car sickness. He frantically grabbed handfuls of dirt, seemingly overjoyed to see solid ground again. "Stop vomiting, you've already emptied your breakfast." From the passenger seat emerged a stern man with orange hair styled like a hedgehog, clad in a black robe with red clouds. "Payne, you've already thrown up several times on the road, shouldn't you be used to it by now?" After speaking, Payne glanced around and spotted a town signpost. Old Bridge. I always thought this town was called Enchanted Wonderland. Lynch, who was controlling Payne, felt a bit awkward. He genuinely thought the town was called Enchanted Wonderland. At this moment, Phil Coulson had finally nearly recovered. Wiping his mouth with a piece of paper, he leaned weakly against the car and said, "Mr. Payne, Enchanted Wonderland is how Americans jokingly refer to New Mexico. People say this place is an enchanted wonderland. But in reality, a godforsaken place suits it better. As for that flight, just now I doubt anyone could ever get used to it. So that's what Enchanted Wonderland means." Payne nodded, then raised an eyebrow in rebuttal. Flame Hero adapted quite well. Coulson was speechless. Flame Hero was a superhero who could fly. He could fly, and you could fly too, so of course he could adapt to your flying. But as an ordinary person, how could he compare? Still, he didn't voice that thought. Yet from Payne's words, Coulson sensed something. The bond between Skyfire duo was truly strong. Then as Payne surveyed Old Bridgetown, Coulson took the chance to glance at the town and check the reports from his subordinates on the road. After finishing, Coulson said to Payne, "Mr. Payne, the camp over there isn't set up yet. Let's rest in this town for a while." In truth, out of professionalism and duty, Coulson wanted to head straight to the Hammer's Landing site. But right now he desperately needed some food and a hot cup of coffee. Only then could he barely muster the strength to work. It wasn't that he wasn't trying, but he simply couldn't hold on. Payne didn't blame Coulson either and let him into town. After some rest, Coulson finally revived. Once he was back to normal, his first thought was to go to the camp. All right, Payne agreed. There was no point staying here any longer. He might as well go see if he could trigger a sign-in at Mjolnir's location. So together with Coulson, they left the town and prepared to drive to Mjolnir's landing site. On the way past the town hospital, Payne's eyes narrowed as he spotted a familiar figure. Thor. At that moment, Thor, wearing a hospital gown, was walking out of the hospital. This must be the scene where he escapes. Then Thor was knocked over by his future girlfriend, Jane Foster. "What are you looking at?" Coulson stopped and followed Payne's gaze. "Oh, that girl is quite careless." Payne nodded and looked away indeed. At this point, Thor hadn't regained his powers yet, and Lynch guessed that even if he went over, he probably couldn't trigger a sign-in. So it was better to wait and let the plot unfold naturally. After all, without his involvement, the Thor incident would likely proceed smoothly. His goal was clear: just come to snag a sign-in. The car started and drove off. Coulson and Payne left, and the encounter between Jane Foster and Thor officially began. Arriving at the Hammer's Landing site, Payne and Coulson saw from afar a cordoned-off area with a camp set up featuring plastic tunnels inside. As soon as Coulson got out of the car, a person in charge came to hand over work. "How's the situation?" Coulson stepped forward first, with Payne walking beside him. Yet even with this positioning, Payne looked more like the boss and Coulson like a subordinate. But matters of boss and subordinate were irrelevant. There are university scientists nearby researching this. "We've already sent people to requisition their data," the person in charge replied. Scanning the area and spotting Mjolnir's location, Payne grabbed a random person and said, "Take me to the Hammer." That person immediately looked to Coulson for guidance, since he was the highest-ranking officer here. After Coulson nodded in agreement, the man replied, "Please follow me." Watching Payne Tindo walk toward the Hammer's location, Coulson informed all agents via earpiece not to interfere, only to observe. Thus Payne Tindo encountered no obstacles along the way. Upon reaching the Hammer, he examined its shape, finding it identical to his memory. Combining this with Thor's earlier appearance, his heart settled further. This world was indeed the Marvel Cinematic Universe. However, occasionally other characters intruded, like Kingpin or the Lizard. Incidentally, the Lizard's remains were taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. for research. Over half a year had passed since then. He wondered what S.H.I.E.L.D. had discovered. Thoughts swirling, Payne Tindo did not pause. He directly grasped the thick, long handle of Mjolnir. Crack! A thunderclap erupted from a clear sky, yet the hammer did not budge, as if the anomaly were an illusion. Payne Tindo relaxed slightly, as only he could see a light screen appear. Ding. Host is at a check-in location, Mjolnir X Reborn, Thor unfulfilled. Check-in now. Lynch, controlling Payne Tindo, widened his eyes in surprise. The last time such a check-in format appeared was with Hulk X Abomination's blood. That check-in had yielded in strength evaluation, meaning and strength skill. So could Thor also bring in strength skill this time? Lynch was thrilled and curious. Payne Tindo silently thought, begin check-in. Ding. Host is at the check-in location. Check-in commencing. Duration 10 seconds. Exiting midway counts as failure. Check-in failed. One component of the location, Reborn Thor unfulfilled, must be achieved before retrying. I knew it, Lynch thought, having harbored a sliver of hope. But the system gave him no loophole. So he would wait patiently. It wouldn't be long. Withdrawing his hand, Payne Tindo said to Coulson, arrange a place for me to nap. No problem. After settling Payne Tindo, Coulson asked the monitoring agent, what was that lightning? Unknown, but Payne showed no further anomalies. The agent inquired, sir, what should we do? Nothing. Continue monitoring. Coulson instructed, do not disturb Payne. No actions or words that might provoke him. Understood. Payne Tindo slept to ensure uninterrupted control. Though Lynch could now maintain control for a full day, he preferred to conserve those hours. This allowed him to handle emergencies. Night fell. Lynch had Payne Tindo sit on a camp chair awaiting Thor's nocturnal assault. Though this attempt likely wouldn't fulfill the check-in condition, witnessing Thor's rebirth was still rewarding. Meanwhile, on the road to the Hammer's crash site, a man and a woman drove a modified RV at a brisk pace. Are you sure you want to go there? Don't worry, Jane Foster. Thor smiled unconcerned. I am the mightiest warrior in Asgard. Thor recalled his father and amended, second mightiest. I am powerful. Once I retrieve my hammer, I will reclaim everything they took from you. Alright, I hope so. Good luck. Though she found Thor odd, Jane Foster chose to trust him. It was admittedly a reckless decision. Yet it also excited her. Screech. They arrived at the camp. Odd. As the golden-haired giant knelt on the ground beside the crater of Mjolnir, howling in anguish, the gaze of Tendo Pain remained utterly unperturbed. Yet Lynch, who controlled him, could not help but recall the events of mere minutes ago. At that time, Tendo Pain had been resting with his eyes closed after dinner, only to be startled awake by the piercing wail of an alarm. Upon waking, he paid no heed to the stares of the surrounding agents and leaped straight into the sky. Gazing downward, Tendo Pain surveyed the entirety of this temporary encampment. Then he witnessed Thor burst through the western fence, cutting down all opposition as he advanced. With S-H-I-E-L-D holding back, Thor finally reached the side of Mjolnir. Next, Thor, with an expression brimming with confidence and pride, reached out and grasped the handle of Mjolnir. However, events did not unfold as he expected. He could not lift his own weapon. And so Thor had become what Tendo Pain now beheld. Under the torrential downpour, he knelt with his head bowed before Mjolnir, as if he had lost all purpose in life, and everything before him had become meaningless. Observing Thor's surrender, Coulson issued the command, "All right, the show is over. Ground team, move in." No sooner had the words fallen than a large contingent of S-H-I-E-L-D agents swarmed in, escorting the unresisting Thor away from Mjolnir's location. The heavy rain ceased abruptly, the dark clouds dispersed, and the moon revealed itself. Tendo Pain also descended from the sky and stood beside Coulson. "Mr. Pain, any discoveries?" Coulson inquired. Tendo Pain shook his head. "No, but this man shares a deep connection with that hammer." "What makes you say that?" Coulson turned, his expression solemn as he looked at Tendo Pain. "Instinct." With that, Tendo Pain turned and entered the camp. "Very well." Coulson sighed, helplessly watching Tendo Pain's retreating figure. Then he suddenly noticed something. Despite the torrential rain just moments ago, Tendo Pain's clothes were not even damp. This truly made one marvel at the power of these superhumans. Reflecting on this, Coulson couldn't help but wonder, could this golden-haired man also be a superhuman? Perhaps for some reason his powers had been stripped away, leaving him unable to lift his own hammer, which explained his profound dejection. Coulson had no idea that his casual speculation was incredibly close to the truth. Yet this near-truthful thought was quickly suppressed and buried deep within his mind. "Impossible," he muttered, shaking his head before turning to head towards the place where the golden-haired giant was being held, preparing to interrogate him. Just then, a figure clad in black, wearing a helmet adorned with two curved horns, bypassed all the surveillance and personnel within the S-H-I-E-L-D encampment, arriving at the location of Mjolnir. Clack! Tendo Pain furrowed his brow. He turned his gaze towards Mjolnir and saw Loki, who was attempting to lift it. Wait, doesn't Loki possess some sort of illusion ability? How then could I see him? After a brief thought, Lynch glanced at his attribute panel and found some answers. Undoubtedly, it was a matter of his mental attribute. Lynch's mental power was 100 points, 10 times that of an ordinary person. With such mental strength, even without cultivating secret arts, one could perceive things that normal people could not. Tendo Pain's body perfectly inherited Lynch's physique, so it was only natural that he could sense Loki concealed beneath the illusion. However, upon noticing Loki's probing gaze turned back towards him, Tendo Pain thought for a moment, pretended not to see him, and averted his eyes. Lynch did not wish to disrupt the current inertia of the plot. He wanted the story to continue unfolding so that he could successfully complete his check-in. Therefore, he desired to avoid any unnecessary complications. If he had known he would be able to perceive Loki, he would not have turned around at all. Perhaps this was what they meant by "I'm doing my best to perform to play along with your act." For the sake of the check-in, Lynch was truly giving it his all. Naturally, Coulson proceeded to interrogate Thor, but Thor remained unresponsive. Then Loki arrived to deliver a psychological blow, informing Thor that their father had died and their mother was utterly disappointed in him. Thus began the rebirth of the Thunder God. Afterwards, Loki glanced at Tendo Pain, deeming it impossible for this human to notice him, and then departed. Notably, this scene was quite amusing. Tendo Pain sat in a lounge chair watching television, while Loki loitered before him, gesturing dramatically. Tendo Pain frowned because Loki was blocking his view of the TV. However, the TV drama was in a sorrowful phase at that moment, so Pain's frown was interpreted by Loki as the shallow emotions of mortals and the like. This was one of the reasons Loki concluded that Tendo Pain could not possibly see him. Another reason, naturally, was Loki's supreme confidence in himself. In any case, Loki departed, and Thor was taken away by Dr. Selvig, Jane Foster's mentor. This was a deliberate move by Coulson. He intended to play the long game to uncover what truly lay hidden beneath the surface. The next day, Coulson listened to his agent's report that Dr. Donald has been staying with Jane Foster, and the other two with no unusual activity. "Continue surveillance," Coulson ordered. Then he turned to Tendo Pain. "Mr. Pain, what do you think?" Tendo Pain shook his head. "They'll go to the town to take a look." "Oh, so Mr. Pain intends to personally visit the town to observe the situation with Dr. Donald?" Coulson was astonished. This was the first time Tendo Pain had shown such keen interest in anyone. Perhaps this could be an opportunity to draw closer to Tendo Pain. However, before the thought could fully form, Tendo Pain shook his head and said, I plan to go to the town to get something to eat. Your breakfast here is terrible. With that, he strode out of the camp and, under the manipulation of gravity, soared into the sky. Coulson couldn't help but ask the agent beside him, is it really that bad? I thought it was passable. Tendo Pain's trip to town was not, of course, for food, but to find an opportunity to check in. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the check-in for this Thor incident would likely occur today. In fact, it might not even wait until noon. It could happen at any moment. Flying over the town, he spotted two SHIELD agents monitoring the area from the rooftop at the town's entrance. Without hesitation, Tendo Pain descended directly onto the roof. Thump! The sudden sound startled the two agents. But upon realizing it was Tendo Pain, they breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how terrifying this man might be, he was at least on their side for now. Mr. Pain, is there something you need? Despite their inner thoughts, they inquired with caution and deference. Pain, however, had no intention of being courteous. Go buy me a hot dog and a hot coffee. Huh, this. One agent was taken aback and about to protest, but the other pulled him back. That agent said, sure, Mr. Pain. What flavor of hot dog would you like? Hot or iced coffee? Tendo Pain cast an appreciative glance at this agent, then stated his preferences, and the two went off to make the purchase. Before leaving, they said, Mr. Pain, while we're getting the items, could you keep an eye on things here? Here, take the communicator. Once they had descended, the two agents began to converse. We're SHIELD agents. Why are we doing this? Hey, keep your voice down. Have you forgotten what that guy did before? That massive anti-gravity meteor. All right. Tendo Pain, holding the communicator, fiddled with it briefly before setting it down. He had already overheard the two men's conversation below, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with them. After all, he was the one who had asked them to abandon their post. As if struck by a thought, Tendo Pain picked up the communicator and said, Coulson, are you there? Mr. Pain, how is it that you're using this communicator? What about those two agents? Coulson's tone carried a hint of surprise. Pain of the Six Paths briefly explained how the two agents had voluntarily bought him food without requiring payment. Then he continued, if any anomalies occur later, keep your distance. He'll handle it. He said this because he recalled the perilous moment when the destroyer descended and Coulson and his team nearly perished. Coulson was a decent man, and if possible, Pain of the Six Paths did not wish to see him die. Of course, if he sought death himself, Pain would not intervene. Thus, this was merely a reminder. But before Coulson could reply, Pain of the Six Paths spotted a rainbow-hued pillar of light at the horizon from which four figures clad in medieval armor emerged, racing toward the town. Coulson, I see four people in strange attire stepping out of a pillar of light. And remember what I just said. With that, he set down the communicator. The four warriors of Asgard had descended, meaning Loki would soon deploy the destroyer. Loki had sent the destroyer to eliminate all who might obstruct his ascension to the Asgardian throne. Thus, the moment for his check-in was imminent. Pain of the Six Paths felt a surge of excitement, but refrained from immediate action, knowing the time was not yet ripe. Meanwhile, at the camp, Coulson furrowed his brow. Pain, what exactly are you trying to do? And these oddly dressed people emerging from the pillar. You're one to talk about odd attire. Despite his words, Coulson decided to heed Pain's advice, given his expertise in the supernatural. Sir, an anomaly has been detected at this location. An agent monitoring the situation reported to Coulson. Thus, a group from the base followed Coulson to a nearby dune where they discovered a massive circular magical array. He guessed right after all. Coulson stood up and instructed an agent, find someone who can decipher languages. But before the agents could act, a colossal vortex cloud swirled in the sky. With a whoosh, a rainbow pillar of light crashed down. As the light dissipated, a three-metertal humanoid figure made entirely of silver armor appeared, standing atop a magical array identical to the one seen by the SHIELD agents. Coulson was about to call out, but then recalled Pain of the Six Paths' earlier warning. All units prepare to retreat. Meanwhile, seeing another immense pillar of light, Thor and his companions chose not to hide any longer. They would face this heathen. However, the confrontation was left to the four warriors of Asgard, while Thor assisted Dr. Selvig and others in evacuating the townsfolk. A battle would surely endanger the townspeople. Observing all this, Pain of the Six Paths leaped from the rooftop and joined Thor in aiding the evacuation. He had no intention of engaging actively. He needed the Thunder God to be reborn. Thus, he used this opportunity to build rapport with Thor. Though this connection was belated, no sooner had Pain left than the two agents who had bought him supplies returned. They climbed onto the roof, calling, Mr. Pain, your hot dog and coffee. Huh, where'd he go? No idea. Wait, there he is. What do we do? What else? Follow him. Reuniting with Pain of the Six Paths, the two agents were directed to assist with the evacuation. Thor was genuinely grateful for Pain's help. Truly a friend in need is a friend indeed. And when the townspeople recognized Pain of the Six Paths, their excitement surged. The superhero is here, we're safe. Of course, many were terrified, fearing that Pain of the Six Paths might unleash a planetary devastation on their small town. Before they could say more, a thunderous roar erupted at the town's entrance. Boom, 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 boom. The destroyer had arrived. Because Coulson and his team weren't there to stop it, the destroyer came sooner than in the original timeline. At that moment, the townspeople hadn't been fully evacuated. Seeing this, the warriors 3 of Asgard rose to the occasion without hesitation. Well, hold them off. With that, the 4 of them charged at the destroyer. However, they didn't act recklessly, instead they employed a clever strategy. 3 attacked Hedon to draw the destroyer's attention, while Sif climbed onto the rooftop, preparing a flanking strike. Slap, slap, slap. The tactic succeeded. Sif pinned the destroyer to the ground. But unexpectedly, the destroyer twisted its body, its faceplate retracting to unleash a massive beam of destruction. Sif dodged, but could no longer restrain the destroyer. Freed, it advanced further into the town. Fortunately, by then, all the residents had been evacuated. Glancing at his girlfriend and his gravely wounded friends, Thor decided to step forward and sacrifice his own life to save them. In that moment, Thor was filled with unparalleled radiance. It was then that he was reborn. At this point, if Thor called upon Mjolnir, the hammer would fly to him of its own accord. But Thor hadn't yet realized this. He strode toward the towering destroyer, showing no trace of fear. Under Loki's control, the destroyer halted before Thor, as if curious about his intentions. Brother, whatever wrong I've done to you, whatever led to all this, I am truly sorry. But these people are innocent, killing them won't benefit you. So kill me instead. End this. No. Jane Foster watched in disbelief. They had only confirmed their relationship that very morning. The warriors 3 stood frozen in place. As Thor's close companions, they could feel the profound transformation within him. And the more Thor showed this, the more they despised Loki. That despicable coward, always scheming. Loki would never show Thor any mercy. The warriors 3 were right. Loki indeed had no intention of sparing Thor. But Thor's words moved him to let the others go. Among them all, only Thor posed a true threat to his throne. The rest were merely collateral. So be it. He would grant his dear brother's final wish. With that thought, Loki commanded the destroyer, which delivered a brutal punch, sending Thor flying dozens of feet. Thwack! Thor landed and lay motionless. Such force would kill any ordinary person. And Thor was now just a mortal. But at that moment, Mjolnir far away in the camp began to tremble. Unconscious on the ground, Thor instinctively reached out his hand. Sensing the call, Mjolnir shot into the sky, hurtling toward Thor's location. Crackling with lightning, Mjolnir landed in Thor's grasp, and a dazzling transformation ensued. The god of thunder was truly reborn. At this point, Pain of the Six Paths didn't hesitate. He strode over directly. Hey, you there? Thor, wait a moment. As he spoke, Pain approached Thor, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he looked at the hammer. Could you let me touch your hammer? I mean, you hold it, and I'll just touch it. Fearing Thor might misunderstand, Pain clarified. Thor furrowed his brow. You were saving people just now, so I'll allow you to touch my hammer. But the situation is dire. I must fight immediately. You, an ordinary mortal, should retreat to the sidelines and wait for the battle to conclude. Before Thor could finish his sentence, Pain of the Six Paths interrupted. Are you worried that silver-armored giant will affect us? Don't fret. As he spoke, Pain of the Six Paths reached out toward Thor's Mjolnir while raising his other hand toward the destroyer. Almighty pull, he murmured. Gravitational control activated, unleashing an endless torrent of attractive force from Pain's palm, ensnaring the destroyer and yanking it toward him. Thor's jaw dropped involuntarily. This is impossible. In Asgard, atop the throne in the royal palace, Loki shot to his feet. His face darkened as he immediately reclaimed control of the destroyer, struggling to break free from Pain's gravitational pull. But by then, Pain had already hoisted the destroyer aloft with a single hand. With his palm pressed against the destroyer's chest, Pain continued, almighty push. Boom. In an instant, the gravitational force transformed into repulsive power. A colossal repulsive force erupted in an instant, hurling the destroyer far into the distance. At that moment, everyone was stunned. The warriors 3 stared at Pain in disbelief, as did Jane Foster and her companions. And Thor, who had once again become the god of thunder, also found his eyes widening involuntarily. In his astonishment, Thor did not stop Pain from touching his hammer. Ding. Host is at a check-in location. Mjolnir X reborn Thor. Proceed with check-in. Yes. Lynch, controlling Pain of the Six Paths, responded without hesitation. Ding. Host is at the check-in location. Commencing check-in. Check-in duration 10 seconds. Exiting midway will result in failure. 10-9-8-7-6. The destroyer rose, its hollow eyes fixed on them, and then it began to charge. 5-4-3-2-1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Rating strength. Check-in rewards all attributes boosted. 1 strength skill draw. It really is strength. Lin Chi was ecstatic. He immediately commanded Pain to withdraw his hand from Thor's hammer. Seeing this, Thor cast Lynch a peculiar glance before charging toward the destroyer. While Thor fought, Lynch, controlling Pain, murmured inwardly, "Draw the skill immediately. Drawing, please wait. Draw successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the strength skill Kimui. Skill description: lock onto a target with one eye, absorbing objects into a different dimension. When absorbing, the eye focuses on the object, causing the space around it to warp. The user's control over this technique determines the degree and intensity of the warp. Everything within range is absorbed into the alternate dimension. First use is free, subsequent uses consume stamina. It's this technique. Lynch couldn't help but think of Obito's near-divine ability and Kakashi's long-range spatial warp that severed Deidara's arm. Moreover, the Marvel world also had examples of spatial attacks. For instance, the Kamartage's portal and the spatial portals created when the Bifrost opened and closed. To be honest, spatial attacks were incredibly powerful. No matter how solid an object was, it could be severed by space. Even the formidable subordinates of Thanos had their hands instantly cut off by those portals. And in the plot of Thor Ragnarok, Thor lured a dragon back, but when the Bifrost closed, the dragon was decapitated cleanly at the neck. So could this spatial attack defeat the Destroyer? The Destroyer was a treasure forged by Odin, using countless resources specifically tasked with guarding Asgard's vault. Not only could it emit destructive beams, but its body was also incredibly hard, almost nothing could damage it. Could such a powerful destroyer be vanquished by a spatial attack? With doubt in his heart, Lynch decided to try immediately. After all, there was one free trial use, and not using it would be a waste. Thus, Pain of the Six Paths turned his gaze to the two sides locked in fierce combat, and shouted to Thor, "God of Thunder, move aside." Hearing Pain's call, Thor paused for a moment, then quickly dodged. Thor hadn't forgotten how Pain had just disposed of the destroyer with a single hand. Seeing Thor step aside, Pain fixed his eyes on the destroyer and murmured softly, "Kimi." After becoming the God of Thunder, once more Thor's method of attack had shifted. In the past, he had always been straightforward, relying on his immense strength and lightning to crush his enemies. But now he began to probe his enemy, feeling out their attacking patterns. As a result, Thor initially used only his fists and feet, occasionally interspersing his strikes with blows from Mjolnir. Bang, bang, bang. The destroyer was battered by Thor's rapid assault, unable to fight back. Its body was launched into the air, forced to passively endure the onslaught. However, while Thor seemed to hold the advantage, he had in fact inflicted little serious damage upon the destroyer. This was evident from the fact that the destroyer's surface remained as smooth and pristine as ever. Nevertheless, as a controller of the battlefield, Thor had done his part. At that moment, Thor dodged aside, leaving the airborne destroyer alone within the sight of Pain. Seeing this, Pain did not hesitate for a moment. Kimui. With a whoosh, Pain's eyes transformed into the form of the Mangekyo Sharingan, a strange black shuriken pattern against a red background. At that moment, the shuriken pattern began to spin rapidly. With a peculiar sound, the space around the destroyer began to warp, and everyone watched as the destroyer itself started to twist. No, it was the very space the destroyer occupied. The entire area was beginning to distort. The center of the distortion locked onto the destroyer's chest, the location of its power core. If the destroyer's core could be destroyed, then the destroyer itself would surely be annihilated. However, Loki would not stand by and let the destroyer be destroyed. As soon as he sensed the spatial fluctuations, Loki realized his plans might be thwarted. But he refused to accept defeat. He commanded the destroyer to evade, desperately trying to dodge the attack and continue his grand scheme. But with no leverage and locked in place by the visual targeting, the destroyer could not escape the warped region. And then crack! A sharp, crisp sound of breaking rang out. The destroyer fell to the ground, one of its legs completely gone. In that moment of crisis, Loki had commanded the destroyer to twist sideways, avoiding the distortion of its power core, but losing a leg in the process. The break at the thigh was perfectly clean, as if severed by an incredibly sharp blade. Yet no such blade existed on Earth. For that blade was a byproduct of the spatial distortion, a blade of space itself. Seeing the destroyer lose a leg, Thor was overjoyed and immediately launched an attack. Not only that, but he also conjured a powerful finishing move. He spun his hammer and hurled it into the sky, the storm it generated sweeping across nearly half the town. It was as if a devastating tornado had passed through. Vehicles and rubble on the ground were all pulled up into the air. The one-legged destroyer was caught in the same vortex. But even while airborne, the destroyer could still attack. Its faceplate opened and a searing heat ray shot forth. This time, however, Thor did not dodge. Gripping Mjolnir tightly, he withstood the heat ray and charged Hedon against the destroyer. "You'd better get down." Witnessing this, Lynch recalled the original plan for Thor to deal with the destroyer and warned the others. Because it was the powerful Pain who had given the warning, the others immediately complied. Then they watched as Thor rushed straight at the destroyer. One charging upward from below, the other hurtling downward from above. Like two meteors colliding, they erupted with earth-shattering power. Boom! A powerful shockwave swept through everything, and the townspeople finally understood why Pain had told them to get down. But just as they began to think Pain was a good person, his next action infuriated them. Pain raised both hands, aiming them at the shockwave. A wave of repulsive force expanded outward, perfectly blocking the shockwave. Lynch's true strength was immense, and upon acquiring the almighty push, he had mastered the power of repulsion. That was why Pain could accomplish this feat. However, Pain's action enraged the others. The hot-tempered Asgardian warrior Sif directly demanded, "Since you could block the shockwave, why did you tell us to get down? Hey, are you messing with us?" Sif scolded. Yeah, you're so annoying. Others who had caught on chimed in. Seeing the situation turning one-sided S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents fearing they might provoke Pain quickly stopped the crowd and firmly stood by the Tendo Pain. No, that's not it. But facing the crowd's accusations, Tendo Pain shook his head and calmly said, "I was afraid I couldn't block it, so I told you all to get down." Really? The crowd was skeptical. Tendo Pain then changed the subject. Look, Thor has defeated the Iron Man. Helplessly, everyone had to look towards Thor. After all, even if they exposed and confirmed that Tendo Pain was just messing with them, what could they do? They couldn't defeat Tendo Pain anyway, and knowing the truth wouldn't allow them to retaliate. Thus the best choice was to pretend nothing had happened. Of course, this was the choice of the wise like Dr. Selvig, Jane Foster, and Sif. As for the fools, they were perfectly fooled by Tendo Pain. For example, Daisy and the other 3 warriors of Asgard. In any case, everyone's gaze turned to Thor and the destroyer lying on the ground. At that moment, the bright flames inside the destroyer had already died out, but its shell apart from the leg severed by Kimui remained intact. This made Lynch wonder, could it be that Odin set an instruction inside the destroyer to automatically shut down upon sensing the power of Thor? Only this could explain how Thor defeated the destroyer without damaging its shell. Just as Lynch was speculating, Thor came over to bid everyone farewell. He was going to thwart Loki's conspiracy and restore a tomorrow to Asgard. At the same time, he formed an alliance with S-H-I-E-L-D, promising Coulson that he would fight to protect Earth. Seeing Thor like this, Lynch, who was controlling Tendo Pain, realized this was the best opportunity to go to Asgard and the vast universe. He should be able to check in at Asgard as well as on Star-Lord's planet and the Xander civilization. However, after thinking it over, Lynch didn't ask Thor to take Tendo Pain along. Not to mention whether Thor would be willing to bring Tendo Pain. Even if he agreed, how could Lynch guarantee that he could still control Tendo Pain once he arrived in Asgard? His main body couldn't go there. There were too many things on Earth that needed his attention. More importantly, there were plenty of check-in opportunities on Earth, perhaps even more than in the universe. Thus it came down to a choice between the two. After a few seconds of deliberation, Lynch chose to temporarily forego the check-in opportunities in the universe and continue focusing on Earth. He would deal with the universe when the time was right. One must be content to be happy. Of course, even if Tendo Pain had asked, there was a good chance Thor would have refused. After all, they were barely comrades in arms with no other connection. However, just as Thor was about to fly off with Jane Foster, he suddenly looked at Tendo Pain and said, "Hey, what's your name?" "Pain." Tendo Pain naturally replied. "Pain, I am Thor Odinson. Next time I come to Midgard Earth, let's have a spar." Thor said heartily, "You are strong, I can feel it. We'll see when you come." Tendo Pain neither agreed nor refused, but gave an ambiguous answer. Good, it's settled then. Thor took it as Tendo Pain's agreement. With that, he flew with Jane Foster towards the array left by the Bifrost. Sif and the others quickly followed. S-H-I-E-L-D and Dr. Selvig also came forward to watch. Only Tendo Pain remained still. For him, this event had already reached a satisfactory conclusion, so there was no need to linger. Besides, he had seen the Bifrost before, so there was no need to join the crowd. After calling out to Coulson and bidding him farewell, Tendo Pain soared into the sky and left Old Bridge Town. The Deva path of Pain flew toward New York, gradually dissipating in the high-altitude clouds far enough away to avoid detection. As the ability returned to its original body, Lynch's divided consciousness also merged back. At this moment, he was at the Stark Expo accompanying his close ones as they explored the exhibition. Although 3 days had passed, they had yet to cover the entire expo, which was set to run for a full year. So even on the 4th day, Lynch still accompanied little Peter to the venue. And of course, Wanda was there too. She had few friends who, aside from her brother, her only friend and boyfriend was Lynch. Strictly speaking, Wanda did have friends. Lynch's family, for instance, had become friends to her. However, they were friends now, but might become family in the future. Thus, Wanda seized every opportunity to deepen her bond with Lynch and little Peter. After regaining his consciousness, Lynch focused on accompanying his girlfriend and brother through the expo. He had already seen the recent events on the news. Tony Stark had appeared at the Washington court, mocking and taunting the U.S. government and arms dealer Justin Hammer. While not exactly mockery, Tony Stark had merely exposed some truths about Justin Hammer and Hammer Industries. This storyline should soon lead to the events in Monaco where the villain Whiplash would appear. In Lynch's view, there would be a check-in opportunity there. Initially, Lynch had planned to have the Deva Path check in on its way back. However, after 2 days, there was still no news of Tony Stark heading to Monaco. Expired check-in locations could be made up later, but unreached ones could not be checked in early. So today, Lynch had no choice but to let the Deva Path dissipate during its return. After another day at the expo on the way home, Wanda leaned into Lynch's arms and whispered, "Lynn, can we skip the expo tomorrow?" Before she could finish, Lynch interrupted, "No problem. I've been bored for 4 days straight." Wanda flashed a beautiful smile, while Lynch turned to look at little Peter, pondering how to convince him. After dropping Wanda off at her home, Lynch took little Peter back. However, to his surprise, 2 uninvited guests awaited them at home. One was Tony Stark and the other was his bodyguard Happy. At that moment, Tony Stark sat idly on the sofa while Happy chatted cheerfully with Aunt May. "Hey, what's going on?" Lynch didn't hide his astonishment as he pulled little Peter inside. "Tony Stark. Iron Man," little Peter exclaimed, letting go of Lynch and rushing toward Tony. Tony Stark caught him with a warm smile, clearly fond of children. Ruffling little Peter's hair, Tony handed him back to May Parker and turned to Lynch. "Oh, you're finally back." Stretching as he stood up, he said, "Happy, keep chatting. They'll go have a word with this kid." Tony. Happy watched as Tony hooked his arm around Lynch and led him out of the room, then glanced at May Parker's smiling face and promptly followed his boss' orders. "And May, I want to go out and talk to Mr. Stark too," little Peter said, envy dripping from his voice as he watched Lynch leave. May shook her head. "Mr. Stark has serious matters to discuss with your brother. Don't go out and cause trouble." Little Peter pouted but obediently stayed in the living room. Outside, Lynch removed Tony's hand from his shoulder and looked at him seriously. "What does the famous Iron Man want with an ordinary person like me?" "Ordinary?" Tony Stark shook his head. "No, you're anything but ordinary. You are the flame hero." "Huh." Upon hearing this, Lynch's first reaction was to deny it. But looking at Tony Stark's serious expression, Lynch narrowed his eyes and abandoned his intention to argue. "How did you figure it out?" "During the previous battle, I had J.R.V.I.S. record the appearance of your clothes under the flames, and after elimination and filtering, I finally pinpointed you." Tony Stark had no intention of hiding the truth and directly told Lynch the real situation. "However, the fact that you didn't even consider defending yourself has thrown many of my plans into disarray." "What plans?" Lynch asked curiously. At this moment, he had relaxed, because he understood that Tony Stark was not there to cause trouble for him. As long as he understood this, he was not too worried. "I was thinking that if you defended yourself, I would bring out the evidence and leave you speechless or something like that." Tony Stark shrugged. "Like how you confronted those senators and Justin Hammer." Lynch thought of Tony's victorious appearance in the news 2 days ago and the expressions of Justin Hammer and the senators when they were at a loss, involuntarily speaking. "Exactly. That's right." Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. "Kid, I suddenly like you a bit more. Even though you don't play by the rules, you can barely be considered a decent guy." "Sorry, Mr. Stark, please take back your liking." Lynch suddenly stepped back, warily crossing his arms in front of his chest in a defensive gesture. "Mr. Stark, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Besides, I already have a girlfriend, and I like her very much, so there is no possibility between us." Tony Stark looked puzzled. After this awkward conversation, the tense and slightly dangerous atmosphere between the two dissipated. Instead, a sense of calm and pleasantness took over. "So, Mr. Stark, what brings you to me?" Lynch asked directly. "It's nothing special. I just came to see what the flame hero is really like." Tony Stark shrugged again. And this time, without waiting for Lynch to ask, he said, "After watching, I feel at ease. Because he is a decent guy who won't act recklessly." "Of course I want." Lynch rolled his eyes. "Acting recklessly could lead to jail, and I would be scorned by others. Being a superhero would earn me love from the people, and without major risks, I would certainly choose the better path. However, Mr. Stark, I hope you can keep my identity a secret." Lynch said solemnly, "I don't want my identity to bring negative impact to my family. I conceal my identity to protect those close to me." Tony Stark nodded. "I understand this, so I will help you keep your secret. However, you also need to pay attention. It's best to get a proper uniform. This way you can maintain better secrecy and distinguish between the superhero life and real life." "I understand, thank you, Mr. Stark." Lynch nodded, as everything Tony Stark said was good advice he wouldn't ignore. "By the way, if it's convenient, could you tell me about Payne's situation?" Tony Stark continued. "Actually, I didn't just come to see you, I wanted to understand more about Payne. After all, no one can overlook the incident that took place." When he said this, Tony Stark's expression was serious, clearly indicating that he truly meant it. Seeing this, Lynch also realized he needed to say something for Payne, or even call Payne out. Otherwise, he might push Iron Man to the opposing side. And that was not what Lynch wanted to see. After all, Iron Man was the son of the world in the Marvel Universe. Opposing the son of the world typically did not lead to good outcomes. So pausing for a moment, Lin Chi made a contemplative gesture. Seeing this, Tony Stark did not rush him, but stood quietly by waiting. After a few minutes, Lin Chi finally spoke. Uncle Payne is in New Mexico and hasn't returned yet, so he'll be the one to tell you the situation. Then Mr. Stark, what would you like to know? Payne. Uncle. Tony Stark immediately asked, Lin, what is your relationship with Payne? Lin Chi did not hide the truth, revealing the facts. Payne is a friend of my biological parents. So he is my uncle and of course now also my partner and friend. I see. Tony Stark narrowed his eyes slightly. So that's why he helped you take revenge on Kingpin. That's right. Lin Chi nodded. Then why did he drop such a huge meteor over New York? Don't tell me he just happened to intervene and then forgot about it. Tony Stark clearly did not believe the words the Path of Heaven's Payne had spoken when he moved the meteor. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't believe it either, but at the time, intimidated by Payne's almost invincible aura, they dared not speak up. Seeing Tony Stark's persistence, Lin Chi understood that if he didn't explain clearly, the recently eased atmosphere would surely become tense again. And that did not align with Lin Chi's goals. Now that he could strike up a conversation with Tony Stark, he definitely had to secure a check-in location. Leaving the distant aside, the nearby Monaco Grand Prix was certainly a place where he could check in. And if he went alone, he would have to have the Path of Heaven's Payne fly there. But Lin Chi thought he might take the opportunity for an all-expenses-paid trip. He could bring his family Wanda and her brother Pietro to enjoy a wonderful time in Monaco. Coincidentally, except for little Peter, everyone was already tired of the Stark Expo these days. And for the expenses, he would naturally leech off the wealthy Tony Stark. Thus, building a good relationship with Tony Stark was quite necessary. Of course, it wasn't just for that. Lin Chi also needed Tony Stark to design and make his uniform. To be fair, Tony Stark was undoubtedly the best equipment master in the Marvel world. This was evident from how he could rival gods with his human body thanks to his Iron Man suits. Moreover, Tony had even crafted the Infinity Gauntlet capable of holding all 6 Infinity Stones and snapping his fingers. These glorious achievements all proved one thing: Tony was a top-tier equipment crafting and enhancement master. Getting along well with such a person was certainly not a bad thing. So after thinking it over, Lin Chi said with a serious expression, "Then he'll tell you the truth." Tony Stark immediately nodded, wearing an expression that said, "I knew there was something fishy." Lin Chi then said, "That day I was drinking coffee on Queens Boulevard." Wait, Queens Boulevard, where the Hulk and Abomination fought? Tony Stark asked. Lin Chi frowned displeased. Why don't you do the talking then? Ahem, go on. That day was also when Uncle Payne found me. At the time I was tired from shopping and resting there. But suddenly the Abomination burst out. Lin Chi gave a rough account of what happened that day, including how he awakened his superpowers amid the life-or-death crisis. Of course, he attributed the release of the Chibaku Tensei to the Path of Heaven's Payne. After the story, Tony Stark furrowed his brow. So your uncle had just found you when he saw you in danger. In his fury, he unleashed his most powerful technique, subduing the Hulk and the Abomination, but he lost his abilities from exhaustion. Lin Chi nodded. That's why my uncle only removed the Chibaku Tensei a few days later. He didn't forget before, he simply hadn't recovered his abilities and couldn't move it. Lin Chi stated the truth with such earnestness that Tony Stark found himself half believing it. Though there were still puzzling aspects, this explanation was undoubtedly more convincing than what Payne of the Six Paths had said before. It was a more logical account, naturally easier to accept. All right. So that's how it is, Tony Stark mused thoughtfully. Moreover, he couldn't help but speculate the Payne who did those things must have felt guilty too, because he hurt innocent people. So once he recovered his abilities, he immediately moved the meteorite to soothe the wounds in people's hearts. Without a doubt, Payne is a good man, maybe even a better person than me. Hearing Tony Stark say this, Lin Chi blinked, appearing quite surprised. He hadn't expected Iron Man to be such a master of overthinking. Still, Iron Man, where did you get the false impression that you have good character? You really have no self-awareness. However, since Iron Man's imagination leaned toward the positive, Lin Chi saw no need to correct him. In fact, this line of thought worked in Lin Chi's favor. Seeing Lin Chi's surprise but lack of denial, Tony Stark felt his guess was correct. Indeed, only a person of noble character can truly understand the mind of another noble soul. Saying this, Tony Stark turned to Lin Chi and said, "Lin, you must introduce me to your uncle. I believe we could become the best of friends." Lin Chi's mouth twitched as he barely suppressed a laugh. "All right, Mr. Stark." Seeing Lin Chi's expression, Tony Stark frowned. To him, Lin Chi's reaction seemed reluctant. So even the universally adored Iron Man couldn't just charm his way through everything. It seemed he'd have to offer something. Tony Stark began contemplating whether to give some money. But recalling that Lin Chi was the flame hero and that they both seemed to be men of high moral standing, Tony Stark felt offering money would be too vulgar. Suddenly his eyes lit up with an idea. A gift that would please Lin Chi without being refused. "Lin, you're in high school now." Lin Chi shook his head. "I've already graduated high school. After summer break, you'll be attending New York University." Oh, New York University, that's quite good. Tony Stark offered a casual compliment. So you'll have some free time later, right? How about this in planning a trip to Morocco in a couple of days? I can take your whole family along. What do you think? Morocco. Lynch's eyes lit up. He hadn't even had the chance to suggest Tony Stark take him along before Tony offered it himself. The timing was perfect. What's fun in Morocco? He asked with barely concealed excitement. Seeing this, Tony Stark smiled inwardly. He's still just a kid after all. The F1 Grand Prix is held there. After the race, I can even let you take the wheel. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Stark. Lynch broke into a grin. Can I bring my girlfriend and my best friend? No problem. Bring as many as you like. Tony Stark spread his arms, exuding an air of magnanimity. And don't thank me. Consider this your referral fee plus compensation for what happened earlier. Lynch nodded knowingly. Once Uncle Payne is back, I'll have him get in touch with you. Tony Stark was equally satisfied. Excellent. Let's exchange contact information. With his goal achieved, Tony Stark prepared to leave. Before departing, however, he signed several autographs for little Peter. Postcards, posters, and Iron Man mask toy, the works. After Tony and Happy left, Lynch told Aunt May that he and Tony had hit it off so well that the billionaire had offered to take their whole family on a trip to Morocco. Yet much to his regret, Aunt May decided not to go after some thought. She still had to work. Even though Lynch had plenty of idle money at hand, she had no intention of living off her child. Besides, she was still young and could work hard. Lynch felt a pang of regret, but did not press the matter further. Later, when he told Wanda and her brother about it, they were both eager to go. After all, they were still ordinary people, and the chance to get up close with Iron Man was something they welcomed. Of course, Wanda quietly confessed to Lynch that her absolute favorite remained the Flame Hero. That very night, Lynch called Tony, confirmed his address, and then manifested the Deva Path, controlling it to seek out Tony. Since Tony and Lynch got along quite well, the Deva Path also managed to have a decent conversation with him. This only reinforced Tony's conviction. As for the subsequent events in Morocco, Tony extended an invitation to the Deva Path. Yet the Deva Path declined, and Tony expressed mild regret. Of course, the Deva Path would never agree to the Morocco trip. In Lynch's view, the journey to Morocco was not primarily about checking in, it was about leisure travel and strengthening bonds with those dear to him. If his consciousness were split in two and his mind divided, he would inevitably fail to enjoy himself fully. And that was something Lynch did not wish to see. 2 days later, Lynch, along with Wanda, little Peter, Pietro, and his girlfriend, 5 of them in total, arrived at the airport and boarded Tony Stark's private jet. The Principality of Monaco is a city-state in southwestern Europe bordered on 3 sides by France and fronting the Mediterranean Sea to the south. It covers an area of 202 square kilometers, 5 of which was reclaimed from the sea with a Mediterranean climate. The nation's citizens are primarily engaged in tourism, banking, insurance, stamps, and gambling. Its casinos and stamps are particularly renowned. Monaco is a famous tourist destination in Europe known for cultural and sporting events such as the Monte Carlo International Circus Festival, the International Fireworks Festival, and the Formula One Grand Prix. Monaco has a weak industrial base and no agriculture. Though small in size, the country is exceedingly luxurious. Despite covering less than 200 square kilometers, Monaco boasts medieval-style streets and palaces, a renowned casino with opulent hotels, a tropical botanical garden, and an oceanographic museum. The famous tennis open and the unparalleled Formula One Grand Prix held in the city center draw global attention to this tiny nation. In short, it was an ideal destination for travel. And for this trip, Tony Stark had his sights set on the Monaco Grand Prix. Of course, someone else who knew of his whereabouts also arrived on the scene. That was none other than Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, who regarded Tony Stark's father as his own father's murderer. Ivan Vanko was a cold technical genius. His father, Anton Vanko, had tried to use the Tesseract for ill-gotten gains, but was discovered and exiled by Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark. Thus, after Anton Vanko's death, his son Ivan resolved to bring down the Stark family and avenge his father. Using the arc reactor technology left by Anton, Ivan Vanko first crafted a set of Whiplash armor planning to ambush Tony on the racetrack. This was the upcoming plot. In the original storyline, Ivan Vanko's technical prowess was insufficient, his arc reactor ran at a lower speed, and he was defeated by Iron Man Tony Stark and sent to prison. Later, he was smuggled out of prison by Justin Hammer, with whom he collaborated. Using Hammer's resources, he secretly installed controllers on unmanned mechanical armors and crafted his own upgraded Whiplash suit, significantly boosting the arc reactor's speed. Subsequently, during the expo hosted by Justin Hammer, Whiplash remotely controlled the army of unmanned mechanical armors and War Machine to attack Iron Man. After Black Widow raided Hammer Industries' headquarters, Whiplash escaped. Later, Ivan Vanko donned the Whiplash armor to confront the newly emerged Iron Man and War Machine, suppressing them with his formidable defense. Iron Man and War Machine engaged in a mutual barrage of arc pulse cannons, triggering a colossal explosion that devastated the Whiplash armor which ultimately self-destructed alongside all the unmanned mechanized suits. Such was the tragic life of the villain Whiplash, Ivan Vanko. His family's attitude altered the course of his destiny, preventing him from leveraging his remarkable talents to lead a prosperous existence. Thus, one's environment truly matters. The upbringing profoundly shapes a person's entire life. Yet though Lynch understood this, he harbored no intention to change anything. After all, Whiplash had nothing to do with him. He merely wished to check in. Later, once Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, was defeated by Iron Man, Lynch planned to approach and inquire if he could learn the birthplace of Whiplash. Perhaps there would be a check-in point there. After arranging their hotel accommodations, Lynch and the others, under Tony's arrangements, entered the grandstand of the racing competition. Meanwhile, Tony and Pepper Potts headed to the Moroccan Racing Club, where a banquet was currently underway. It was a social gathering accessible only to the elite. Lynch did not mind being barred from entry. He had come to travel, watch the races, and incidentally check in. He had no interest in witnessing the hypocritical social scene of the so-called upper class. Watching the races directly was perfect. Undeniably, the sport of racing had every reason to be born and endure to this day. As powerful F1 cars whizzed past on the nearby track one after another, an indescribable thrill surged through Lynch. It was akin to an adrenaline rush, possessing an abyss-like allure for any male. Wanda, observing Lynch's unusual excitement, flickered a subtle glint in her eyes. She contemplated how to enable her boyfriend to enjoy a thrilling ride in an F1 car. Lynch, in fact, already had the privilege to do so, as promised by Tony that day. Yet the F1 car held only a limited appeal for Lynch. Having experienced speeds far surpassing those of an F1 car, both through his own flight and by controlling the 6 paths of pain, he was no stranger to velocity. However, he had never ridden in such a fast vehicle, hence his excitement. With a hum, after 2 laps, the next race was about to commence. Lynch, holding Wanda's curvaceous form, couldn't help but kiss her cheek, for the car he had favored had just won first place. This gesture solidified Wanda's resolve to help her boyfriend realize his wish to drive an F1 car. But just then, young Peter beside them suddenly screamed, "Oh, that's Tony Stark, Iron Man." A wave of exclamations rose from the crowd. Following their gazes, Lynch and Wanda saw Tony Stark communicating with club staff and drivers. Seeing this, Lynch recalled the current situation. It was highly likely that Tony Stark's palladium poisoning had worsened, prompting him to indulge recklessly. For instance, he might personally drive an F1 car in the upcoming World Championship or host a debauched birthday party at home. So was Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, about to make his entrance? Pondering this, Lynch glanced around, but spotted no suspicious staff members. At that moment, Tony Stark had already settled into the driver's seat of an F1 car. A hum, then beeps and dings filled the air. With a roar as the race signal sounded, all the cars, like predatory beasts lying in wait, instantly surged forward. The presence of the celebrity Tony Stark elevated the race's visibility several notches. Countless photographers snapped pictures on the sidelines, while a larger crowd surrounded the starting point of the track. However, Lynch's attention was not on the race. He was searching for the figure of Whiplash, Ivan Vanko. At this moment, with so many eyes upon the event, it would be a grave lack of ambition on Lynch's part if he did not seize the opportunity to harvest a wave of shock value. This mindset stemmed primarily from the setback he had experienced at Old Bridge Town. It was not exactly a loss, but rather a failure to achieve the desired effect. At Old Bridge Town, the heavenly Dao Payne had displayed immense power, effortlessly disposing of the destroyer with a mere gesture. Yet in the end, how much shock value had he reaped? A little over 20,000. Yes, that was all. The reason was that SHIELD had suppressed the news, coupled with the fact that Old Bridge Town had few residents, only a few hundred people. These individuals, along with their social circles, had provided Lynch with 20,000 points of shock value, which was already substantial. But still, it was far too little. For Lynch, now 20,000 shock points were utterly useless, not even enough to enhance a single attribute of his body. Thus, although this trip to Morocco was primarily for leisure, Lynch would not pass up the chance to gather shock value if the opportunity arose. Under Lynch's earnest search, he spotted a staff member behaving oddly. The man approached a track fence, gave it a gentle push, and swung it open. Then he stepped inside. Oh my God, what is that man doing? Now not only Lynch, but also the surrounding staff and spectators noticed this figure. Yet none dared to step forward and stop him. For within the roaring track, it was perilously dangerous. An F1 racing car hurtling at speeds of 2 to 3 or even 400 kilometers per hour would instantly kill anyone it struck. This was no exaggeration. Hence, if that somewhat peculiar staff member sought death, no one else would sacrifice themselves for him. And so this scene unfolded. Within the track, the solitary figure walked at a leisurely pace, while outside the staff scrambled in panic and the spectators gasped in shock. At that moment, a racing car spotted the figure and attempted to swerve to avoid him. But the man neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he unfastened his upper garment. With a whoosh, 2 whips slid from his hands, and then they electrified, transforming into two crackling luminous whiplashes. The staff uniform was scorched away by the exposed circuits, revealing his muscular build, tattoos, and the crude exoskeleton armor device on his upper body. Crack! The electric whip lashed out, striking a speeding Formula One car. The vehicle was severed in two by a single whip, both halves flying into the air. Boom! It crashed into the guardrail. The car burst into flames, and the driver's life hung by a thread. Witnessing this, Lynch frowned and thought to himself, "It's time to make my move." Yet, just as he turned his head to speak to Wanda, he saw her gazing at him with concern. "Don't go. Never mind, I know you want to stay. But promise me you must protect yourself." Lynch nodded solemnly. Then he quietly rose and slipped out of the racetrack, entering a deserted alley. Pulling a flame-patterned mask from his pocket, Lynch put it on, and instantly roaring flames engulfed his entire body. Then he soared into the sky. At this time, sensing that Tony Stark might be in danger, Pepper Potts, who had been worried about Tony getting into the race car, immediately found Happy and told him to drive and stop Tony. But it was already too late. Within mere seconds after toppling several cars in succession, Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, set his sights on the approaching blue Formula One car. The driver of this car was Tony Stark. Whiplash smirked and continued walking forward. Humming along, Tony Stark was fully focused on driving. Racing is a thrill not only for the spectators, but also for the driver, who must be in a state of intense excitement. Thus, every driver must concentrate entirely without a single distraction. So upon seeing the electric whip-wielding freak in the middle of the track, only one thought crossed Tony Stark's mind. "Oh no." Crack! Ivan Vanko raised his whip-laden hands high, then lashed down with ferocity. The two electrified whips traced a graceful arc through the air, yet their momentum was terrifyingly formidable. Tony Stark attempted to dodge, but it was already too late. With a sizzling tear like a blade through a scarecrow, the electrified whips cleaved the Formula One car in twain upon contact, sending it airborne on the spot. Bang! Crashing against the track barrier, driver Tony Stark's head spun with the lingering effects of the impact. Yet, just as Whiplash, Ivan Vanko began to stride toward Tony, a high-speed whistling sound erupted from behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crack! A foot wreathed in flames struck Ivan Vanko, shattering his crude backplate instantly. He hurtled through the air as if struck by a speeding vehicle. Gasps rippled through the audience as they beheld the one who had kicked the electrified fiend. Flame Hero. It's Flame Hero. There stood the figure they called Flame Hero, suspended in midair, flames swirling around him like a sovereign of fire. Tony Stark, having struggled out of his wrecked car, exhaled in relief at the sight. Thanks. Though he yearned for a moment of recklessness, Tony was not ready to forfeit his life. His birthday party had yet to begin, and he had not spoken those 3 words to Pepper, "I love you." Thus he wished to live. And now the arrival of Flame Hero brought him a sense of calm. He couldn't help but think bringing Lin Chi and the others was truly a wise decision. Glancing around, Lin Chi saw the crowd cheering for him, which eased his mind. This wave of shock value would certainly not be meager. Without hesitation, he charged straight at Whiplash. His goal was to remove the power core and subdue him completely. As for why not kill Whiplash to eliminate the threat forever? Of course he couldn't kill him. Have you ever seen a pig farmer slaughter a pig before it's fattened? Suckling pig aside, Lin Chi intended to spare Whiplash for now, waiting until he crafted his true Whiplash armor. Then Lin Chi would return to claim the bounty and take his life. He dared to do this because his power far surpassed Whiplash's. After all, if his primary identity as Flame Hero proved insufficient, he could always summon Pain to unleash a Shinra Tensei, ensuring Whiplash's defeat. Thus, everything was under control. That's why Lin Chi acted this way. At this moment, Ivan Vanko felt a flicker of panic. Why is Flame Hero here? Wasn't he Iron Man's rival? Why is he saving Iron Man? Ivan Vanko remembered the news reports of Flame Hero and Iron Man battling at the Stark Expo. In his mind, Tony Stark, without his Iron Man suit today, was doomed. But now not only was he not doomed, he might not even suffer serious injury. Arg! Unable to accept this outcome, Ivan Vanko decided to gamble everything. Roaring, he rose and swung his whips at the massive fireball charging toward him. However, the fireball began to spin, making it impossible for the electrified whips to strike Lin Chi within the flames. Flame control was not merely about spewing fire and shaping dragons, it could achieve such delicate maneuvers. Spinning past the electrified whips, Lin Chi saw Whiplash's face inches away. Without a moment's pause, he reached for the miniature arc reactor on Ivan Vanko's chest. With a click, Lin Chi tore off the miniature arc reactor and Whiplash's equipment instantly lost power, becoming inert machinery. No! Whiplash roared in fury. But what greeted him was a size 43 shoe. Lin Chi extinguished the flames on his limbs, executed a high kick, and struck Whiplash square in the face. With a thud, Ivan Vanko collapsed unconscious. This time Lin Chi had reaped a bountiful harvest. Not only had he made the citizens of Morocco aware of and witnessed the might of the Flame Knight, but he had also stolen the limelight. This was evident from the excited and thrilled expressions of the onlookers. Raising his hand to wave at the crowd and nodding at Tony Stark, Lin Chi burst into flames beneath his feet and shot into the sky, departing. He came and went in the same manner, a truly ritualistic display. Flying into an alley, Lin Chi opened his personal panel visible only to himself and fixed his gaze on the shock value column. Shock value 802053. Before arriving, it was over 65000. Now it was 800, an increase of nearly 15000. This was enough to prove that Lin Chi's claim of a bountiful harvest was correct. Moreover, this was just the beginning. The shock value would continue to pour in. Although a diminishing curve was possible, it was already sufficient. However, this wave also came with losses. For instance, to show off, Lin Chi had directly knocked out Whiplash, Ivan Vanko. Thus, he failed to obtain the location of Whiplash's birthplace. This was a loss. Yet there was still a chance for redemption. Later, when Iron Man returned to speak with Whiplash, Lin Chi might have some room to maneuver. Someone might ask, did Lin Chi have to go to such lengths to secure a check-in at Whiplash's birthplace? Was it worth it? Of course it was. Every little bit counts. Small gains accumulate into great rewards. Moreover, increasing all of Lin Chi's physical attributes by 5 points each now required 1.2 million shock value. For Lin Chi, this was no small amount. If every check-in granted a reward of a 5-point increase in all attributes, then the importance of check-ins would only grow. Therefore, this check-in at Whiplash's birthplace was not just about gaining strength and rewards, but also about verifying this very question. At the racetrack, Tony Stark wiped the blood from his face, stood up, and walked over to the unconscious Ivan Vanko. He glanced at the departing Flame Knight, said nothing, and simply called the police to arrest this strange man with electric whips. Since Lin Chi wanted to conceal his identity, Tony Stark naturally cooperated. This was someone worthy of a deeper connection, fitting Tony Stark's circle of friends. Even though Tony Stark was sharp-tongued acerbic and tsundere, he knew when to rein in his personality. Just like now. Lin Chi had saved his life. If he were ungrateful and ruined Lin Chi's plans, the fragile rapport between them would shatter instantly. With a screech, a luxury business car raced onto the track and stopped beside Tony Stark. Pepper Potts got out and yelled at Tony, "Are you insane? Boss, this move of yours was really..." Happy couldn't smooth things over for Tony this time. Fortunately, Tony Stark was quick-witted and immediately diverted Pepper Potts' attention. "Pepper, as the CEO of Stark Industries, you can't afford to lose your composure like this. By the way, this isn't a good place to stay. Let's head out now." With that, he half-dragged, half-carried Pepper into the luxury car. Happy drove away from the venue. Meanwhile, Lin Chi had returned to the stands, reuniting with Wanda, Pietro, and the others. "Mr. Stark has been through an ordeal. Though he's safe, I think we should go see him," Lin Chi said after comforting Wanda and the others. He said this, of course, to find a way to obtain information about Whiplash's birthplace. He wanted to visit Tony and incidentally ask if he could join in interrogating Whiplash. Lin Chi's proposal was unanimously agreed upon, as everyone present was kind-hearted. Indeed, Lin Chi considered himself one of them. Leaving the venue, though reluctant to miss the ongoing race, Tony's matter took precedence. Back at the hotel, Lin Chi led the group to Tony Stark's presidential suite and gently knocked on the door. With a click, the door opened, and it was Happy who answered. Upon seeing Lin Chi and the others, Happy turned to explain the situation before letting them in. Stepping into the room, they were greeted by its lavish interior with two figures seated on an opulent sofa, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. At that moment, Pepper was disinfecting Tony's wounds and applying medicine. Contrary to his usual demeanor, Tony sat obediently, allowing her to tend to him. Seeing this, Lin Chi and the others stepped forward to offer their greetings and well wishes, which Tony acknowledged one by one. Toward the younger generation, Tony Stark was typically lenient, far less acerbic than with his peers. "Oh my God. Tony, what's wrong with your neck? What are these marks?" Pepper, who was applying the medicine, suddenly noticed the gray patterns on Tony's neck. This was an outward manifestation of severe palladium poisoning. Tony Stark froze for a moment, then quickly pulled up his collar, shooting a meaningful glance at Happy and Lin Chi. "Oh, it's something new I've developed." Without hesitation, Lin Chi spoke directly. "Mr. Stark, I have some personal matters I'd like to discuss with you. Could we speak in private?" "No problem." Tony Stark nodded immediately, then turned to Pepper. "All right, dear Lin, and I have some things to talk about." "Are you sure those gray marks are fine?" Pepper asked with concern. "Of course they are." Tony Stark patted his chest. "If you're still worried, we can discuss it later." "All right, let's all head out for now." Happy chimed in at the right moment, ushering everyone to other rooms. "Mr. Stark still needs to go to the police station in Morocco later." "What's Mr. Stark going to the police station for?" "To give a statement." Little Peter looked up at Happy, who replied with a benevolent expression, "That's right. You're very smart." Once only Tony Stark and Lin Chi remained in the living room, Tony let out a sigh of relief. "Feeling you came just in time. What did you want to see me about?" He picked up his glass, took a sip, and asked casually. Lin Chi nodded. "Mr. Stark, I was wondering if I could go with you to the police station later." "Huh, so you really have something?" Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. "Well, I suppose you wouldn't come to me for nothing." After all, spending time with your girlfriend is definitely better than being with another guy. So tell me, why do you want to go to the police station? Hearing Tony Stark's question, Lynch replied directly, Mr. Stark, you're definitely going to see that electric whip freak, aren't you? I'm a bit interested in him too, so I'd like to take a look. Oh. Tony Stark paused briefly, a peculiar glint in his eyes. Lynn, you don't think my Iron Man suit is so impressive that you admire me and want to surpass me, and that's why you want to study the electric whip, do you? Lin Chi was dumbfounded. Why would I study that thing? Am I stupid? I have superpowers. Ha ha ha. Tony laughed, though his expression was somewhat awkward. I'm just kidding. But Lin Chi didn't think he was joking. That's exactly what you were thinking, you narcissist. Rolling his eyes, Lin Chi ignored the minor issue and explained, I'm not interested in the electric whip, but I find the man suspicious. Think about it. Judging by his appearance, he's likely a North Asian. But how could a North Asian so easily get into the racetrack and know your whereabouts? You mean someone's helping him behind the scenes? Tony frowned. Come to think of it, that does seem plausible. Seeing Tony Stark begin to follow the direction of his reasoning, Lin Chi knew his plan was halfway to success. How did Ivan Vanko manage to enter the racetrack in Morocco? Naturally, he had paid his own way and made the necessary arrangements in advance. Having paid, and even serving as a free volunteer, how could the Moroccan Racing Club refuse him? As for his ability to precisely track Tony Stark's movements and strike immediately after Tony chose to enter the racetrack personally, it was not due to any grand scheme, but simply Ivan Vanko's cunning. Initially, he only knew that Tony Stark might attend the Moroccan Grand Prix. So he came, yet he lacked specific details. Unwilling to let slip any opportunity to kill Tony, he gambled on luck, and fortune favored him, allowing him to encounter Tony Stark. Thus, what transpired today was purely Ivan Vanko's impulsive reaction, an act of desperation. It was no conspiracy, nor was there any betrayal of Tony's information behind the scenes. Lynch's assertion in the end relied on his advantage of knowing the plot. He knew that last year Tony had been betrayed by his closest confidant, his uncle Obadiah, making Tony acutely sensitive to treachery. Therefore, Lynch leveraged Tony's state of mind to fabricate the situation surrounding Ivan Vanko. His sole purpose was this: so Mr. Stark, we'd better find out where he crafted the electric whip and the miniature reactor. And also who gave him the ticket that allowed him entry here. I believe there may be a significant connection behind this. Lynch's expression was grave, as if he spoke the truth. Tony Stark's face turned serious as he pondered the possible realities lurking beneath the surface. If indeed it was as Lynch suggested, then a thorough investigation was warranted. Not only that, but Ivan Vanko's situation also needed close monitoring. However, should he involve Lynch, a child half his age, in this matter? Tony recalled Lynch's desire to conceal his identity, and after brief consideration, made a decision. Suddenly looking up, Tony Stark turned to Lynch and said, "You can't go." Huh? Why? Lynch's expression was one of utter astonishment. Just moments ago, seeing Tony's shifting expression, Lynch thought he had convinced him. He had even prepared himself to interrogate Ivan Vanko. But unexpectedly, Tony Stark flatly refused him. It's because of your issue, of course. Tony rolled his eyes, thinking truly a child, impulsive and immature in action. My issue? You must be joking. Lynch was utterly unconvinced. Seeing this, Tony laid it out plainly. You want to keep your identity hidden, so Lynch cannot be associated with the Flame Hero. Today, the Flame Hero saved Iron Man and defeated the Whip villain. Then Iron Man and a young man named Lynch interrogated the Whip villain. Now think carefully, what does this imply? Lynch couldn't help but frown, mulling it over. It was exactly as Tony Stark had said. Sigh, what should I do then? Lynch's brow furrowed deeply. Tony Stark, exasperated, said, "Let me handle the interrogation. Don't you trust Iron Man?" Lynch shrugged. Of course I trust you. But if you do it, won't I be left in the dark? I'm involved in this. I have the right to know. All right, I'll pass on all the interrogation intel to you later, okay? Tony Stark waved his hand, signaling Lynch that he could leave. Lynch finally smiled. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Stark. Make sure to send me a copy of the intel. Then, watching Lynch and the others depart, Tony muttered, what a troublesome kid.